Chapter 13 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh, Chapter 13, Francis W. d'Arusmont. The previous issues of this publication contain notices of the lives and writings of men of eminence in the world of free thought. This number is devoted to a review of the career and works of a most talented and accomplished lady, a freethinker and republican, as a proof, if any proof were needed, that women, if adequately educated, are equally capable with men to become teachers and reformers. The works of the subject of present notice afford abundant evidence. The efforts now being made to procure an adjustment of the laws relating to women, whereby they will be protected in their property, and consequently improved in their social position, deserve the support of all classes. When females become independent, there will be less ignorance among women and more happiness among men. Frances Wright, afterwards Madame d'Arusmont, was a native of Dundee. She was born on the 6th of September, 1795. She came of a wealthy family, who had been extensive holders of city property from the year 1500. Her father was a man of considerable literary attainments, and to his active antiquarian researches and donations the British Museum is indebted for many rare and valuable coins and medals. He died young, as also his wife, leaving 3 children, 2 girls and a boy. Frances was then but 2 years and a half old. At the wish of her grandfather, General Duncan Campbell, she was taken to England, and reared as a ward of Chancery, under the guardianship of a maternal aunt. She grew to be very tall in person, erect, and of a commanding figure, large eyes, and magnificent head, with a face somewhat masculine, but well formed, and decidedly handsome. Her brother was sent to India, at the age of 15, as a cadet in the East India Company's service, and was killed on the passage out in an encounter with a French vessel. Her sister passed her life with her, and died in Paris in 1831. At an early age, Miss Wright gave evidence of great intellectual ability. The education she received was of a very superior kind. She diligently applied herself to the various branches of science, and to the study of ancient and modern letters and the arts, being impelled by a strong desire for knowledge. At the age of 19, she published her first work, A Few Days in Athens. Her attention was early drawn to the sufferings of the lower classes, and on reflection she became convinced that some great vice lay at the foundation of the whole of human practice. She determined to endeavor to discover and assist in removing it. She read Boca's History of the American Revolution, and resolved to visit that country, it appearing to her young imagination as the land of freedom and hope. After having familiarized herself with the government and institutions of America, she sailed for New York in 1818. She returned to England in 1820, and published a large volume, entitled Views of Society and Manners in America. It was dedicated to Jeremy Bentham, and had a large sale. The work being translated into most of the continental languages, she became known to the prominent reformers of Europe. In 1821, she made her first visit to Paris, and was there introduced to General Lafayette, who, having previously read her work on America, invited her to that city. A republican in all her views and hopes, she was highly appreciated by Lafayette and other eminent supporters of the liberal party in France. She remained in Paris until 1824, when she returned to the United States, and immediately undertook a project for the abolition of slavery, upon a plan somewhat different from any that then engaged the attention of philanthropists. For this purpose she purchased 2,000 acres of land at Chickasaw Bluff, now Memphis, Tennessee, intending to make a good farm rather than a cotton plantation. She then purchased several slave families, gave them their liberty, and removed them to the farm, residing there herself to direct their labor. Commencing this novel undertaking with all that enthusiasm for which she was remarkable, she continued the experiment some 3 years and a half, when her health gave way, and, suffering under severe sickness, she made a voyage to Europe for her recovery. During her absence, the farm got involved in difficulties by the influence of her enemies, and finally, the whole project falling through, the negroes were sent off to Hayti at her expense. She gave much time and money to the carrying forward of this experiment, and though it was a failure, it strikingly exhibited her strong sympathy and benevolence for an oppressed and degraded class of beings. Returning from Europe, she went to New Harmony, Indiana, to assume the proprietorship of a periodical, the Harmony Gazette, which had been published under the direction of Robert Dale Owen. In 1828, leaving Mr. Owen in charge of the paper, she began a lecturing tour through the Union, and probably no man, and certainly no woman, ever met with such furious opposition. Her views, as announced in her paper, had made her generally known, and, being somewhat new and radically anti-theological, brought down upon her head the rancor of religious bigotry. As no church or hall would be opened for her, she lectured in theaters, and her ability and eloquence drew great audiences. On one occasion, while preparing to lecture in a theater at Baltimore, she was threatened with the destruction of her life if she attempted to speak. She calmly replied that she thought she knew the American people, and for every riotous fanatic that might annoy her, 100 good citizens would protect her, and she was not afraid to place herself in their hands. She judged rightly. She went to the theater, which was crammed from pit to ceiling, and lectured to an admiring and enthusiastic audience. In other cities she was not always so fortunate. More or less rioting occurred, while the press, almost without exception, denounced her in the bitterest terms. Subsequently, her paper was removed to New York. Some years afterwards, she again made a lecturing tour, but this time she spoke on subjects of a political nature, and met with a better reception. In addition to lecturing, she conducted a political magazine, entitled The Manual of American Principles, and was also engaged with Mr. Kneeland in editing the Boston Investigator. She wrote a great deal, and upon many subjects. Among her many works is a tragedy called Altorf, which was performed on the stage, the principal character being sustained by Mr. James Wallack. Her last work of any considerable size was entitled England the Civilizer, published in London in 1847. Madame d'Arusmont died suddenly in Cincinnati on Tuesday, December 14th, 1852, aged 57. She had been for some time unwell, in consequence of a fall upon the ice the previous winter, which broke her thigh, and probably hastened her decease. But the immediate cause of her death was the rupture of a blood vessel. She was aware of her situation, knew when she was dying, and met her last hour with perfect composure. A daughter, her only child, survives her. In a small work entitled Observations on Religion and Civilization are given the following definitions of theology and religion. in the words and in the things signified. Origin and nature of theology. Theology, from the Greek theos, logos, renders distinct the meaning of the subject it attempts to treat. Theos, God or gods, unseen beings and unknown causes. Logos, word, talk, or, if we like to employ yet more familiar and expressive terms, prattle or chatter. Talk or prattle about unseen beings or unknown causes. The idleness of the subject and inutility, nay, absolute insanity of the occupation, sufficiently appears in the strict etymological meaning of the word employed to typify them. The danger, the mischief, the cruelly immoral, and, if I may be permitted to coin a word for the occasion, the unhumanizing tendencies both of the subject and the occupation, when and where these are, as they have for the most part ever been throughout the civilized world, absolutely protected by law and upheld by government, sufficiently appear also from the whole page of history. Religion, from the Latin religio, renders with equal distinctness the things signified. Religio, to tie over again, to bind fast. Religio, a binding together, a bond of union. The importance of the great reality, here so accurately shadowed out, appears sufficiently in the etymological signification of the word. Its utility will be evident if we read with intelligence the nature, the past history, the actual condition, and the future destiny of man. But now, taking these two things in the most strict etymological sense of the words which express them, it will readily be distinguished that the first is a necessary creation of the human intellect in a certain stage of inquiry; the second, a necessary creation of the human soul, by which I understand both our intellectual and moral faculties taken conjointly, and in any and every state of human civilization. Theology argues in its origin the first awakening of human attention to the phenomena of nature, and the first crude efforts of human ingenuity to expound them. While man sees the sun and stars without observing either their diurnal or their annual revolutions, while he receives upon his frame the rain and the wind and the varying elements, without observing either their effects on himself or upon the field of nature around him, he is as the brute which suffers and enjoys without inquiring why it experiences light or darkness, pain or pleasure. When first he puts, in awkward language to himself or to his fellow, the question, why does such an effect follow such a cause, he commences his existence, if not as a reasonable being, a state at which he has not yet arrived, at least as a being capable of reason. The answer to this first inquiry of awakening intelligence is, of course, such as his own circumscribed observation supplies. It is, in fine, in accordance with the explanation of the old nurse to the child, who, asking, when startled by a rolling peal of thunder, "What makes that noise?" was fully satisfied by the reply, "My darling, it is God Almighty overhead, moving his furniture." Man, awakening to the thought, but still unfamiliar with the concatenation of natural phenomena, inevitably conceives of some huge being, or beings, bestriding the clouds and whirlwind, or wheeling the sun and the moon like chariots through the blue vault. And so again, fancy most naturally peoples the gloom of the night with demons, the woods and the waters with naiads and dryads, elves and fairies, the churchyard with ghosts, and the dark cave and the solitary cot with wizards. imps, and old witches. Such then is theology in its origin, and in all its stages we find it varying in grossness according to the degree of ignorance of the human mind, and refining into verbal subtleties and misty metaphysics in proportion as that mind exchanges, in its progress from darkness to light, the gloom of ignorance for the mass of terror. The nature of belief in the unknowable, and the dire consequences arising from fanaticism, are ably depicted in the following passages, selected from Lecture IV on Religion. Admitting religion to be the most important of all subjects, its truths must be the most apparent. For we shall readily concede both that a thing true must be always of more or less importance, and that a thing essentially important must always be indisputably true. Now, again, I conceive we shall be disposed to admit that exactly in proportion to the indisputability of a truth is the proof it is capable of affording, and that exactly in proportion to the proof afforded is our admission of such truth and belief in it. If, then, religion be the most important subject of human inquiry, it must be that also which represents the most forcible, irrefragable, and indisputable truths to the inquirer. It must be that on which the human mind can err the least, and where all minds must be the most agreed. If religion be at once a science and the most true of all sciences, its truths must be as indisputable as those in any branch of the mathematics, as apparent to all the senses as those revealed by the chemist or observed by the naturalist, and as easily referred to the test of our approving or disapproving sensations as those involved in the science of morals. Is religion a science? Is it a branch of knowledge? Where are the things known upon which it rests? Where are the accumulated facts of which it is compounded? What are the human sensations to which it appeals? Knowledge is compounded of things known. It is an accumulation of facts, gleaned by our senses within the range of material existence, which is subject to their investigation. Now let us see where, in the table of knowledge, we may class religion. Of what part or division of nature, or material existence does it treat? What bodies or what properties of tangible bodies does it place in contact with our senses, and bring home to the perception of our faculties? It clearly appertains not to the table of human knowledge, for it treats not of objects discoverable within the field of human observation. No, will you say? But its knowledge is superhuman, unearthly, its field is in heaven. My friends, the knowledge which is not human is of slippery foundation to us human creatures. Things known constitute knowledge, and here is a science treating of things unseen, unfelt, uncomprehended. Such cannot be knowledge. What then is it? Probability, possibility, theory, hypothesis, tradition? Written, spoken, by whom? When? Where? Let its teachers, nay, let all earth reply. But what confusion of tongues and voices now strike on the ear! From either Indies, from torrid Africa, from the frozen regions of either pole, from the vast plains of ancient Asia, from the fields and cities of European industry, from the palaces of European luxury, from the soft chambers of priestly ease, from the domes of hierarchical dominion, from the deep cell of the self-immolated monk, from the stony cave of the self-denying anchorite, from the cloud-capped towers, spires, and minarets of the crescent and the cross, arise shouts and hosannas and anathemas in the commingled names of Brahma and Vishnu and Krishna and Juggernaut. Heavenly kings, heavenly queens, triune deities, earth-born gods, heaven-born prophets, apotheosized monarchs, demon-enlightened philosophers, saints, angels, devils, ghosts, apparitions, and sorceries. But worse than these sounds which but stun the ear and confound the intellect, what sights, O humankind, appall the heart! The rivers of earth run blood, nation set against nation, brother against brother, man against the companion of his bosom, and that soft companion maddened with the frenzy of insane remorse for imaginary crimes, fired with the rage of infatuated bigotry, or subdued to diseased helplessness and mental fatuity, renounces kindred, flies from social converse, and pines away a useless or mischievous existence in sighings and tremblings, spectral fears, uncharitable feelings, and bitter denunciations. Such are thy doings, O religion, or rather, such are thy doings, O man. While standing in a world so rich in sources of enjoyment, so stored with objects of real inquiry and attainable knowledge, yet shutting thine eyes, and worse, thine heart, to the tangible things and sentient creatures around thee, and winging thy diseased imagination beyond the light of the sun which gladdens thy world, and contemplation of the objects which are here to expand thy mind and quicken the pulses of thy heart, I will pray ye to observe how much of our positive misery originates in our idle speculations in matters of faith, and in our blind, our fearful forgetfulness of facts, our cold, heartless, and I will say insane indifference to visible causes of tangible evil, and visible sources of tangible happiness. Look to the walks of life, I beseech ye. Look into the public prints. Look into your sectarian churches. Look into the bosoms of families. Look into your own bosoms, and those of your fellow beings, and see how many of our disputes and dissensions, public and private, how many of our unjust actions, how many of our harsh judgments, how many of our uncharitable feelings spring out of our ignorant ambition to rend the veil which wraps from our human senses the knowledge of things unseen, and from our human faculties the conception of causes unknown. And oh, my fellow beings, do not these very words, unseen and unknown, warn the enthusiast against the profanity of such inquiries, and proclaim to the philosopher their futility? Do they not teach us that religion is no subject for instruction, and no subject for discussion? Will they not convince us that as beyond the horizon of our observation we can know nothing, so within that horizon's the only safe ground for us to meet in public? Every day we see sects splitting, creeds new modeling, and men forsaking old opinions only to quarrel about their opposites. I see three gods in one, says the Trinitarian, and excommunicates the Socinian, who sees a Godhead in unity. I see a heaven but no hell, says the Universalist, and disowns fellowship with such as may distinguish less. I see a heaven and hell also, beyond the stars, said lately the orthodox friend, and expelled his shorter-sighted brethren from the sanctuary. I seek them both in the heart of man, said the more spiritual follower of Penn, and straightway builded him up another temple, in which to quarrel with his neighbor, who perhaps only employs other words to express the same ideas. For myself, pretending to no insight into these mysteries, possessing no means of intercourse with the inhabitants of other worlds, confessing my absolute incapacity to see either as far back as a first cause, or as far forward as a last one, I am content to state to you, my fellow creatures, that all my studies, reading, reflection, and observation have obtained for me no knowledge beyond the sphere of our planet, our earthly interests, and our earthly duties; and that I more than doubt whether, should you expend all your time and all your treasure in the search, you will be able to acquire any better information respecting unseen worlds and future events than myself. The philosophical romance, A Few Days in Athens, though the first of Miss Wright's works, and written when she was very young, displays considerable power and eloquence. It is the most pleasing of all her writings. It is intended to portray the doctrines of Epicurus, and gives a picture of the Gargettian and the gardens of the Academy, surrounded by his pupils, calculated to counteract many of the popular and erroneous notions entertained of that philosopher's teachings. The following dialogue between Epicurus and his favorite, Theon, will afford the readers of the Half Hours an opportunity of judging how far Miss Wright has conveyed a truthful idea of Epicurus's ethical philosophy. On leaving you last night, said Theon, I encountered Cleanthes. He came from the perusal of your writings, and brought charges against them, which I was unprepared to answer. Let us hear them, my son. Perhaps until you shall have perused them yourself, we may assist your difficulty. First, that they deny the existence of the gods. I see but one other assertion that could equal that in folly, said Epicurus. I knew it, exclaimed Theon triumphantly. I knew it was impossible. But where will not prejudice lead men, when even the uptight Cleanthes is capable of slander? He is utterly incapable of it, said the master, and in the accuracy, in this case, I rather suspect to rest with you than with him. To deny the existence of the gods would indeed be a presumption in a philosopher, a presumption equaled only by that of him who should assert their existence. How? Exclaimed the youth, with a countenance in which astonishment seemed to suspend every other expression. As I never saw the gods, my son, calmly continued the sage, I cannot assert their existence, and that I never saw them is no reason for my denying it. But do we believe nothing except that of which we have ocular demonstration? Nothing, at least, for which we have not the evidence of one or more of our senses. That is, when we believe on just grounds, which I grant, taking men collectively, is very seldom. But where would this spirit lead us? To impiety, to atheism, to all against which I felt confidence in defending the character and philosophy of Epicurus. We will examine presently, my son, into the meaning of the terms you have employed. When you first entered the garden, your mind was unfit for the examination of the subject you have now started. It is no longer so, and we will therefore enter upon the inquiry, and pursue it in order. Forgive me if I acknowledge, said the youth, slightly recoiling from his instructor, some reluctance to enter on the discussion of truths, whose very discussion would seem to argue a doubt, and what then? That very doubt were a crime. If the doubt of any truth shall constitute a crime, then the belief of the same truth should constitute a virtue. Perhaps a duty would rather express it. When you charge the neglect of any duty as a crime, or account of its fulfillment a virtue, you suppose the existence of a power to neglect or fulfill, and it is the exercise of this power, in the one way or the other, which constitutes the merit or demerit. Is it not so? Certainly. Does the human mind possess the power to believe or disbelieve, at pleasure, any truths whatsoever? I am not prepared to answer, but I think it does, since it possesses always the power of investigation, but possibly not the will to exercise the power. Take care lest I beat you with your own weapons. I thought this very investigation appeared to you a crime. Your logic is too subtle, said the youth, for my inexperience. Say rather my reasoning too close. Did I bear you down with sounding words and weighty authorities, and confound your understanding with hair-drawn distinctions, you would be right to retreat from the battery. I have nothing to object to the fairness of your deductions, said Theon, but would not the doctrine be dangerous that should establish our inability to help our belief? And might we not stretch the principle until we asserted our inability to help our actions? We might, and with reason, but we will not now traverse the ethical pons asinorum of necessity, the most simple and evident of mortal truths, and the most darkened, tortured, and belabored by moral teachers. You inquire if the doctrine we have essayed to establish be not dangerous. I reply, not if it be true. Nothing is so dangerous as error. Nothing so safe as truth. A dangerous truth would be a contradiction in terms and an anomaly in things. But what is a truth? Said Theon. It is pertinently asked. A truth I consider to be an ascertained fact, which truth would be changed to an error the moment the fact on which it rested was disproved. I see then no fixed basis for truth. It surely has the most fixed of all, the nature of things, and it is only an imperfect insight into that nature which occasions all our erroneous conclusions, whether in physics or morals. But where, if we discard the gods and their will, as engraven on our hearts, are our guides in the search after truth? Our senses and our faculties, as developed in and by the exercise of our senses, are the only guides with which I am acquainted. And I do not see why, even admitting a belief in the gods, and in a superintending providence, the senses should not be viewed as the guides provided by them for our direction and instruction. But here is the evil attendant on an ungrounded belief, whatever be its nature. The moment we take one thing for granted, we take other things for granted. We are started in a wrong road, and it is seldom that we gain the right one, until we have trodden back our steps to the starting place. I know but of one thing that a philosopher should take for granted, and that only because he is forced to by an irresistible impulse of his nature, and because without doing so neither truth nor falsehood could exist for him. He must take for granted the existence of his senses. In other words, he must believe in the existence of things as they exist to his senses. I know of no other existence, and can therefore believe in no other. Although, reasoning from analogy, I may imagine other existences to be. This, for instance, I do as respects the gods. I see around me, in the world I inhabit, an infinite variety in the arrangement of matter, a multitude of sentient beings possessing different kinds and varying grades of power and intelligence, from the worm that crawls in the dust to the eagle that soars to the sun, and man who marks to the sun its course. It is possible, it is moreover probable, that in the worlds which I see not, in the boundless infinitude and eternal duration of matter, beings may exist of every countless variety, and varying grades of intelligence, inferior and superior to our own, until we descend to a minimum and rise to a maximum, to which the range of our observation affords no parallel, and of which our senses are inadequate to the conception. Thus far, my young friend, I believe in the gods, or in what you will of existences removed from the sphere of my knowledge. That you should believe, with positiveness, in one unseen existence or another, appears to me no crime, although it may appear to me unreasonable. And so my doubt of the same should appear to you no moral offense, although you might account it erroneous. I fear to fatigue your attention, and will therefore dismiss for the present these abstruse subjects. But we shall both be amply repaid for their discussion, if this truth remain with you, that an opinion, right or wrong, can never constitute a moral offense, nor be in itself a moral obligation. It may be mistaken, it may involve an absurdity or a contradiction. It is a truth, or it is an error. It can never be a crime or a virtue. Chapter 14. Miss Wright was a poetess as well as a politician and writer on ethics. In her 4th of July address, delivered in the New Harmony Hall in 1828, in commemoration of the American independence, is the following: Is there a thought can fill the human mind more pure, more vast, more generous, more refined, than that which guides the enlightened patriot's toil? Not he whose view is bounded by his soil, not he whose narrow heart can only shrine the land, the people that he calleth mine, not he who, to set up that land on high, will make whole nations bleed, whole nations die, not he who, calling that land's rights his pride, trampleth the rights of all the earth beside. No, he it is, the just, the generous soul, who owneth brotherhood with either pole, stretches from realm to realm his spacious mind, and guards the weal of all the human kind, holds freedom's banner o'er the earth unfurled, and stands the guardian patriot of a world. End of chapter 13 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. Read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Chapter 14 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers, Chapter 14, Epicurus. Epicurean, one who holds the principles of Epicurus, luxurious, contributing to luxury. Epicurism, the principles of Epicurus, luxury, sensual enjoyment, gross pleasure. The words with which this page is headed may be found in the current and established dictionaries of the present day, and it shall be our task to show that never was slander more foul, calumny more base, or libel more cowardly, than when it associated the words luxury and sensuality with the memory of the Athenian Epicurus. The much-worn anecdote of the brief endorsed "The defendant has no case, abuse the plaintiff's solicitor," will well apply here. The religionists had no case. The Epicurean philosophy was impregnable as far as theological attacks were concerned, and the theologians have, therefore, constantly and vehemently abused its founder, so that at last children have caught the cry as though it were the enunciation of a fact, and have grown into men believing that Epicurus was a sort of discriminating hog, who wallowed in the filth which some have miscalled pleasure. Epicurus was born in the early part of the year 344 B.C., the third year of the 109th Olympiad at Gargettus, in the neighborhood of Athens. His father, Neocles, was of the Aegean tribe. Some allege that Epicurus was born in the island of Samos, but according to others he was taken there when very young by his parents, who formed a portion of a colony of Athenian citizens sent to colonize Samos after its subjugation by Pericles. The father and mother of Epicurus were in very humble circumstances. His father was a schoolmaster, and his mother, Charistrata, acted as a kind of priestess, curing diseases, exorcising ghosts, and exercising other fabulous powers. Epicurus has been charged with sorcery, because he wrote several songs for his mother's solemn rites. Until 18, he remained at Samos and the neighboring isle of Teos, from whence he removed to Athens, where he resided until the death of Alexander, when disturbances arising, he fled to Colophon. This place, Mytilene and Lampsacus, formed the philosopher's residence until he was 36 years of age, at which time he founded a school in the neighborhood of Athens. He purchased a pleasant garden, where he taught his disciples until the time of his death. We are told by Laertius that those disciples who were regularly admitted into the school of Epicurus lived together, not in the manner of the Pythagoreans, who cast their possessions into a common stock, for this, in his opinion, implied mutual distrust rather than friendship, but upon such a footing of friendly attachment that each individual cheerfully supplied the necessities of his brother. The habits of the philosopher and his followers were temperate and exceedingly frugal, and formed a strong contrast to the luxurious, although refined manners of the Athenians. At the entrance of the garden, the visitor of Epicurus found the following inscription: "The hospitable keeper of this mansion, where you will find pleasure the highest good, will present you with barley cakes and water from the spring. These gardens will not provoke your appetite by artificial dainties, but satisfy it with natural supplies. Will you not then be well entertained?" And yet the owner of the garden, over the gate of which these words were placed, has been called a glutton and a stomach worshipper. From the age of 36 until his decease, he does not seem to have quitted Athens, except temporarily. When Demetrius besieged Athens, the Epicureans were driven into great difficulties for want of food, and it is said that Epicurus and his friends subsisted on a small quantity of beans which he possessed, and which he shared equally with them. The better to prosecute his studies, Epicurus lived a life of celibacy. Temperate and continent himself, he taught his followers to be so likewise, both by example and precept. He died 273 B.C., in the 73rd year of his age, and at that time his warmest opponents seem to have paid the highest compliments to his personal character. And on reading his life, and the detailed accounts of his teachings, it seems difficult to imagine what has induced the calumny which has been heaped upon his memory. We cannot quote from his own works, in his own words, because although he wrote very much, only a summary of his writings has come to us uninjured. but his doctrines have been so fully investigated and treated on, both by his opponents and his disciples, that there is no difficulty or doubt as to the principles inculcated in the school of Epicurus. The sum of his doctrine concerning philosophy in general is this: philosophy is the exercise of reason in the pursuit and attainment of a happy life, whence it follows that those studies which conduce neither to the acquisition nor the enjoyment of happiness are to be dismissed as of no value. The end of all speculation ought to be to enable men to judge with certainty what is to be chosen, and what to be avoided, to preserve themselves free from pain, and to secure health of body and tranquillity of mind. True philosophy is so useful to every man that the young should apply to it without delay, and the old should never be weary of the pursuit. For no man is either too young or too old to correct and improve his mind, and to study the art of happiness. Happy are they who possess by nature a free and vigorous intellect, and who are born in a country where they can prosecute their inquiries without restraint. For it is philosophy alone which raises a man above vain fears and base passions, and gives him the perfect command of himself. As nothing ought to be dearer to a philosopher than truth, he should pursue it by the most direct means, devising no actions himself, nor suffering himself to be imposed upon by the fictions of others, neither poets, orators, nor logicians, making no other use of the rules of rhetoric or grammar, than to enable him to speak or write with accuracy and perspicuity, and always preferring a plain and simple to an ornamented style. While some doubt of everything, and others profess to acknowledge everything, a wise man will embrace such tenets, and only such as are built upon experience, or upon certain and indisputable axioms. The following is a summary of his moral philosophy. The end of living, or the ultimate good, which is to be sought for its own sake, according to the universal opinion of mankind, is happiness. Yet men, for the most part, fail in the pursuit of this end, either because they do not form a right idea of the nature of happiness, or because they do not make use of proper means to attain it. Since it is every man's interest to be happy through the whole of his life, it is the wisdom of every one to employ philosophy in the search of felicity without delay, and there cannot be a greater folly than to be always beginning to live. The happiness which belongs to man is that state in which he enjoys as many of the good things, and suffers as few of the evils incident to human nature as possible, passing his days in a smooth course of permanent tranquillity. A wise man, though deprived of sight or hearing, may experience happiness in the enjoyment of the good things which yet remain; and when suffering torture, or laboring under some painful disease, can mitigate the anguish by patience, and can enjoy in his afflictions the consciousness of his own constancy. But it is impossible that perfect happiness can be possessed without the pleasure which attends freedom from pain, and the enjoyment of the good things of life. Pleasure is in its nature good, as pain is in its nature evil. The one is therefore to be pursued, and the other to be avoided, for its own sake. Pleasure or pain is not only good or evil in itself, but the measure of what is good or evil, in every object of desire or aversion, for the ultimate reason why we pursue one thing and avoid another is because we expect pleasure from the former and apprehend pain from the latter. If we sometimes decline a present pleasure, it is not because we are averse to pleasure itself, but because we conceive that in the present instance it will be necessarily connected with a greater pain. In like manner, if we sometimes voluntarily submit to a present pain, it is because we judge that it is necessarily connected with a greater pleasure. Although all pleasure is essentially good, and all pain essentially evil, it doth not thence necessarily follow that in every single instance the one ought to be pursued, and the other to be avoided. But reason is to be employed in distinguishing and comparing the nature and degrees of each, that the result may be a wise choice of that which shall appear to be, upon the whole, good. That pleasure is the first good, appears from the inclination which every animal, from its first birth, discovers to pursue pleasure, and avoid pain, and is confirmed by the universal experience of mankind, who are incited to action by no other principle than the desire of avoiding pain or obtaining pleasure. There are two kinds of pleasure, one consisting in a state of rest, in which both body and mind are undisturbed by any kind of pain; the other arising from an agreeable agitation of the senses, producing a correspondent emotion in the soul. It is upon the former of these that the enjoyment of life chiefly depends. Happiness may therefore be said to consist in bodily ease and mental tranquillity. When pleasure is asserted to be the end of living, we are not then to understand that violent kind of delight or joy which arises from the gratification of the senses and passions, but merely that placid state of mind which results from the absence of every cause of pain or uneasiness. Those pleasures which arise from agitation are not to be pursued as in themselves the end of living, but as means of arriving at that stable tranquillity in which true happiness consists. It is the office of reason to confine the pursuit of pleasure within the limits of nature, in order to the attainment of that happy state in which the body is free from every kind of pain, and the mind from all perturbation. This state must not, however, be conceived to be perfect in proportion as it is inactive and torpid, but in proportion as all the functions of life are quietly and pleasantly performed. A happy life neither resembles a rapid torrent nor a standing pool, but is like a gentle stream that glides smoothly and silently along. This happy state can only be obtained by a prudent care of the body and a steady government of the mind. The diseases of the body are to be prevented by temperance, or cured by medicine, or rendered tolerable by patience. Against the diseases of the mind, philosophy provides sufficient antidotes. The instruments which it employs for this purpose are the virtues, the root of which, whence all the rest proceed, is prudence. This virtue comprehends the whole art of living discreetly, justly, and honorably, and is, in fact, the same thing with wisdom. It instructs men to free their understandings from the clouds of prejudice, to exercise temperance and fortitude in the government of themselves, and to practice justice towards others. Although pleasure or happiness, which is the end of living, be superior to virtue, which is only the means, it is every one's interest to practice all the virtues, for in a happy life pleasure can never be separated from virtue. A prudent man, in order to secure his tranquillity, will consult his natural disposition in the choice of his plan of life. If, for example, he be persuaded that he should be happier in a state of marriage than in celibacy, he ought to marry. But if he be convinced that matrimony would be an impediment to his happiness, he ought to remain single. In like manner, such persons as are naturally active, enterprising, and ambitious, or such as, by the condition of their birth, are placed in the way of civil offices, should accommodate themselves to their nature and situation by engaging in public affairs; while such as are, from natural temper, fond of leisure and retirement, or, from experience or observation, are convinced that a life of public business would be inconsistent with their happiness, are unquestionably at liberty, except where particular circumstances call them to the service of their country, to pass their lives in obscure repose. Temperance is that discreet regulation of the desires and passions by which we are enabled to enjoy pleasures without suffering any consequent inconvenience. They who maintain such a constant self-command as never to be enticed by the prospect of present indulgence to do that which will be productive of evil, obtain the truest pleasure by declining pleasure. Since of desires some are natural and necessary, others are natural but not necessary, and others neither natural nor necessary, but the offspring of false judgment, it must be the office of temperance to gratify the first class as far as nature requires, to restrain the second within the bounds of moderation, and as to the third, resolutely to oppose and, if possible, entirely repress them. Sobriety, as opposed to inebriety and gluttony, is of admirable use in teaching men that nature is satisfied with a little, and enabling them to content themselves with simple and frugal fare. Such a manner of living is conducive to the preservation of health, renders a man alert and active in all the offices of life, affords him an exquisite relish of the occasional varieties of a plentiful board, and prepares him to meet every reverse of fortune without the fear of want. Continence is a branch of temperance which prevents the diseases, infamy, remorse, and punishment to which those are exposed who indulge themselves in unlawful amours. Music and poetry, which are often employed as incentives to licentious pleasure, are to be cautiously and sparingly used. Gentleness, as opposed to an irascible temper, greatly contributes to the tranquillity and happiness of life, by preserving the mind from perturbation, and arming it against the assaults of calumny and malice. A wise man who puts himself under the government of reason will be able to receive an injury with calmness, and to treat the person who committed it with lenity; for he will rank injuries among the casual events of life, and will prudently reflect that he can no more stop the natural current of human passions than he can curb the stormy winds. Refractory servants in a family should be chastised, and disorderly members of a state punished without wrath. Moderation in the pursuit of honors or riches is the only security against disappointment and vexation. A wise man, therefore, will prefer the simplicity of rustic life to the magnificence of courts. Future events a wise man will consider as uncertain, and will therefore neither suffer himself to be elated with confident expectation, nor to be depressed by doubt and despair, for both are equally destructive of tranquillity. It will contribute to the enjoyment of life to consider death as the perfect termination of a happy life, which it becomes us to close like satisfied guests, neither regretting the past nor anxious for the future. Fortitude, the virtue which enables us to endure pain and to banish fear, is of great use in producing tranquillity. Philosophy instructs us to pay homage to the gods, not through hope or fear, but from veneration of their superior nature. It moreover enables us to conquer the fear of death, by teaching us that it is no proper object of terror, since whilst we are, death is not, and when death arrives, we are not; so that it neither concerns the living nor the dead. The only evils to be apprehended are bodily pain and distress of mind. Bodily pain it becomes a wise man to endure with patience and firmness, because if it be slight, it may easily be borne, and if it be intense, it cannot last long. Mental distress commonly arises not from nature, but from opinion. A wise man will therefore arm himself against this kind of suffering by reflecting that the gifts of fortune, the loss of which he may be inclined to deplore, were never his own, but depended upon circumstances which he could not command. If, therefore, they happen to leave him, he will endeavor as soon as possible to obliterate the remembrance of them, by occupying his mind in pleasant contemplation and engaging in agreeable avocations. Justice respects man as living in society, and is the common bond without which no society can subsist. This virtue, like the rest, derives its value from its tendency to promote the happiness of life. Not only is it never injurious to the man who practices it, but nourishes in his mind calm reflections and pleasant hopes, whereas it is impossible that the mind in which injustice dwells should not be full of disquietude. Since it is impossible that iniquitous actions should promote the enjoyment of life, as much as remorse of conscience, legal penalties, and public disgrace must increase its troubles, every one who follows the dictates of sound reason will practice the virtues of justice, equity, and fidelity. In society, the necessity of the mutual exercise of justice, in order to the common enjoyment of the gifts of nature, is the ground of those laws by which it is prescribed. It is the interest of every individual in a state to conform to the laws of justice, for by injuring no one, and rendering to every man his due, he contributes his part towards the preservation of that society, upon the perpetuity of which his own safety depends. Nor ought any one to think that he is at liberty to violate the rights of his fellow citizens, provided he can do it securely. For he who has committed an unjust action can never be certain that it will not be discovered, and however successfully he may conceal it from others, this will avail him little, since he cannot conceal it from himself. In different communities, different laws may be instituted according to the circumstances of the people who compose them. Whatever is thus prescribed is to be considered as a rule of justice, so long as the society shall judge the observance of it to be for the benefit of the whole. But whenever any rule of conduct is found upon experience not to be conducive to the public good, being no longer useful, it should no longer be prescribed. Nearly allied to justice are the virtues of beneficence, compassion, gratitude, piety, and friendship. He who confers benefits upon others procures to himself the satisfaction of seeing the stream of plenty spreading around him from the fountain of his beneficence. At the same time he enjoys the pleasure of being esteemed by others. The exercise of gratitude, filial affection, and reverence for the gods is necessary in order to avoid the hatred and contempt of all men. Friendships are contracted for the sake of mutual benefit, but by degrees they ripen into such disinterested attachment that they are continued without any prospect of advantage. Between friends there is a kind of league, that each will love the other as himself. A true friend will partake of the wants and sorrows of his friend, as if they were his own. If he be in want, he will relieve him. If he be in prison, he will visit him. If he be sick, he will come to him. Nay, situations may occur in which he would not scruple to die for him. It cannot then be doubted that friendship is one of the most useful means of procuring a secure, tranquil, and happy life. No man will, we think, find anything in the foregoing summary to justify the foul language used against Epicurus and his moral philosophy. The secret is in the physical doctrines, and this secret is, that Epicurus was actually, if not intentionally, an atheist. The following is a summary of his physical doctrine. Nothing can ever spring from nothing, nor can anything ever return to nothing. The universe always existed, and will always remain. For there is nothing into which it can be changed. There is nothing in nature, nor can anything be conceived besides body and space. Body is that which possesses the properties of bulk, figure, resistance, and gravity. It is this alone which can touch or be touched. Space is the region which is or may be occupied by body, and which affords it an opportunity of moving freely. That there are bodies in the universe is attested by the senses. That there is also space is evident, since otherwise bodies would have no place in which to move or exist, and of their existence and motion we have the certain proof of perception. Besides these, no third nature can be conceived, for such a nature must either have bulk and solidity, or want them. That is, it must either be a body or space. This does not, however, preclude the existence of qualities which have no subsistence but in the body to which they belong. The universe, consisting of body and space, is infinite, for it has no limits. Bodies are infinite in multitude. Space is infinite in magnitude. The term above or beneath, high or low, cannot be properly applied to infinite space. The universe is to be conceived as immovable, since beyond it there is no place into which it can move; and as eternal and immutable, since it is neither liable to increase nor decrease, to production nor decay. Nevertheless, the parts of the universe are in motion, and are subject to change. All bodies consist of parts, of which they are composed, and into which they may be resolved. And these parts are either themselves simple principles, or may be resolved into such. These first principles, or simple atoms, are divisible by no force, and therefore must be immutable. This may also be inferred from the uniformity of nature, which could not be preserved if its principles were not certain and consistent. The existence of such atoms is evident, since it is impossible that anything which exists should be reduced to nothing. A finite body cannot consist of parts infinite, either in magnitude or number. Divisibility of bodies ad infinitum is therefore conceivable. All atoms are of the same nature, or differ in no essential qualities. From their different effects upon the senses it appears, however, that they differ in magnitude, figure, and weight. Atoms exist in every possible variety of figure, round, oval, conical, cubical, sharp, hooked, etc. But in every shape they are, on account of their solidity, infrangible, or incapable of actual division. Gravity must be an essential property of atoms, for since they are perpetually in motion, or making an effort to move, they must be moved by an internal impulse, which may be called gravity. The principle of gravity, that internal energy which is the cause of all motion, whether simple or complex, being essential to the primary corpuscles or atoms, they must have been incessantly, and from eternity, in actual motion. Epicurus, who boasts that he was an inquirer and a philosopher in his 13th year, was scarcely likely to bow his mind to the mythology of his country. The man who, when he was but a schoolboy, insisted upon an answer to the question, whence came chaos, could hardly be expected to receive as admitted facts the fabulous legends as to Jupiter and the other gods. His theology is, however, in some respects obscure and unintelligible, for while he zealously opposed the popular fables, which men misname God ideas, he at the same time admitted the existence of material gods, whom he placed in the intervals between the infinite worlds, where they passed a life undisturbed by aught, and enjoyed a happiness which does not admit of augmentation. These inactive gods play a strange part in the system of Epicurus, and it is asserted by many that these extraordinary conceptions of deity were put forward by the philosopher to screen him from the consequences attaching to a charge of atheism. Dr. Heinrich Ritter, who does not seem very friendly disposed towards Epicurus or his philosophy, repudiates this notion, and argues Epicurus was not in truth an atheist, and alleges that it was a mere pretense on his part, and that from his very theory of knowledge the existence of gods could be deduced. This has been much litigated. Vide Electric Review for 1806, page 606. It is quite evident that Epicurus neither regarded the gods in the capacity of creators, controllers, or rulers, so that his theism, if it be theism, was not of a very superstitious character. The God who neither created man nor exercised any influence whatever over his actions or thinkings could have but little to do with man at all. If we attempt to review the whole of the teachings of Epicurus, we and they are defective and imperfect in many respects, and necessarily so. We say necessarily so, because the imperfect science of the day limited the array of facts presented to the philosopher, and narrowed the base upon which he was to erect his system. We must expect, therefore, to find the structure weak in many points, because it was too large for the foundation. But we are not, therefore, to pass it on one side, and without further notice. It should rather be our task to lay good, wide, and sure foundations, on which to build up a system, and develop a method really having for its end the happiness of mankind. We live 2,000 years later than the Athenian philosopher. In those 2,000 years, many facts have been dragged out of the circle of the unknown and unused. Astronomy, geology, physiology, psychology, all except theology, are better understood. Men pretend they are searching after happiness, and where do they try to find it? Not here amongst the known, but in the possible hereafter, amongst the unknowable. How do they try to find it? Not by the aid of the known, not by the light of facts, gathered in years of toil, and sanctified by the blood of some of the noblest of truth's noble martyrs. No, but in the darkness of the unknown and unknowable, in the next world. Question the men who fly to theology for happiness, and they will tell you that the most learned of the theologians sum up their knowledge in the word incomprehensible. Is it wonderful that their happiness is somewhat marred here by quarrels as to the true definition of hereafter? G.H. Lewes says of the Epicurean philosophy that the attempt failed because the basis was not broad enough. The Epicureans are therefore to be regarded as men who ventured on a great problem and failed because they only saw part of the truth. And we might add that Christianity and every other religious entity fails because the professors expect to obtain happiness in the next life and neglect to work for it in the present one. Epicurus says no life can be pleasant except a virtuous life, and he charges you to avoid whatever may be calculated to create disquiet in the mind, or give pain to the body. The Reverend Habakkuk Smilino of Bethel says that all pleasure here is vanity and vexation in the hereafter, and he charges you to continually worry and harass your mind with fears that you may be condemned to hell, and doubts whether you will be permitted to enter heaven. Which is the best, the philosophy of Epicurus or the theology of Smilino? G.H. Levis says, Epicureanism, in leading man to a correct appreciation of the moral end of his existence, in showing him how to be truly happy, has to combat with many obstructions, which hide from him the real road of life. These obstructions are his illusions, his prejudices, his errors, his ignorance. The ignorance is of two kinds, as Victor Cousin points out. Ignorance of the laws of the external world, which creates absurd superstition, and troubles the mind with false fears and false hopes. Hence the necessity of some knowledge of physics. We can scarcely blame Epicurus that he was not in advance of his time, as far as the physical sciences are concerned, and therefore imparted an imperfect system of physics. We must, with our improved knowledge ourselves, remove the obstruction. The second kind of ignorance is that of the nature of man. Socrates had taught men to regard their own nature as the great object of investigation, and this lesson Epicurus willingly gave ear to. But man does not interrogate his own nature out of simple curiosity or simple erudition. He studies his nature in order that he may improve it. He learns the extent of his capacities in order that he may properly direct them. The aim, therefore, of all such inquiries must be happiness. We may add that the result of all such inquiries will be happiness, if the inquirer will but base his investigation and experiments upon facts. Let him understand that as he improves the circumstances which surround him, so will he advance himself, becoming happier, and making his fellows happy also. Remember the words of Epicurus, and seek that pleasure for yourself which appears the most durable, and attended with the greatest pleasure to your fellow men. End of chapter 14 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh. Recorded for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Chapter 15, Zeno the Stoic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh. Chapter 15, Zeno the Stoic. In the previous number we gave a short sketch of the opinions of Epicurus. In this we shall deal with the founder of a rival sect, the Stoics. Amongst the disciples and students in the Stoic schools have been many illustrious names, and not the least worthy is the name with which we are now dealing. Zeno was born at Citius, a small maritime town in the island of Cyprus. This place having been originally peopled by a colony of Phoenicians, Zeno is sometimes called a Phoenician, but at the period when he flourished, it was chiefly inhabited by Greeks. The date of his birth is uncertain, but must have been about the year B.C. 362. His father was a merchant, and Zeno appears to have been, in the early part of his life, engaged in mercantile pursuits. He received a very liberal education from his father, whom we are told perceived in his son a strong inclination for philosophical studies, and who purchased for Zeno the writings of the Socratic philosophers, which were studied with avidity, and which undoubtedly exercised a considerable influence over his future thinkings. When about 30 years of age, he made a trading voyage from Citius to Athens, with a very valuable cargo of Phoenician purple, but was unfortunately shipwrecked on the coast of Greece, and the whole of his freight destroyed. It is supposed that this severe loss, which must have considerably reduced his means, materially influenced Zeno, and induced him to embrace the tenets of the Cynics, whose leading principle was a contempt of riches. We are told that upon his first arrival in Athens, he went into the shop of a bookseller, and took up, by accident, a volume of "The Commentaries of Xenophon." After reading a few pages, Zeno was so much delighted with the work, that he asked the bookseller to direct him where he might meet such men as the author. Crates, the Cynic philosopher, passed by at the time, and the bookseller said, "Follow that man." He did so, and after listening to several of his discourses, was so pleased with the doctrines of the Cynics, that he became a disciple. He did not long remain attached to the Cynic school. Their peculiar manners were too gross for him, and his energetic and inquiring mind was too much cramped by that indifference to all scientific investigation which was one of their leading characteristics. He therefore sought instruction elsewhere, and Stilpo of Megara became his teacher, from whom he acquired the art of disputation, in which he afterwards became so proficient. The Cynics were displeased at his following other philosophy, and we are told that Crates attempted to drag him by force out of the school of Stilpo, on which Zeno said, "You may seize my body, but Stilpo has laid hold of my mind." The Megaric doctrine was, however, insufficient. Zeno was willing to learn all that Stilpo could teach, but having learned all, his restless and insatiable appetite for knowledge required more, and after an attendance of several years upon the lectures of Stilpo, he passed over to the expositors of Plato, Xenocrates, and Polemo. The latter philosopher appears to have penetrated Zeno's design in attending the various schools, i.e., to collect materials from various quarters for a new system of his own, and when he came to the school, Polemo said, "I am no stranger, Zeno, to your Phoenician arts. I perceive that your design is to creep slyly into my garden and steal away my fruit." After 20 years of studying, having mastered the tenets of various schools, Zeno determined to become the founder of a sect himself. In accordance with this determination, he opened a school in a public portico, called the Painted Porch, from the pictures of Polygnotus, and other eminent painters, with which it was adorned. This portico became famous in Athens, and was called Stoa, the Porch. From this Stoa the school derived its name, the students being called the Stoics. Zeno was a subtle reasoner, and exceedingly popular. He taught a strict system of morals, and exhibited a pleasing picture of moral discipline in his own life. As a man, his character appears deserving of the highest respect. He became exceedingly respected and revered at Athens for the probity and severity of his life and manners, and consistency thereof with his doctrine. He possessed so large a share of public esteem, that the Athenians decreed him a golden crown, and on account of his approved integrity, deposited the keys of their citadel in his hands. Antiguus Gonates, king of Macedon, was a constant attendant at his lectures whilst at Athens, and when that monarch returned, he earnestly invited Zeno to his court. During the philosopher's lifetime, the Athenians erected a statue of brass as a mark of the estimation in which they held him. Zeno lived to the extreme age of 98, when, as he was leaving his school one day, he fell and broke his finger. The consciousness of his infirmity afflicted him so much, that he exclaimed, "Why am I thus importuned? Earth, I obey thy summons," and immediately going home, he put his affairs in order, and strangled himself. In person, Zeno was tall and slender, his brow was furrowed with thought, and this, with his long and close application to study, gave a tinge of severity to his aspect. Although of a feeble constitution, he preserved his health by his great abstemiousness. his diet consisting of figs, breads, and honey. He was plain and modest in his dress and habits, and very frugal in all his expenses, showing the same respect for the poor as for the rich, and conversing as freely with the slave as he did with the king. Independent in spirit, he broke off all communication with his friend Democharis, because that person had offered to procure a gratuity for Zeno from the king of Macedon. His system appears to have been little more than a collection from his various lessons of whatever was most in unison with his peculiar habit of thought, and an attempt to reconcile and combine in one system the various elements of different theories. Taking from so many schools various portions of their doctrine, he seems to have provoked the antagonism of many of his contemporaries, and several philosophers of learning and ability employed their eloquence to diminish the growing influence of the new school. Towards the close of his life, he found a powerful antagonist in the person of Epicurus, and the Epicureans and Stoics have since treated each other as rival sects. Zeno's school appears to have been generally a resort for the poor, and it was a common joke amongst his adversaries that poverty was the charm for which he was indebted for his scholars. The list of his disciples, however, contains the names of some very rich and powerful men, who may have regarded the Stoic theory as a powerful counter-agent to the growing effeminacy of the age. After Zeno's death, the Athenians, at the request of Antigonus, erected a monument to his memory in Ceramicura. From the particulars which have been related concerning Zeno, it will not be difficult to perceive what kind of influence his circumstances and character must have had upon his philosophical system. If his doctrines be diligently compared with the history of his life, it will appear, that having attended upon many eminent preceptors, and being intimately conversant with their opinions, he compiled, out of their various tenets, an heterogeneous system, on the credit of which he assumed to himself the title of the founder of a new sect. The dialectic arts which Zeno learned in the school of Diodorus Cronus, he did not fail to apply to the support of his own system, and to communicate to his followers. As to the moral doctrine of the Cynic sect, to which Zeno strictly adhered to the last, there can be no doubt that he transferred it almost without alloy into his own school. In morals, the principal difference between the Cynics and the Stoics was that the former disdained the cultivation of nature, the latter affected to rise above it. On the subject of physics, Zeno received his doctrine through the channel of the Platonic school, as will fully appear from a careful comparison of their respective systems. The Stoic philosophy being in this manner of heterogeneous origin, it necessarily partook of the several systems of which it was composed. The idle quibbles, jejune reasoning, and imposing sophisms, which so justly exposed the schools of the dialectic philosophers to ridicule, found their way into the porch, where much time was wasted and much ingenuity thrown away upon questions of no importance. Cicero censures the Stoics for encouraging in their schools a barren kind of disputation, and employing themselves in determining trifling questions, in which the disputants can have no interest, and which at the close leave them neither wiser nor better; and that this censure is not, as some modern advocates for Stoicism have maintained, a mere calumny, but grounded upon fact, sufficiently appears from what is said by the ancients, particularly by Sextus Empiricus, concerning the logic of the Stoics. Seneca, who was himself a Stoic, candidly acknowledges this. It may, perhaps, be thought surprising that philosophers who affected so much gravity and wisdom should condescend to such trifling occupations. But it must be considered that, at this time, a fondness for subtle disputations so generally prevailed in Greece, that excellence in the arts of reasoning and sophistry was a sure path to fame. The Stoics, with whom vanity was unquestionably a ruling passion, were ambitious for this kind of reputation. Hence it was that they engaged with so much vehemence in verbal contests, and that they largely contributed towards the confusion instead of the improvement of science, by substituting vague and ill-defined terms in the room of accurate conceptions. The moral part of the Stoic philosophy, in like manner, partook of the defects of its origin. It may be as justly objected against the Stoics as the Cynics, that they assumed an artificial severity of manners, and a tone of virtue above the condition of a man. Their doctrine of moral wisdom was an ostentatious display of words, in which little regard was paid to nature and reason. It professed to raise human nature to a degree of perfection before unknown, but its real effect was merely to amuse the ear and captivate the fancy with fictions which can never be realized. The extravagancies and absurdities of the Stoical philosophy may also be in some measure ascribed to the vehement contests which subsisted between Zeno and the Academics on the one hand, and between him and Epicurus on the other. For not only did these disputes give rise to many of the dogmas of Stoicism, but led Zeno and his followers, in the warmth of controversy, to drive their arguments to the utmost extremity, and to express themselves with much greater confidence than they would probably otherwise have done. This is perhaps the true reason why so many extravagant notions are ascribed to the Stoics, particularly upon the subject of morals. Whilst Epicurus taught his followers to seek happiness in tranquillity, Zeno imagined his wise man not only free from all sense of pleasure, but void of all passions and emotions, and capable of being happy in the midst of torture. That he might avoid the position taken by the Epicureans, he had recourse to a moral institution which bore indeed the lofty front of wisdom, but which was elevated far above the condition and powers of human nature. The natural disposition of Zeno and his manner of life had, moreover, no inconsiderable influence in fixing the peculiar character of his philosophy. By nature severe and morose, and constitutionally inclined to reserve and melancholy, he early cherished this habit by submitting to the austere and rigid discipline of the Cynics. Those qualities which he conceived to be meritorious in himself, and which he found to conciliate the admiration of mankind, he naturally transferred to his imaginary character of a wise or perfect man. In order to form an accurate judgment concerning the doctrine of the Stoics, besides a careful attention to the particulars already enumerated, it will be necessary to guard with the utmost caution against two errors, into which several writers have fallen. Great care should be taken, in the first place, not to judge of the doctrine of the Stoics from words and sentiments, detached from the general system, but to consider them as they stand, related to the whole train of premises and conclusions. The second caution is, not to confound the genuine doctrines of Zeno and other ancient fathers of this sect with the glosses of the later Stoics. Out of the many proofs of this change which might be adduced, we shall select one, which is the more worthy of notice, as it has occasioned many disputes among the learned. The doctrine we mean is that concerning fate. This doctrine, according to Zeno and Chrysippus, implies an eternal and immutable series of causes and effects, within which all events are included, and to which the Deity himself is subject. Whereas the later Stoics, changing the term fate into the providence of God, discoursed with great plausibility on this subject, but still in reality retained the ancient doctrine of universal fate. From this example, a judgment may be formed concerning the necessity of using some caution, in appealing to the writings of Seneca, Antoninus, and Epictetus, as authorities in determining what were the original doctrines of the Stoic philosophers. Concerning philosophy in general, the doctrine of the Stoics was, that wisdom consists in the knowledge of things divine and human; that philosophy is such an exercise of the mind as produces wisdom; that in this exercise consists the nature of virtue; and consequently that virtue is a term of extensive meaning, comprehending the right employment of the mind in reasoning, in the study of nature, and in morals. The wisdom of the Stoics is either progressive through several stages, or perfect, when every weakness is subdued and every error corrected, without the possibility of a relapse into folly or vice, or of being again enslaved by any passion, or afflicted by any calamity. With Socrates and the Cynics, Zeno represented virtue as the only true wisdom. But being disposed to extend the pursuits of his wise man into the regions of speculation and science, he gave, after his usual manner, a new signification to an old term, and comprehended the exercise of the understanding in the search of truth, as well as the government of the appetites and passions, under the general term virtue. The great importance of the united exercise of the intellectual and active powers of the mind are thus beautifully asserted by the philosophical emperor: "Let every one endeavor so to think and act, that his contemplative and active faculties may at the same time be going on towards perfection. His clear conceptions and certain knowledge will then produce within him an entire confidence in himself, unperceived perhaps by others, though not affectedly concealed, which will give a simplicity and dignity to his character, for he will at all times be able to judge, concerning the several objects which come before him, what is their real nature, what place they hold in the universe, how long they are by nature fitted to last, of what materials they are composed, by whom they may be possessed, and who is able to bestow them or take them away." The sum of the definitions and rules given by the Stoics concerning logic is this: logic is either rhetorical or dialectic. Rhetorical logic is the art of reasoning and discoursing on those subjects which require a diffuse kind of declamation. Dialectic is the art of close argumentation in the form of disputation or dialogue. The former resembles an open, the latter a closed hand. Rhetoric is of three kinds: deliberative, judicial, and demonstrative. The dialectic art is the instrument of knowledge, as it enables a man to distinguish truth from error, and certainty from bare probability. This art considers things as expressed by words, and words themselves. External things are perceived by a certain impression, made either upon some parts of the brain or upon the percipient faculty, which may be called an image, since it is impressed upon the mind like the image of a seal upon wax. This image is commonly accompanied with a belief of the reality of the thing perceived, but not necessarily, since it does not accompany every image, but those only which are not attended with any evidence of deception. Where only the image is perceived by itself, the thing is apprehensible. Where it is acknowledged and approved as the image of some real thing, the impression is called apprehension, because the object is apprehended by the mind as a body is grasped by the hand. Such apprehension, if it will bear the examination of reason, is knowledge. If it is not examined, it is mere opinion. If it will not bear this examination, it is misapprehension. The senses, corrected by reason, give a faithful report, not by affording a perfect apprehension of the entire nature of things, but by leaving no room to doubt of their reality. Nature has furnished us with these apprehensions as the elements of knowledge, whence further conceptions are raised in the mind, and a way is opened for the investigations of reason. Some images are sensible, or received immediately through the senses; others rational, which are perceived only in the mind. These latter are called notions or ideas. Some images are probable, to which the mind assents without hesitation; others improbable, to which it does not readily assent; and others doubtful, where it is not entirely perceived whether they are true or false. True images are those which arise from things really existing, and agree with them. False images, or phantasms, are immediately derived from no real object. Images are apprehended by immediate perception through the senses, as when we see a man; consequentially by likeness, as when from a portrait we apprehend the original; by composition, as when, by compounding a horse and man, we acquire the image of a centaur; by augmentation, as in the image of a cyclops; or by diminution, as in that of a pygmy. Judgment is employed either in determining concerning particular things, or concerning general propositions. In judging of things we make use of some one of our senses, as a common criterion or measure of apprehension, by which we judge whether a thing is or is not, whether or not it exists with certain properties; or we apply to the thing concerning which a judgment is to be formed some artificial measure, as a balance, a rule, etc., or we call in other peculiar measures to determine things not perceptible by the senses. In judging of general propositions, we make use of our preconceptions, or universal principles, as criteria or measures of judgment. The first impressions from the senses produce in the mind an involuntary emotion, but a wise man afterwards deliberately examines them, that he may know whether they be true or false, and assents to or rejects them, as the evidence which offers itself to his understanding appears sufficient or insufficient. This assent or approbation will indeed be as necessarily given or withheld according to the ultimate state of the proofs which are adduced, as the scales of a balance will sink or rise according to the weights which are placed upon them. But while the vulgar give immediate credit to the reports of the senses, wise men suspend their assent till they have deliberately examined the nature of things, and carefully estimated the weight of evidence. The mind of man is originally like a blank leaf, wholly without characters, but capable of receiving any. The impressions which are made upon it by means of the senses remain in the memory after the objects which occasioned them are removed. A succession of these continued impressions, made by similar objects, produces experience, and hence arises permanent notions, opinions, and knowledge. Even universal principles are originally formed by experience from sensible images. All men agree in their common notions or preconceptions. Disputes only arise concerning the application of these to particular cases. Let us pass on to the Stoical doctrine concerning nature. According to Zeno and his followers, there existed from eternity a dark and confused chaos, in which was contained the first principles of all future beings. This chaos being at length arranged, and emerging into variable forms, became the world as it now subsists. The world, or nature, is that whole which comprehends all things, and of which all things are parts and members. The universe, though one whole, contains two principles, distinct from elements, one passive, the other active. The passive principle is pure matter without qualities. The active principle is reason, or God. This is the fundamental doctrine of the Stoics concerning nature. The Stoical system teaches that both the active and passive principles in nature are corporeal, since whatever acts or suffers must be so. The efficient cause, or God, is pure ether, or fire, inhabiting the exterior surface of the heavens, where every thing which is divine is placed. This ethereal substance of divine fire comprehends all the vital principles by which individual beings are necessarily produced, and contains the forms of things which from the highest regions of the universe are diffused through every other part of nature. Seneca, indeed, calls God incorporeal reason, but by this term he can only mean to distinguish the divine ethereal substance from gross bodies; for, according to the Stoics, whatever has a substantial existence is corporeal. Nothing is incorporeal, except that infinite vacuum which surrounds the universe. Even mind and voice are corporeal, and in like manner deity. Matter, or the passive principle, in the Stoical system, is destitute of all qualities, but ready to receive any form, inactive and without motion, unless moved by some external cause. The contrary principle, or the ethereal operative fire, being active, and capable of producing all things from matter, with consummate skill, according to the forms which it contains, although in its nature corporeal, considered in opposition to gross and sluggish matter, or to the elements, is said to be immaterial and spiritual. For want of carefully attending to the preceding distinction, some writers have been so far imposed upon by the bold innovations of the Stoics in the use of terms, as to inter from the appellations which they sometimes apply to the Deity, that they conceived him to be strictly and properly incorporeal. The truth appears to be, that as they sometimes spoke of the soul of man, a portion of the divinity, as an exceedingly rare and subtle body, and sometimes as a warm or fiery spirit, so they spoke of the Deity as corporeal, considered as distinct from the incorporeal vacuum or infinite space, but as spiritual, considered in opposition to gross and inactive matter. They taught, indeed, that God is underived, incorruptible, and eternal, possessed of intelligence, good and perfect, the efficient cause of all the peculiar qualities or forms of things, and the constant preserver and governor of the world. And they described the Deity under many noble images, and in the most elevated language. The hymn of Clinthus, in particular, is justly admired for the grandeur of its sentiments, and the sublimity of its diction. But if in reading these descriptions we hastily associate with them modern conceptions of Deity, and neglect to recur to the leading principles of the sect, we shall be led into fundamental misapprehensions of the true doctrine of Stoicism. For according to this sect, God and matter are alike underived and eternal, and God is the former of the universe in no other sense than as he has been the necessary, efficient cause, by which motion and form have been impressed upon matter. What notions the Stoics entertained of God sufficiently appears from the single opinion of his finite nature, an opinion which necessarily followed from the motion that he is only a part of a spherical, and therefore a finite universe. On the doctrine of divine providence, which was one of the chief points upon which the Stoics disputed with the Epicureans, much is written, and with great strength and elegance, by Seneca, Epictetus, and later Stoics, but we are not to judge of the genuine and original doctrine of this sect from the discourses of writers who had probably corrupted their language on this subject by visiting the Christian school. The only way to form an accurate judgment of their opinions concerning providence is to compare their popular language upon this head with their general system, and explaining the former consistently with the fundamental principles of the latter. If this be fairly done, it will appear that the agency of Deity is, according to the Stoics, nothing more than the active motion of a celestial ether, or fire, possessed of intelligence, which at first gave form to the shapeless mass of gross matter, and being always essentially united to the visible world by the same necessary agency, preserves its order and harmony. The Stoic idea of providence is, not that of a being, wholly independent of matter, freely directing and governing all things, but that of a necessary chain of causes and effects, arising from the action of a power which is itself a part of the existence which it regulates, and which, equally with that existence, is subject to the immutable law of necessity. Providence, in the Stoic creed, is only another name for absolute necessity, or fate, to which God and matter, or the universe, which consists of both, is immutably subject. The rational, efficient, and active principle in nature, the Stoics called by various names: nature, fate, Jupiter, God. What is nature, says Seneca, but God, the divine reason, inherent in the whole universe, and in all its parts? Or you may call him, if you please, the author of all things. And again, whatever appellations imply celestial power and energy, may be justly applied to God. His names may properly be as numerous as his offices. The term nature, when it is at all distinguished in the Stoic system from God, denotes not a separate agent, but that order of things which is necessarily produced by his perpetual agency. Since the active principle of nature is comprehended within the world, and with matter makes one whole, it necessarily follows that God penetrates, pervades, and animates matter, and the things which are formed from it; or, in other words, that he is the soul of the universe. The universe is, according to Zeno and his followers, a sentient and animated being. Nor was this a new tenet, but in some sort the doctrine of all antiquity. Pythagoras, Heraclitus, and after these, Zeno, taking it for granted that there is no real existence which is not corporeal, conceived nature to be one whole, consisting of a subtle ether and gross matter, the former the active, the latter the passive principle, as essentially united as the soul and body of man, that is, they supposed God, with respect to nature, to be, not a coexisting, but an informing principle. Concerning the second principle in the universe, matter, and concerning the visible world, the doctrine of the Stoics is briefly this: matter is the first essence of all things, destitute of, but capable of receiving, qualities. Considered universally, it is an eternal whole, which neither increases nor decreases. Considered with respect to its parts, it is capable of increase or diminution, of collision and separation, and is perpetually changing. Bodies are continually tending towards dissolution. Matter always remains the same. Matter is not infinite, but finite, being circumscribed by the limits of the world, but its parts are infinitely divisible. The world is spherical in its form, and is surrounded by an infinite vacuum. The action of the divine nature upon matter first produced the element of moisture, and then the other elements, fire, air, and earth, of which all bodies are composed. Air and fire have essential levity, or tend towards the exterior surface of the world. Earth and water have essential gravity, or tend towards the center. All the elements are capable of reciprocal conversion, air passing into fire or into water, earth into air and water. But there is this essential difference among the elements, that fire and air have within themselves a principle of motion, while water and earth are merely passive. The world includes the whole of nature, God and matter, subsisted from eternity, and will forever subsist. But the present regular frame of nature had a beginning, and will have an end. The parts tend towards a dissolution, but the whole remains immutably the same. The world is liable to destruction from the prevalence of moisture or of dryness, the former producing a universal inundation, the latter a universal conflagration. These succeed each other in nature as regularly as winter and summer. When the universal inundation takes place, the whole surface of the earth is covered with water, and all animal life is destroyed. After which nature is renewed, and subsists as before, till the element of fire, becoming prevalent in its turn, dries up all the moisture, converts every substance into its own nature, and at last, by a universal conflagration, reduces the world to its pristine state. At this period, all material forms are lost in one chaotic mass. All animated nature is reunited to the Deity, and nature again exists in its original form, as one whole, consisting of God and matter. From this chaotic state, however, it again emerges by the energy of the efficient principle, and gods and men and all the forms of regulated nature are renewed, and to be dissolved and renewed in endless succession. The above is collated from Ritter, Enfield, and Levis, as a specimen of one of the earlier phases of Freethought. Freethought, as then expressed, had many faults and flaws, but it has grown better every day, extending and widening its circle of utterance, and we hope that it will continue to do so. End chapter 15 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. Read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina. If you like, you can follow me on Twitter at ThatDarnTed. Chapter 16 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh, Chapter 16, Matthew Tindall. It is easy to mark the progress of the age by recurring to the history of past freethinkers. Bishops, established and dissenting, are now repeating the parts the old deist played. They were sadly treated for setting the example modern divines follow with applause. Matthew Tindall was an example of this. He labored to establish religion on the foundation of reason and nature. It was to be expected that Christians would be pleased at efforts which would have no effect but to strengthen its foundations. The effort was met by reprobation, and resented as an injury. It is but a just retaliation that believers should now have to establish in vain that evidence they once denounced. Matthew Tindall was an English deistical writer, who was born at Beer Terrace in Devonshire, 1656. His father, it appears, was a clergyman, who held the living of Beer Terrace, presented to him by the University of Cambridge in the time of the Civil Wars. Young Matthew was educated at Oxford, where at 28 he took the degree of LL.D., Doctor of Laws. Matthew Tindall, LL.D., was early tossed about by the winds of doctrine. First he embraced Romanism, afterwards he became a Protestant. Then politics interested him, and he engaged in controversy on the side of William III. He was appointed commissioner of a court for trying foreigners. In 1693 he published an essay on the law of nations. When 54, in 1710, he entered so vigorously into theological controversy arising out of Trinitarian criticism that his marked satire led to his books being condemned by the House of Commons, and burnt by the hangman. He resented this indignity by a spirited attack on the dominant priestly party in his High Church Catechism, and he also wrote in defense of philosophical necessity. But his most notable work was the performance of his old age, his Christianity as Old as the Creation, or the Gospel, a republication of the religion of nature. This was produced in his 73rd year. He was attacked in reply by Bishop Waterland. It is generally agreed that in point of good spirit and good temper, the bishop was far inferior to the deist. Dr. Conyers Middleton says Thomas Cooper, in his brief sketch of Tyndall, appeared in defense of Tyndall in a letter to Dr. Waterland, whom he condemned for the shallowness of his answer to Tyndall, and boldly and frankly admitted that the Freethinker was right in asserting that the Jews borrowed some of their ceremonies and customs from Egypt, that allegory was in some cases employed in the Scriptures, where common readers took the relation for fact, and that the Scriptures are not of absolute and universal inspiration. The following sentence, which will be found in this letter of Dr. Conyers Middleton, does honor to his name. If religion consists in depreciating moral duties and depressing natural reason, if the duty of it be to hate and persecute for a different way of thinking where the best and wisest have never agreed, then I declare myself an infidel, and to have no share in that religion. Matthew Tyndall died at his house in Coldbath Fields, of the Stone, 1773, aged 77. Riersbach, the famous statuary, took a model of him. Note: Julian Hibbert gives 1656-7, Dr. Beard 1656, Thomas Cooper 1657 as the year of Tyndall's birth. All agree that he died 1733. He was therefore 76 or 77 at the time of his death. Tyndall opens his great work thus: "The author makes no apology for writing on a subject of the last importance, and which, as far as I can find, has nowhere been so fully treated. He builds nothing on a thing so uncertain as tradition, which differs in most countries, and of which, in all countries, the bulk of mankind are incapable of judging, but thinks he has laid down such plain and evident rules as may enable men of the meanest capacity to distinguish between religion and superstition, and has represented the former in every part so beautiful, so amiable, and so strongly affecting, that they who in the least reflect must be highly in love with it, and easily perceive that their duty and happiness are inseparable." The character of the performance will be seen from a few of the propositions he maintains. That God, at all times, has given mankind sufficient means of knowing whatever he requires of them. That the religion of nature consists in observing those things which our reason, by considering the nature of God and man, and the relation we stand in to him and one another, demonstrates to be our duty, and that those things are plain, and likewise what they are. That the perfection and happiness of all rational beings, supreme as well as subordinate, consist in living up to the dictates of their nature. That God requires nothing for his own sake, no, not the worship we are to render him, nor the faith we are to have in him. That the not adhering to those notions reason dictates concerning the nature of God has been the occasion of all superstition, and those innumerable mischiefs that mankind, on the account of religion, have done either to themselves or one another. The bulk of mankind, by their reason, must be able to distinguish between religion and superstition. Otherwise they can never extricate themselves from that superstition they chance to be educated in. Tyndall deals with the question of the obscurity of revelation in these terms, sufficiently salient to alarm the very proper divines of that day. Had God from time to time spoken to all mankind in their several languages, and his words had miraculously conveyed the same ideas to all persons, yet he could not speak more plainly than he has done by the things themselves, and the relation which reason shows there is between them. Nay, since it is impossible in any book or books that a particular rule could be given for every case, we must even then have had recourse to the light of nature to teach us our duty in most cases, especially considering the numberless circumstances which attend us, and which, perpetually varying, may make the same actions, according as men are differently affected by them, either good or bad. And I may add that most of the particular rules laid down in the gospel for our direction are spoken after such figurative a manner, that except we judge of their meaning not merely by the letter, but by what the law of nature antecedently declares to be our duty, they are apt to lead us wrong. And if precepts relating to morality are delivered after an obscure manner, when they might have been delivered otherwise, what reason can you assign for its being so, but that infinite wisdom meant to refer us to that law for the explaining of them? Sufficient instances of this nature I shall give you hereafter, though I must own I cannot carry this point so far as a learned divine, who represents the Scriptures more obscure, which one would think impossible, than even the fathers. He tells us that a certain author, viz. Flaccus Illyricus, has furnished us with 51 reasons for the obscurity of the Scriptures, adding, I think I may truly say that the writing of the prophets and apostles abound with tropes and metaphors, types and allegories, parables and dark speeches, and are as much, nay, much more unintelligible in many places than the writings of the ancients. It is well this author, who talks of people being stark Bible mad, stopped here, and did not with a celebrated wit cry, the truly illuminated books are the darkest of all. The writer above mentioned suppose it impossible that God's will should be fully revealed by books, except, says he, it might be said, perhaps without a figure, that even the world itself could not contain the books which should be written. But with submission to this reverend person, I cannot help thinking, but that such is the divine goodness, God's will is so clearly and fully manifested in the book of nature, that he who runs may read it. Dean Swift, Tale of a Tub. In the next extract we make, we find Tyndall quoting two striking passages from Lord Shaftesbury, followed by an acute vindication of the integrity of the law of nature over the Scriptures. Had the heathen distinguished themselves by creeds made out of spite to one another, and mutually persecuted each other about the worship of their gods, they would soon have made the number of their votaries as few as the gods they worshipped. But we don't find, except in Egypt, that motherland of superstition, that they ever quarreled about their gods, though their gods sometimes quarreled and fought about their votaries. By the universal liberty that was allowed by the ancients, matters, as a noble author observes, were so balanced that reason had fair play, learning and science flourished. Wonderful was the harmony and temper which arose from these contrarieties. Thus superstition and enthusiasm were mildly treated, and being let alone, they never raged to that degree as to occasion bloodshed, wars, persecutions, and devastations. But a new sort of policy has made us leap the bounds of natural humanity, and out of a supernatural charity has taught us the way of plaguing one another most devoutly. It has raised an antipathy that no temporal interest could ever do, and entailed on us a mutual hatred to all eternity. And savage zeal with meek and pious semblance works dreadful massacre, and for heaven's sake, horrid pretense, makes desolate the earth. And further Shaftesbury observes, the Jupiter of strangers was among the ancients one of the solemn characters of divinity, the peculiar attribute of the supreme deity, benign to mankind, and recommending universal love, mutual kindness, and benignity between the remotest and most unlike of the human race. Such was the ancient heathen charity and pious duty towards the whole of mankind, both those of different nations and different worship. But, good God, how different a character do bigots give us of the deity, making him an unjust, cruel, and inconsistent being, requiring all men to judge for themselves and act according to their consciences, and yet authorizing some among them to judge for others, and to punish them for not acting according to the consciences of those judges, though ever so much against their own. These bigots thought they were authorized to punish all those that differ with them in their religious worship, as God's enemies. But had they considered that God alone could discern men's hearts, and alone discover whether any, by conscientiously offering him a wrong worship, could become his enemies, and that infinite wisdom best knew how to proportion the punishment to the fault, as well as infinite power how to inflict it, they would surely have left it to God to judge for himself, in a cause which immediately related to himself, and where they were not so much as parties concerned, and as likely to be mistaken as those they would punish. Can one, without horror, think of men's breaking through all the rules of doing as they would be done unto, in order to set themselves up for standards of truth for God as well as man? Do not these impious wretches suppose that God is not able to judge for himself? At least, not able to execute his own judgment? And that therefore he has recourse, forsooth, to their superior knowledge or power, and they are to revenge his injuries, root out his enemies, and restore his lost honor, though with the destruction of the better part of mankind? But to do the propagators of these blasphemous notions justice, they do not throw this load of scandal on the law of nature, or so much as pretend from thence to authorize their execrable principles, but endeavor to support them by traditional religion, especially by misinterpreted texts from the Old Testament, and thereby make not only natural and revealed religion, but the Old and New Testament, the latter of which requires doing good both to Jews and Gentiles, contradict each other. But to return, if what the light of nature teaches us concerning the divine perfections, when duly attended to, is not only sufficient to hinder us from falling into superstition of any kind whatever, but, as I have already shown, demonstrates what God from his infinite wisdom and goodness can or cannot command. How is it possible that the law of nature and grace can differ? How can it be conceived that God's laws, whether internally or externally revealed, are not at all times the same, when the author of them is, and has been immutably the same forever? The following passage exhibits the judicious mixture of authority and argument for which our author is remarkable. The quotation is a good illustration of Tyndall's best manner. He is replying to Dr. Samuel Clarke. It cannot be imputed to any defect in the light of nature that the pagan world ran into idolatry. but to their being entirely governed by priests, who pretended communication with their gods, and to have thence their revelations, which they imposed on the credulous as divine oracles. Whereas the business of the Christian dispensation was to destroy all those traditional revelations, and restore, free from all idolatry, the true, primitive, and natural religion implanted in mankind from the creation. The Dr. Clarke, however, seems afraid lest he had allowed too much to the light of nature, in relation to the discovery of our duty both to God and man, and not left room for revelation to make any addition. He therefore supposes there are some duties which nature hints at only in general. But if we cannot, without highly reflecting on the wisdom and goodness of God, suppose that he has not, at all times, given the whole rational creation a plain rule for their conduct, in relation to those duties they owe to God, themselves, and one another, must we not suppose reason and religion, that rule of all other rules, inseparable, so that no rational creature can be ignorant of it, who attends to the dictates of his own mind? I mean, as far as it is necessary for him to know it. An ignorant peasant may know what is sufficient for him, without knowing as much as the learned rector of St. James's. Though the Doctor says the knowledge of the law of nature is in fact by no means universal, yet he asserts that man is plainly in his own nature an accountable creature, which supposes that the light of nature plainly and undeniably teaches him that law, for breach of which he is naturally accountable. And did not the Doctor believe this law to be universal, he could not infer a future judgment from the conscience all men have of their actions, or the judgment they pass on them in their own minds, whereby they that have not any law are a law unto themselves, their consciences bearing witness, and their thoughts accusing or excusing one another, which is supposing but one law, whether that law be written on paper or in men's hearts only, and that all men by the judgment they pass on their own actions are conscious of this law. And the Apostle Paul, though quoted by the Doctor, is so far from favoring his hypothesis of any invincible ignorance, even in the wisest and best of the philosophers, that he, by saying the Gentiles that have not the law do by nature the things contained in the law, makes the law of nature and grace to be the same, and supposes the reason why they were to be punished was their sinning against light and knowledge. That which may be known of God was manifest in them, and when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, and they were likewise guilty of abominable corruptions, not ignorantly, but knowing the judgment of God, that they who do such things are worthy of death. Had the Doctor but considered this self-evident proposition, that there can be no transgression where there is no law, and that an unknown law is the same as no law, and consequently that all mankind at all times must be capable of knowing all, whether more or less, that God requires, it would have prevented his endeavoring to prove that, till the gospel dispensation, mankind were entirely and unavoidably ignorant of their duty in several important points, and thus charging the light of nature with undeniable defects. I think it no compliment to external revelation, though the Doctor designed it as the highest, to say it prevailed when the light of nature was, as he supposes, in a manner extinct, since then an irrational religion might as easily obtain as a rational one. The Doctor, to prove that revelation has supplied the insufficiency and undeniable defects of the light of nature, refers us to Philippians 4:1, which he introduces after this pompous manner: Let any man of an honest and sincere mind consider whether that practical doctrine has not, even in itself, the greatest marks of a divine original, wherein whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, if there be anything praiseworthy, all these, and these only, are earnestly recommended to man's practice. I would ask the doctor how he can know what these are, which are thus alone earnestly recommended to man's practice, or why they have in themselves the greatest marks of a divine original, but from the light of nature. Nay, how can the doctor know there are defects in the light of nature, but from that light itself, which supposes this light is all we have to trust to, and consequently all the doctor has been doing on pretense of promoting the honor of revelation is introducing universal skepticism, and I am concerned and grieved to see a man who had so great a share of the light of nature, employing it to expose that light of which before he had given the highest commendation, and which can have no other effect than to weaken even his own demonstration, drawn from that light for the being of a God. I shall mention but one text more, which, had not the doctor thought it highly to his purpose for showing the insufficiency of the light of nature, he would not have ushered it in after this most solemn manner. When men have put themselves into this temper and frame of mind, let them try if they can any longer reject the evidence of the gospel. If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God. Is it not strange to see so judicious a divine write after such a manner, as if he thought the best way to support the dignity of revelation was to derogate from the immutable and eternal law of nature, and while he is depressing it, extol revelation for those very things it borrows from that law, in which, though he asserts there are undeniable defects, yet he owns that God governs all his own actions by it, and expects that all men should so govern theirs. But I find the doctor's own brother, the Dean of Sarum, is entirely of my mind as to those texts the doctor quotes, viz. Romans 2:14 and Philippians 4:8. As to the first, viz. Romans 2:14, he says, the apostle supposes that the moral law is founded in the nature and reason of things, that every man is endued with such powers and faculties of mind as render him capable of seeing and taking notice of this law, and also with such a sense and judgment of the reasonableness and fitness of conforming his actions to it, that he cannot but in his own mind acquit himself when he does so, and condemn himself when he does otherwise. And as to the second, viz. Philippians 4:8, where the same apostle recommends the practice of virtue upon the forementioned principles of comeliness and reputation. These principles, says he, if duly attended to, were sufficient to instruct men in the whole of their duty towards themselves and towards each other, and they would also have taught them their duty towards God, their Creator and Governor, if they had diligently pursued them. For according as the apostle expresses it, Romans 1:20, the invisible things of God from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead. The same fitness and decency that appears in men's regular behavior towards each other appears also in their behavior towards God. And this likewise is founded in the nature and reason of things, and is what the circumstances and condition they are in do absolutely require. Thus we see therein moral virtue, or good, consists, and what the obligation to it is from its own native beauty and excellency. One more example of Tyndall's style will show how skillfully and cogently he forced the great authorities of his day to bear witness to the truth of his leading proposition, the natural antiquity of all the reasonable precepts of the Bible. The most accurate Dr. Barrow gives this character of the Christian religion, that its precepts are no other than such as physicians prescribe for the health of our bodies, as politicians would allow to be needful for the peace of the state, as Epicurean philosophers recommend for the tranquillity of our minds and pleasures of our lives, such as reason dictates and daily shows conducive to our welfare in all respects, which consequently, were there no law enacting them, we should in wisdom choose to observe and voluntarily impose them on ourselves, confessing them to be fit matters of law, and most advantageous and requisite to the good, general and particular, of mankind. That great and good man, Dr. Tillotson, says that all the precepts of Christianity are reasonable and wise, requiring such duties as are suitable to the light of nature, and do approve themselves to the best reason of mankind, such as have their foundation in the nature of God, and are an imitation of the divine excellencies, such as tend to the perfection of human nature, and to raise the minds of men to the highest pitch of goodness and virtue. They command nothing that is unnecessary. They omit nothing that may tend to the glory of God, or the welfare of men, nor do they restrain us in anything, but what is contrary to the regular inclinations of nature, or to our reason and true interest. They forbid us nothing but what is base and unworthy to serve our humors and passions, to make ourselves fools and beasts. In a word, nothing but what tends to our private harm or prejudice, or to public disorder and confusion. The late Dean of Canterbury, in a sermon preached in defense of Christianity, says, "What can be a more powerful incentive to obedience than for a rational creature clearly to discern the equity, the necessity, the benefit, the decency and beauty of every action he is called to do, and thence to be duly sensible how gracious a master he serves? One that is so far from loading him with fruitless, arbitrary, and tyrannical impositions, that each command abstracted from his command who issues it is able to recommend itself, and nothing required but what every wise man would choose of his own accord, and cannot, without being his own enemy, wish to be exempted from." And this character of Christianity he makes to be essential to its being from God, and therefore must make it the same with natural religion, which has this character impressed on it. There was none of the doctrines of our Savior, says the late Archbishop of York, calculated for the gratification of men's idle curiosities, the busying and amusing them with airy and useless speculations, much less were they intended for an exercise of our credulity, or a trial how far we could bring our reason to submit to our faith. But as on the one hand they were plain and simple, and such as by their agreeableness to the rational faculties of mankind did highly recommend themselves to our belief, and so on the other hand they had an immediate relation to practice, and were the general principles and foundation on which all human and divine virtues were naturally to be superstructed. Sermon before the Queen on Christmas Day, 1724. Does not every one see that if the religion of nature had been put instead of Christianity, these descriptions would have exactly agreed with it? The judicious Dr. Scott affirms, God never imposes laws on us pro imperio, as arbitrary tests and trials of our obedience, The great design of them, says he, is to do us good, and direct our actions to our own interest. This, if we firmly believe, will infinitely encourage our obedience. For when I am sure God commands me nothing but what my own health, ease, and happiness requires, and that every law of his is both a necessary and sovereign prescription against the diseases of my nature, he could not prescribe less than he has, without being defective in his care of my recovery and happiness. With what prudence and modesty can I grudge to obey him? Nay, the most considerate men, even among the papists, do not scruple to maintain there's nothing in religion but what is moral. The divines of Port Royal, for instance, say, all the precepts and all the mysteries that are expressed in so many different ways in the holy volumes do all center in this one commandment of loving God with all our heart, and in loving our neighbors as ourselves. For the Scripture, it is St. Austin who says it, forbids but one only thing, which is concupiscence, or the love of the creature, as it commands but one only thing, which is charity and the love of God. Upon this double precept is founded the whole system of the Christian religion, and it is unto this, say they, according to the expression of Jesus Christ, that all the ancient law and the prophets have reference, and we may add also all the mysteries and all the precepts of the new law. For love, says St. Paul, is the fulfilling of the law. And these divines likewise cite a remarkable passage of St. Austin on this subject, viz., he that knows how to love God and to regulate his life by that love, knows all that the Scripture propounds to be known, and might add the authority of a greater man and a papist too, who says religion adds nothing to natural probity, but the consolation of doing that for love and obedience to our Heavenly Father, which reason itself requires us do in favor of virtue. Archbishop of Cambray, Letters sur la Religion, page 258, Paris. Tyndall was a solid rather than a brilliant writer, but he perfectly knew what he was about, and the work from which we quote was well conceived and carefully executed. His ground was skillfully chosen, his arguments were placed on an eminence where his friends could see them, and where his enemies could not assail them. Dr. Leland, in his view of deistical writers, is quite in a rage with him, because he discredits book revelation to set up nature's revelation. His real offense was, that he did prove that nature was the only source of truth and reason, the criterion by which even divine revelation must be judged. He carried men back to the gospel of nature, by the side of which the gospel of the Jewish fishermen did not show to advantage. Tyndall did put something in the place of that which he was supposed desirous of removing. How unwilling Christians of that day were to admit of improvement in religion is shown by the number of attacks Tyndall's works sustained. The Bishop of London published a second pastoral letter against it. Dr. Thomas Burnet confuted it. Mr. Law fully answered it. Dr. Stebbing obviated the principal objections in it. The same learned and judicious writer, observes Leland, a second time entered the lists in answer to the 14th chapter of a book entitled Christianity as Old as the Creation. Mr. Balgny issued a second letter to a deist, occasioned by Tyndall's work. Mr. Anthony O'Key gave a short view of the whole controversy. Dr. Forater, Dr. John Conybeare particularly engaged public attention as Dr. Tyndall's antagonists. Mr. Simon Brown produced a solid and excellent answer, and Dr. Leland, with many blushes, tells us that he himself issued in Dublin, in 1773, 2 volumes, taking a wider compass than the other answers. Christianity, as old as the creation, is a work which freethinkers may yet consult with advantage, as a repertory of authorities no longer accessible to the readers of this generation. What these authorities allege will be found to have intrinsic value, to be indeed lasting testimonies in favor of rationalism. In passing in review the noble truths, Tyndall insists that it is impossible not to wonder at the policy, or rather want of policy, displayed by Christians. Tyndall is an author whom they might be proud of if they were really in love with reason. Tyndall's opponents have shown how instinctively the children of faith distrust the truths of nature. After all the refutations and confutations and answers made to the great deist, Tyndall's work has maintained its ground, and the truths he so ably and spiritedly vindicated have spread wider since, and taken deeper root. End chapter 16 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh. Read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Chapter 17 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh. Chapter 17. David Hume. Lord Brougham has rendered service not only to letters, but also to freethought by his admirable Lives, incomparably the best we have, of Voltaire, Rousseau, Hume, Gibbon, etc. From Lord Brougham we learn, whose life in this sketch we follow, that David Hume, related to the Earl of Hume's family, was born in Edinburgh in April, 1711. Refusing to be made a lawyer, he was sent, in 1734, to a mercantile house in Bristol. The desk not suiting the embryo historian's genius, we find him in 1737 at La Flèche, in Anjou, writing his stillborn Treatise on Human Nature, which in 1742, in separate essays, attracted some notice. Keeper and companion to the Marquis of Annandale in 1745, private secretary to General St. Clair in 1747, he visited on embassy the courts of Vienna and Turin. While at Turin he completed his Inquiry Concerning the Human Understanding, the Treatise on Human Nature in a new form. Returned to Scotland, he published his Political Discourses in 1752, and the same year his Inquiry Concerning the Principles of Morals. The Essays, Moral and Metaphysical, are the form in which we now read these speculations. In 1752, Hume became librarian to the Faculty of Advocates. In 1754, he published the first volume of his History of England. In 1755 appeared his Natural History of Religion. In 1736 he accompanied the British ambassador to Paris. In 1765 he became Charge d'Affaires. In 1766 he was appointed Under Secretary of State under Marshal Conway. In 1775 he was seized with a mortal disease, which he bore without any abatement of his cheerfulness, and on the 25th of August, Le Bon David, as he was styled in Paris, died, to use his own words, having no enemies, except all the Whigs, all the Tories, and all the Christians, which was something to his honor, and a testimony of the usefulness of his life. David Hume was the first writer who gave historical distinction to Great Britain. Lord John Russell remarked in a speech at Bristol in October 1854, "We have no other history of England than Hume's. When a young man of 18 asks for a history of England, there is no resource but to give him Hume." Hume was the author of the modern doctrines of politics and political economy, which now rule the world of science. He was the sagacious unfolder of truth, the accurate and bold discoverer of popular error. More than a skeptic, he was an atheist. Such is Lord Brougham's judgment of him. Hume carried freethought into high places. In originality of thought, grace of style, and logical ability, he distanced all rival writers on religion in his time, and what is of no small importance, his life was as blameless as his intellect was unapproachable. Our first extract from his writings is a felicitous statement of the pro and con on the questions of polygamous and single marriages. A man, in conjoining himself to a woman, is bound to her according to the terms of his engagement. In begetting children, he is bound by all the ties of nature and humanity to provide for their subsistence and education. When he has performed these two parts of duty, no one can reproach him with injustice or injury. And as the terms of his engagement, as well as the methods of subsisting his offspring, may be various, it is mere superstition to imagine that marriage can be entirely uniform, and will admit only of one mode or form. Did not human laws restrain the natural liberty of men, every particular marriage would be as difficult as contracts or bargains of any other kind or species. As circumstances vary, and the laws propose different advantages, we find that, in different times and places, they impose different conditions on this important contract. In Tonkin, it is usual for the sailors, when the ship comes into the harbor, to marry for the season, and, notwithstanding this precarious engagement, they are assured, it is said, of the strictest fidelity to their bed, as well as in the whole management of their affairs, from those temporary spouses. I cannot at present recollect my authorities, but I have somewhere read that the Republic of Athens, having lost many of its citizens by war and pestilence, allowed every man to marry 2 wives, in order the sooner to repair the waste which had been made by these calamities. The poet Euripides happened to be coupled to 2 noisy vixens, who so plagued him with their jealousies and quarrels, that he became ever after a professed woman-hater, and is the only theatrical writer, perhaps the only poet, that ever entertained an aversion to the sex. The advocates for polygamy may recommend it as the only effectual remedy for the disorders of love, and the only expedient for freeing men from that slavery to the females which the natural violence of our passions has imposed upon us. By this means alone can we regain our right of sovereignty, and, sating our appetite, re-establish the authority of reason in our minds, and, of consequence, our own authority in our families. Man, like a weak sovereign, being unable to support himself against the wiles and intrigues of his subjects, must play one faction against another, and become absolute by the mutual jealousy of the females. To divide and to govern is an universal maxim, and by neglecting it the Europeans undergo a more grievous and more ignominious slavery than the Turks or Persians, who are subjected indeed to a sovereign that lies at a distance from them, but in their domestic affairs rules with an uncontrollable sway. On the other hand, it may be urged with better reason that this sovereignty of the male is a real usurpation, and destroys that nearness of rank, not to say equality, which nature has established between the sexes. We are, by nature, their lovers, their friends, their patrons. Would we willingly exchange such endearing appellations for the barbarous title of master and tyrant? In what capacity shall we gain by this inhuman proceeding? As lovers or as husbands? The lover is totally annihilated, and courtship, the most agreeable scene in life, can no longer have place where women have not the free disposal of themselves, but are bought and sold like the meanest animal. The husband is as little a gainer, having found the admirable secret of extinguishing every part of love except its jealousy. No rose without its thorn, but he must be a foolish wretch indeed that throws away the rose, and preserves only the thorn. But the Asiatic matters are as destructive to friendship as to love. Jealousy excludes men from all intimacies and familiarities with each other. No one dares bring his friend to his house or table, lest he bring a lover to his numerous wives. Hence, all over the East, each family is as much separate from another as if there were so many distinct kingdoms. No wonder, then, that Solomon, living like an Eastern prince with his 700 wives and 300 concubines, without one friend, could write so pathetically concerning the vanity of the world. Had he tried the secret of one wife or mistress, a few friends, and a great many companions, he might have found life somewhat more agreeable. Destroy love and friendship, what remains in the world worth accepting? Next we quote his famous statement of the principle of utility in morals. There has been a controversy started of late much better worth examination, concerning the general foundation of morals, whether they be derived from reason or from sentiment; whether we attain the knowledge of them by a chain of argument and induction, or by an immediate feeling and finer internal sense; whether, like all sound judgment of truth and falsehood, they should be the name to every rational intelligent being, or whether, like the perception of beauty and deformity, they be founded entirely on the particular fabric and constitution of the human species. The ancient philosophers, though they often affirm that virtue is nothing but conformity to reason, yet, in general, seem to consider morals as deriving their existence from taste and sentiment. On the other hand, our modern inquirers, though they also talk much of the beauty of virtue and deformity of vice, yet have commonly endeavored to account for these distinctions by metaphysical reasonings, and by deductions from the most abstract principles of the understanding. Such confusion reigned in these subjects, that an opposition of the greatest consequence could prevail between one system and another, and even in the parts of almost each individual system, and yet nobody, till very lately, was ever sensible of it. The elegant Lord Shaftesbury, who first gave occasion to remark this distinction, and who in general adhered to the principles of the ancients, is not himself entirely free from the same confusion. In all determinations of morality, the circumstance of public utility is ever principally in view; and wherever disputes arise, either in philosophy or common life, concerning the bounds of duty, the question cannot by any means be decided with greater certainty than by ascertaining on any side the true interests of mankind. If any false opinion, embraced from appearances, has been found to prevail, as soon as farther experience and sounder reasoning have given us juster notions of human affairs, we retract our first sentiment, and adjust anew the boundaries of moral good and evil. Giving alms to common beggars is naturally praised, because it seems to carry relief to the distressed and indigent. But when we observe the encouragement thence arising to idleness and debauchery, we regard that species of charity rather as a weakness than a virtue. Tyrannicide, or the assassination of usurpers and oppressive princes, was highly extolled in ancient times, because it both freed mankind from many of these monsters, and seemed to keep the others in awe whom the sword or poniard could not reach. But history and experience have since convinced us that this practice increases the jealousy and cruelty of princes. A Timoleon or a Brutus, though treated with indulgence on account of the prejudices of their times, are now considered as very improper models for imitation. Liberality in princes is regarded as a mark of beneficence, but when it occurs that the homely bread of the honest and industrious is often thereby converted into delicious cakes for the idle and the prodigal, we soon retract our heedless praises. The regrets of a prince for having lost a day were noble and generous, but had he intended to have spent it in acts of generosity to his greedy courtiers, it was better lost than misemployed after that manner. That justice is useful to society, and consequently that part of its merit, at least, must arise from that consideration, it would be a superfluous undertaking to prove. That public utility is the sole origin of justice, that reflections on the beneficial consequences of this virtue are the sole foundation of its merits. This proposition, being more curious and important, will better deserve our examination and inquiry. Let us suppose that nature has bestowed on the human race such profuse abundance of all external conveniences, that, without any uncertainty in the event, without any care or industry on our part, every individual finds himself fully provided with whatever his most voracious appetite can want, or luxurious imagination wish or desire. His natural beauty, we shall suppose, surpasses all acquired ornaments. The perpetual clemency of the seasons renders useless all clothes or covering. The raw herbage affords him the most delicious fare. The clear fountain, the richest beverage. No laborious occupation required. No tillage, no navigation. Music, poetry, and contemplation form his sole business. Conversation, mirth, and friendship his sole amusement. It seems evident that in such a happy state every other social virtue would flourish and receive tenfold increase. But the cautious, jealous virtue of justice would never once have been dreamed of. For what purpose make a partition of goods, where every one has already more than enough? Why give rise to property, where there cannot possibly be any injury? Why call this object mine, when upon seizing of it by another, I need but stretch out my hand to possess myself of what is equally valuable? Justice in that case, being totally useless, would be an idle ceremonial, and could never possibly have place in the catalogue of virtues. We see, even in the present necessitous condition of mankind, that wherever any benefit is bestowed by nature in an unlimited abundance, we leave it always in common among the whole human race, and make no subdivisions of right and property. Water and air, though the most necessary of all objects, are not challenged as the property of individuals, nor can any man commit injustice by the most lavish use and enjoyment of these blessings. In fertile, extensive countries, with few inhabitants, land is regarded on the same footing, and no topic is so much insisted on by those who defend the liberty of the seas as the unexhausted use of them in navigation. Were the advantages procured by navigation as inexhaustible, these reasoners had never had any adversaries to refute, nor had any claims ever been advanced of a separate, exclusive dominion over the ocean. Suppose a society to fall into such want of all common necessaries, that the utmost frugality and industry cannot preserve the greater number from perishing, and the whole from extreme misery. It will readily, I believe, be admitted that the strict laws of justice are suspended in such a pressing emergence, and give place to the stronger motives of necessity and self-preservation. Is it any crime, after a shipwreck, to seize whatever means or instrument of safety one can lay hold of, without regard to former limitations of property? Or, if a city besieged were perishing with hunger, can we imagine that men will see any means of preservation before them, and lose their lives from a scrupulous regard to what, in other situations, would be the rules of equality and justice? The use and tendency of that virtue is to procure happiness and security by preserving order in society. But where the society is ready to perish from extreme necessity, no greater evil can be dreaded from violence and injustice, and every man may now provide for himself by all the means which prudence can dictate or humanity permit. The public, even in less urgent necessities, opens granaries without the consent of proprietors, as justly supposing that the authority of magistracy may, consistent with equality, extend so far. But were any number of men to assemble without the tie of laws or civil jurisdiction, would an equal partition of bread in a famine, though effected by power and even violence, be regarded as criminal or injurious? Suppose, likewise, that it should be a virtuous man's fate to fall into the society of ruffians, remote from the protection of laws and government. What conduct must he embrace in that melancholy situation? He sees such a desperate rapaciousness prevail, such a disregard to equity, such contempt of order, such stupid blindness to future consequences, as must immediately have the most tragical conclusion, and must terminate in destruction to the greater number, and in a total dissolution of society to the rest. He, meanwhile, can have no other expedient than to arm himself, to whomever the sword he seizes, or the buckler may belong, to make provision of all means of defense and security, and his particular regard to justice being no longer of use to his own safety or that of others, he must consult the dictates of self-preservation alone, without concern for those who no longer merit his care and attention. But perhaps the difficulty of accounting for these effects of usefulness, or its contrary, has kept philosophers from admitting them into their systems of ethics, and has induced them to employ any other principle in explaining the origin of moral good and evil. But it is no just reason for rejecting any principle, confirmed by experience, that we cannot give a satisfactory account of its origin, nor are we able to resolve it into other more general principles. And if we would employ a little thought on the present subject, we need be at no loss to account for the influence of utility, and deduce it from principles the most known and avowed in human nature. Usefulness is agreeable, and engages our approbation. This is a matter of fact, confirmed by daily observation. But useful for what? For somebody's interest, surely. Whose interest, then? Not our own only, for our approbation frequently extends farther. It must therefore be the interest of those who are served by the character or action approved of; and these we may conclude, however remote, are not totally indifferent to us. By opening up this principle, we shall discover one great source of moral distinctions. The origin and mischiefs of theistic influences is the subject of the following passage. It must necessarily indeed be allowed, that in order to carry men's attention beyond the present course of things, or lead them into any inference concerning invisible intelligent power, they must be actuated by some passion which prompts their thought and reflection, some motive which urges their first inquiry. But what passion shall we here have recourse to, for explaining an effect of such mighty consequence? Not speculative curiosity, surely, or the pure love of truth. That motive is too refined for such gross apprehensions, and would lead men into inquiries concerning the frame of nature, a subject too large and comprehensive for their narrow capacities. No passions, therefore, can be supposed to work upon such barbarians, but the ordinary affections of human life. the anxious concern for happiness, the dread of future misery, the terror of death, the thirst of revenge, the appetite for food and other necessities. Agitated by hopes and fears of this nature, especially the latter, men scrutinize with a trembling curiosity the course of future causes, and examine the various and contrary events of human life. And in this disordered scene, with eyes still more disordered and astonished, they see the first obscure traces of divinity. We hang in perpetual suspense between life and death, health and sickness, plenty and want, which are distributed amongst the human species by secret and unknown causes, whose operation is oft unexpected and always unaccountable. These unknown causes, then, become the constant object of hope and fear, and while the passions are kept in perpetual alarm by an anxious expectation of the events, the imagination is equally employed in forming ideas of those powers on which we have so entire a dependence. Could men anatomize nature according to the most probable, at least the most intelligible philosophy, they would find that these causes are nothing but the particular fabric and structure of the minute parts of their own bodies and of external objects, and that by a regular and constant machinery all the events are produced, about which they are so much concerned. There is a universal tendency among mankind to conceive all beings like themselves, and to transfer to every object those qualities with which they are familiarly acquainted, and of which they are intimately conscious. We find human faces in the moon, armies in the clouds, and by a natural propensity, if not corrected by experience and reflection, ascribe malice or goodwill to everything that hurts or pleases us. Hence the frequency and beauty of the prosopopoia in poetry, whereof nature acquires sentiment, where trees, mountains, and streams are personified, and the inanimate parts of nature acquire sentiment and passion. And though these poetical figures and expressions gain not on the belief, they may serve at least to prove a certain tendency in the imagination, without which they could neither be beautiful nor natural. Nor is a river god or hamadryad always taken for a mere poetical or imaginary personage, but may sometimes enter into the real creed of the ignorant vulgar, while each grove or field is represented as possessed of a particular genius or invisible power, which inhabits and protects it. Nay, philosophers cannot entirely exempt themselves from this natural frailty, but have oft ascribed to inanimate matter the horror of a vacuum, sympathies, antipathies, and other affections of human nature. The absurdity is not less, while we cast our eyes upwards, and, transferring, as is too usual, human passions and infirmities to the Deity, represent him as jealous and revengeful, capricious and partial, and, in short, a wicked and foolish man in every respect but his superior power and authority. No wonder, then, that mankind, being placed in such an absolute ignorance of causes, and being at the same time so anxious concerning their future fortune, should immediately acknowledge a dependence on invisible powers, possessed of sentiment and intelligence. The unknown causes which continually employ their thought, appearing always in the same aspect, are all apprehended to be of the same kind or species. Nor is it long before we ascribe to them thought, and reason, and passion, and sometimes even the limbs and figures of men, in order to bring them nearer to a resemblance with ourselves. It is remarkable that the principles of religion have a kind of flux and reflux in the human mind, and that men have a natural tendency to rise from idolatry to theism, and to sink again from theism into idolatry. The vulgar, that is indeed all mankind, a few excepted, being ignorant and uninstructed, never elevate their contemplation to the heavens, or penetrate by their disquisitions into the secret structure of vegetable or animal bodies, so far as to discover a supreme mind, or original providence, which bestowed order on every part of nature. They consider these admirable works in a more confined and selfish view, and finding their own happiness and misery to depend on the secret influence and unforeseen concurrence of external objects, they regard with perpetual attention the unknown causes which govern all these natural events, and distribute pleasure and pain, good and ill, by their powerful but silent operation. The unknown causes are still appealed to on every emergency, and in this general appearance or confused image are the perpetual objects of human hopes and fears, wishes and apprehensions. By degrees, the active imagination of men, uneasy in this abstract conception of objects about which it is incessantly employed, begins to render them more particular, and to clothe them in shapes more suitable to its natural comprehension. It represents them to be sensible, intelligent beings, like mankind, actuated by love and hatred, and flexible by gifts and entreaties, by prayers and sacrifices. Hence the origin of religion, and hence the origin of idolatry or polytheism. More has been written by theologians in endeavors to refute the following passage than has ever been called forth by the wit of man before by the same number of words. A miracle is a violation of the laws of nature, and as a firm and unalterable experience has established these laws, the proof against a miracle, from the very nature of the fact, is as entire as any argument from experience can possibly be imagined. Why is it more than probable that all men must die? That lead cannot of itself remain suspended in the air? That fire consumes wood, and is extinguished by water? Unless it be that these events are found agreeable to the laws of nature, and there is required a violation of these laws, or in other words, a miracle to prevent them, nothing is esteemed a miracle if it ever happen in the common course of nature. It is no miracle that a man, seemingly in good health, should die on a sudden, because such a kind of death, though more unusual than any other, has yet been frequently observed to happen. But it is a miracle that a dead man should come to life, because that has never been observed in any age or country. There must, therefore, be a uniform experience against every miraculous event. Otherwise the event would not merit that appellation, and as a uniform experience amounts to a proof, there is here a direct and full proof, from the nature of the fact, against the existence of any miracle. Nor can such a proof be destroyed, or the miracle rendered credible, but by an opposite proof which is superior. The plain consequence is, and it is a general maxim worthy of our attention, that no testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle, unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish. And even in that case, there is a mutual destruction of arguments, and the superior only gives us an assurance suitable to that degree of force which remains after deducting the inferior. When any one tells me that he saw a dead man restored to life, I immediately consider with myself whether it be more probable that this person should either deceive or be deceived, or that the fact which he relates should really have happened. I weigh the one miracle against the other, and according to the superiority which I discover, I pronounce my decision, and always reject the greater miracle. If the falsehood of his testimony would be more miraculous than the event which he relates, Then, and not till then, can he pretend to command my belief or opinion. There is not to be found in all history any miracle attested by a sufficient number of men, of such unquestioned good sense, education, and learning, as to secure us against all delusion in themselves; of such undoubted integrity, as to place them beyond all suspicion of any design to deceive others; of such credit and reputation in the eyes of mankind, as to have a great deal to lose in case of their being detected in any falsehood; and at the same time attesting facts performed in such a public manner, and in so celebrated a part of the world, as to render the detection unavoidable. All which circumstances are requisite to give us a full assurance of the testimony of men. One of the best attested miracles in all profane history is that which Tacitus reports of Vespasian, who cured a blind man in Alexandria by means of his spittle, and a lame man by the mere touch of his foot, in obedience to a vision of the god Seriphus, who had enjoined them to have recourse to the emperor or for these miraculous cures. The story may be seen in that fine historian, where every circumstance seems to add weight to the testimony, and might be displayed at large with all the force of argument and eloquence, if any one were now concerned to enforce the evidence of that exploded and idolatrous superstition. The gravity, solidity, age, and probity of so great an emperor, who, through the whole course of his life, conversed in a familiar manner with his friends and courtiers, and never affected those extraordinary airs of divinity assumed by Alexander and Demetrius. The historian, a contemporary writer, noted for candor and veracity, and withal the greatest and most penetrating genius, perhaps of all antiquity, and so free from any tendency to credulity, that he even lies under the contrary imputation of atheism and profaneness. The persons from whose authority he related the miracle of established character for judgment and veracity, as we may well presume, eye witnesses of the fact, and confirming their testimony, after the Flavian family was despoiled of the empire, and could no longer give any reward as the price of a lie. Utrumque qui interfuere nunc quoque memorant, postquam nullum mendatio precium. To which, if we add the public nature of the facts as related, it will appear that no evidence can well be supposed stronger for so gross and so palpable a falsehood. These extracts will give some idea of the grace and power and penetration of Hume. The society he kept, the abilities with which he was justly credited, the reputation his works deservedly won for him, made him a man of mark and influence in his day. Read by the learned, courted by statesmen, he taught gentlemen liberality, and governments toleration. The influence of Hume, silent and inappreciable to the multitude, has been of the utmost importance to the nation. His works have been studied by philosophers, politicians, and prelates. The writings of no freethinker except Voltaire have maintained their ground with continually increasing reputation. Oddly enough, none of Hume's works were popular when they first appeared. In fact, his treatise on human nature, which he had to reprint in the form of essays 5 years after its first publication, it then, for the first time, began to be bought, but not to any great extent. 5 years later, he again made it reappear under the form of an Inquiry Concerning the Human Understanding. It was not until this third publication that he began to perceive symptoms of its coming into notice. The world has since made up for its negligence, by perpetual comment and solid appreciation. A king among thinkers, the clergy have in the provinces of politics and philosophical speculation to acknowledge allegiance to him, however they may rebel against his theological heresies. End section 17 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. Read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Chapter 18 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh, Chapter 18, Dr. Thomas Burnet. It was only a very narrow accident which prevented Dr. Burnet, an ultra-freethinker in the Church of England, from becoming Archbishop of Canterbury at the death of Tillotson. A combination of clergymen were prepared to immolate themselves, providing Burnet could be overthrown. They succeeded. Thomas Burnet kept the Charterhouse in London and his conscience, happier perhaps in this than if he had enjoyed the ecclesiastical preferment which King William seemed so anxious to give him. Amongst the clergy, Dr. Burnet was, with the single exception of Dean Swift, the greatest freethinker of whom we can boast, who held an influential position in the Church. This position is sometimes claimed for Bishop Berkeley, a man of vast talents, a sincere Christian, although an innovator in philosophy. Thomas Burnet was born in the year 1635. At the age of 45, he published the work in Latin with which his name is generally associated, The Sacred Theory of the Earth, containing an account of the original of the earth, and of all the general changes which it has already undergone, or is to undergo till the consummation of all things. This book gives us an idea, formed by its author, of the origin of the world, and is remarkable as one of the first grand prophecies of geology. Although of little value to us, it produced an impression upon the age by depicting the various strata of the mountainous regions, and comparing them in different countries, eliminating ideas of the nature of the vast changes we see in the universe, tracing the rise of most of the phenomena from the two elements, fire and water. Burnet thought that at one time the whole of matter was in a fluid state, revolving round a central sun, until the heavier particles sunk into the middle, and formed the stony strata which supports the earth, over which the lighter liquids coalesced until the heat of the sun effectually separated water from land. This is the foundation of a scheme which is elaborated in a poetic style, abounding in eloquent descriptions. In fact, it is a philosophic prose poem of almost unalloyed beauty. In it there is some resemblance to the measured sentences of Shaftesbury, although unequal to that fine writer in soundness of judgment or practical usefulness. In 1691, an English translation was published. By far the most interesting work to us of Burnet's, also written in Latin, is Archaeologia Philosophical, or an account of the opinion of the ancients on various philosophical problems. This work created great opposition by its free remarks on the Mosaic dispensation, although the writer in this, as in the case of his posthumous works, strongly protested against their being translated into the English language, as he was justly afraid of their influence on the minds of the laity, and from his high official station, with the influence his vast learning and his connection with Tillotson and the court gave him, he was no doubt apprehensive that the really religious champions of the Church of England would denounce him when exposed to the temptation of high church preferment. Fragments of those works were translated by the clergy to prove to the unlearned what a dangerous character Thomas Burnet was. Charles Blount, writing to Gildon, said, "I have, according to my promise, sent you herewith the 7th and 8th chapters, as also the appendix of the great and learned Dr. Burnet's book, published this winter in Latin, and by him dedicated to our most gracious sovereign, King William. As for the piece itself, I think it is one of the most ingenious I have ever read, and full of the most acute as well as learned observations. nor can I find anything worthy an objection against him, as some of the censorious parts of the world pretend, who would have you believe it a mere burlesque upon Moses, and destructive to the notion of original sin, wherefore, by consequence, say they, there could be no necessity of a redemption, which, however, I think no necessary consequence; but for my part, either the great veneration I have for the doctor's extraordinary endowments, or else my own ignorance has so far bribed me to his interests, that I can by no means allow of any of those unjust reflections the wholesale merchants of credulity, as well as their unthinking retailers, make against him. It is true, in the 7th chapter, he seems to prove that many parts of the Mosaic history of the creation appear inconsistent with reason, and in the 8th chapter the same appears no less inconsistent with philosophy. Wherefore he concludes, as many fathers of the church have done before him, that the whole rather seems to have been but a pious allegory. Dr. Burnet took the meaning of much of the Bible to be but a pious allegory, and as such he strove to popularize it with the clergy. We do not believe that he intended to enlighten any but the clergy. He foresaw the flood of fierce democracy, and like other able men with vested rights in the ignorance of the people, he strove to temporize, to put off still further the day of Christianity's downfall. We place him in this biographical niche, not because he dashed into the fray like bold Hobbes or chivalrous Woolston, and took part in the battle of priestcraft because he thought it was right, but rather because he was a freethinker in disguise, longing for episcopal honors, yet by one false step, the publishing of Archaeologia, lost an archbishopric, and gave the authority of a great name to struggling opinion. His ascension to our ranks was a brilliant accident. He died at the age of 80 years in 1715. After his demise, 2 works were translated and published, both expressive of his liberal views. The first, On Christian Faith and Duties, throwing overboard the whole of the speculative tenets of the Bible, and giving practical effect to the morals taught in the New Testament, without striving to refute or even apparently to disbelieve their authority, but advising the clergy to treat them as a dead letter. The other posthumous treatise was On the State of the Dead and the Reviving, which shadows forth a scheme of deism, inasmuch as Burnet here flatly contradicts the usual ideas of hell torments or hell fire, while asserting the necessity of those who have not been as good in this life as they ought to be, undergoing a probationary purification before they attained supreme happiness. Yet eventually every human being would inhabit a heavenly Elysium, where perennial pleasure would reign and sorrow be forever unknown. Those sentiments indicate a high degree of liberal culture, although they do not sufficiently embody our ideal of one of the great freethinkers of the past. We should have preferred Burnet if he had systematically opposed the church as Toland or Tyndall, or if he had boldly entered the breach like William Whiston, whose singular talents and faithful honesty separated him alike from the church, dissent, and deism, and left him shipwrecked on the world, an able yet a visionary reformer. With more ability than Chubb, he resembled him in his weak policy. He chose to cut his sneers in slices, and serve them up for a scholarly party, rather than hazard the indignation of the ignorant amongst the clergy. We are, however, certain that although Thomas Burnet was deficient in many points where he might have done effective service, yet we honor him for the boldness with which he faced the scholars with his Latin works. He threw an apple of discord amongst their ranks, which has served, in a constantly increasing manner, to divide and distract their attention. The result has been a constant internecine war in the Church, by which Freethought has largely profited. We conclude our sketch of Dr. Burnet by quoting some extracts from the 7th chapter of the Archaeologia Philosophica, as translated by Charles Blount in the Oracles of Reason, concerning Moses' description of paradise and the original of things. "We have," says Burnet, "hitherto made our inquiries into the originals of things, as well as after a true knowledge of paradise amongst the ancients; yet still with reference to sacred writ, where it gave us any manner of light on the subject, but think it altogether unnecessary to define the place or situation of paradise, since in respect to the theory of the earth, it is much the same thing where you place it, providing it be not on our modern earth. Now, if you inquire among the ancient fathers where the situation of it was, either they will have it to be none at all, or else obscure and remote from our understanding. Some of them, indeed, term it an intelligible paradise, but confined to no one particular place, whilst others at the same time make it a sensible one, and here it is they first divided about it, etc. Now the history of paradise, according to Moses, is this: when God had in 6 days finished the creation of the world, the 7th day he rested from all manner of work. And here Moses relates particularly each day's operations. But for the story of mankind, as well male as female, of which he makes a particular treatise by himself. Wherefore, omitting the rest at present, let us consider the Mosaic doctrine upon those 3 subjects, viz., Adam, Eve, and the Garden of Eden, together with those things which are interwoven with them. As to the first man, Adam, Moses says he was formed not out of stones or dragons' teeth, as other cosmists have feigned concerning their men, but out of the dust or clay of the earth. And when his body was formed, God blew into his nostrils the breath of life, and man was made a living soul. But after another manner, and of another matter, was the woman built, viz., with one of Adam's small bones. For as Adam lay asleep, God took away one of his ribs, and out of that made Eve. So much for the forming of the first man and woman by the literal text. Moses has likewise given us a large account of their first habitation. He says that God made them in a certain famous garden in the east, and gave it to them as a farm to cultivate and to inhabit, which garden was a most delightful place, watered with 4 several fountains or rivers, planted with trees of every kind. Amongst the trees, in the midst of the garden, stood 2 more remarkable than the rest. One was called the tree of life, the other the tree of death, or of the knowledge of good and evil. God, upon pain of death, prohibits Adam and Eve from tasting the fruit of this tree. But it happened that Eve, sitting solitary under this tree without her husband, there came to her a serpent or adder, which, though I know not by what means or power, civilly accosted the woman, if we may judge of the thing by the event, in these words, or to this purpose. We extract this portion, not for its merits of buffoonery, but to show the real state of mind which could actuate a dignitary of the Church of England in writing it, as the 8th chapter is by far the most philosophical, but we wish to show Burnet's real sentiments. Serpent. All hail, most fair one. What are you doing so solitary and serious under this shade? Eve.
I am contemplating the beauty of this tree.
Serpent. 'Tis truly an agreeable sight, but much pleasanter are the fruits thereof. Have you tasted them, my lady? Eve.
I have not, because God has forbidden us to eat of this tree.
Serpent. What do I hear? What is that God that envies his creatures the innocent delights of nature? Nothing is sweeter, nothing more wholesome than this fruit. Why then should he forbid it? Unless in jest. Eve.
But he has forbid it us on pain of death.
Serpent. Undoubtedly you mistake his meaning. This tree has nothing that would prove fatal to you, but rather something divine and above the common order of nature. Eve.
I can give you no answer, but will go to my husband, and then do as he thinks fit.
Serpent. Why should you trouble your husband over such a trifle? Use your own judgment. Eve.
Let me see. Had I best use it or not? What can be more beautiful than this apple? How sweetly it smells! But it may be it tastes ill.
Serpent. Believe me, it is a bit worthy to be eaten by the angels themselves. Do but try, and if it tastes ill, throw it away. Eve.
Well, I'll try. It has indeed a most agreeable flavor. Give me another, that I may carry it to my husband.
Serpent. Very well thought on. Here's another for you. Go to your husband with it. Farewell, young happy woman. In the meantime, I'll go my ways. Let her take care of the rest. Accordingly, Eve gave the apple to the too uxorious Adam, when immediately after their eating of it they became both, I don't know how, ashamed of their nakedness, and sewing fig leaves together, making themselves a sort of aprons, etc. After these transactions, God in the evening descended into the garden, upon which our first parents fled to hide themselves in the thickest of the trees, but in vain, for God called out, Adam, where art thou? When he, trembling, appeared before God Almighty, and said, Lord, when I heard thee in this garden, I was ashamed because of my nakedness, and hid myself amongst the most shady parts of the thicket. Who told thee, says God, that thou wast naked? Have you eaten of the forbidden fruit? That woman thou gavest me brought it, 'twas she that made me eat it. You have, says God, finely ordered your business, you and your wife. Here, you woman, what is this that you have done? Alas for me, says Adam, thy serpent gave me the apple, and I did eat of it. This apple shall cost you dear, replied God, and not only you, but your posterity and the whole race of mankind. Moreover, for this crime I will curse and spoil the heavens, the earth, and the whole fabric of nature. But thou, in the first place, vile beast, shalt bear the punishment of thy craftiness and malice. Hereafter shalt thou go creeping on thy belly, and instead of eating apples, shall lick the dust of the earth. As for you, Mrs. Curious, who so much love delicacies, in sorrow shall you bring forth your children. You shall be subject to your husband, and shall never depart from his side unless having first obtained leave. Lastly, as for you, Adam, because you have hearkened more to your wife than to me, with the sweat of your brow shall you obtain both food for her and her children. You shall not gather fruits which as heretofore grew of themselves, but shall reap the fruits of the earth with labor and trouble. May the earth be for thy sake accursed, hereafter grown barren. May she produce thistles, thorns, tares, with other hurtful and unprofitable herbs, and when thou hast here led a troublesome, laborious life, dust thou art. To dust shalt thou return. Great is the force of custom and a preconceived opinion over human minds. Wherefore these short observations of the first originals of men or things, which we receive from Moses, are embraced without the least examination of them. But had we read the same doctrine in a Greek philosopher, or in a rabbinical or a Mahometan doctor, we should have stopped at every sentence with our mind full of objections and scruples. Now this difference does not arise from the nature of the thing itself, but from the great opinion we have of the authority of the writer as being divinely inspired. The author here defines his ideas in reference to fabulous writings, after which he proceeds in his inquiry. But out of what matter the first of mankind, whether male or female, was composed, is not so easily known. If God had a mind to make a woman start from one of Adam's ribs, it is true it seems to be a matter not very proper. But however out of wood, stone, or any other being God can make a woman, and here, by the by, the curious ask whether this rib was useless to Adam, and beyond the number requisite in a complete body. If not, when it was taken away, Adam would be a maimed person, and robbed of a part of himself that was necessary. I say necessary, for as much as I suppose that in the fabric of a human body nothing is superfluous, and that no one bone can be taken away without endangering the whole, or rendering it in some measure imperfect. But if, on the other side, you say this rib was really useless to Adam, and might be spared, so that you make him to have only 12 ribs on one side and 13 on the other, they will reply that this is like a monster, as much as if the first man had been created with 3 feet, or 3 hands, or had had more eyes or other members than the use of a human body requires. But in the beginning we cannot but suppose that all things were made with all imaginable exactness. For my part, I do not pretend to decide this dispute, but what more perplexes me is how out of one rib the whole mass of a woman's body could be built. For a rib does not perhaps equal the 1,000th part of an entire body. If you answer that the rest of the matter was taken from elsewhere, certainly, then Eve might much more truly be said to have been formed out of that borrowed matter, whatever it was, than out of Adam's rib. I know that the rabbinical doctors solve this business quite another way, for they say the first man had 2 bodies, the one male, the other female, who were joined together, and that God, having cloven them asunder, gave one side to Adam for a wife. Plato has, in his Symposium, something very like this story concerning his first man, Erogenus, who was afterwards divided into 2 parts, male and female. Lastly, others conjecture that Moses gave out this original of woman to the end that he might inspire a mutual love between the 2 sexes, as parts of one and the same whole, so as more effectually to recommend his own institution of marriage. But leaving this subject, I will hasten to something else. Now the second article treats of God's garden in Eden, watered with 4 rivers arising from the same spring. Those rivers are by Moses called Pishon, Gishon, Hiddekel, and Perath, which the ancient authors interpret by Ganges, Nile, Tigris, and Euphrates. Nor do I truly think without some reason, for Moses seems to have proposed nothing more than bringing 4 of the most celebrated rivers of the whole earth to the watering of his garden. Ah, but say you, these 4 rivers do not spring from the same source, or come from the same place. 'Tis true, nor any other 4 rivers that are named by the interpreters. Wherefore this objection will everywhere hold good, as well against the ancient as modern writers. But although you should reduce these rivers to only 2, as some do, to Tigris and Euphrates, yet neither have these 2 rivers the same fountainhead. But this is really and truly an evasion instead of an explanation, to reduce, contrary to the history of Moses, a greater number of rivers to a smaller, only that they may the more conveniently be reduced to the same spring. For these are the words of Moses: "But there comes a river out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it divides itself into 4 branches. The name of the first is Pishon," etc., whereby it is apparent that either in the exit or in the entrance of the garden there were 4 rivers, and that these 4 rivers did one and all proceed from the same fountainhead in Eden. Now pray tell me, in what part of the earth is this country of Eden, where 4 rivers arise from one and the same spring? but do not go about to say that only two came from that fountain of Eden, and that the other two arose from the Tigris or the Euphrates, where they split near the sea, and make as it were a bifrontic figure, since this does by no means answer the words of Moses. Besides, he mentions in the first place Pishon and Gishon, and afterwards Tigris and Euphrates as lesser rivers, whereas you, on the contrary, will have those to be derived from these last as rivers of an inferior order, which is a manifest distorting of the historical account. But to end all these difficulties concerning the channels of the rivers which watered Paradise, you will perhaps at last say that the springs, as well as the courses of rivers, have been changed by the universal deluge, and that we cannot now be certain where it was they burst over the earth, and what countries they passed through. For my part, I am much of your opinion, providing you confess there happened in the deluge such a disruption of the earth as we suppose there did. But from only an inundation of waters such a change could never happen. Besides, what geography will you have Moses to describe these rivers, antediluvian or postdiluvian? If the latter, there has happened no considerable alteration of the earth since the time of Moses and the flood. If the former, you then render Moses' description of the earth totally superfluous and unuseful to discover the situation of Paradise. Lastly, it is hard to conceive that any rivers, whether these or others, can have subsisted ever since the first beginning of the world, whether you have regard to their water or their channels. The channels of rivers are made by daily attrition, for if they had been made as ditches and furrows are, by earth dug out and heaped on each side, there would certainly have been seen everywhere great banks of earth. But we plainly see that this is only fortuitous, forasmuch as they often run through plains, and the river banks are no more than level with the adjacent fields. Besides, whence could there be had water at the beginning of the world to fill these channels? If you say that on the third day, when the great bed of the ocean was made, the smaller channels of the rivers were also, and as the greatest part of the waters of the abyss fell into the gulf of the seas, so the remaining part descended into these other channels, and therewith formed the primitive rivers. Admitting this, yet the waters would not only be as salt as those of the sea, but there would be no continual springs to nourish these rivers, insomuch as when the first stream of water had flown off, there being no fresh supplies of water to succeed it, these rivers would have been immediately dried up. I say because there were no perpetual springs, for whether springs proceed from rain or from the sea, they could neither way have rose in so short a time, not from rain, for it had not as yet rained, neither was possible, that in the short space of one day the waters of the abyss should run down from the most inland places to the sea, and afterwards returning through ways that were never yet open to them, should strain themselves through the bowels of the earth, and ascend to the heads of their rivers. But of rivers we have said enough. Let us now proceed to the rest. We have in the third place a very strange account of a serpent that talked with Eve, and enticed her to oppose God. I must confess, we have not yet known that this beast could ever speak, or utter any sort of voice beside hissing. But what shall we think Eve knew of this business? If she had taken it for a dumb animal, the very speech of it would have so frightened her that she would have fled from it. If, on the other side, the serpent had from the beginning been capable of talking and haranguing, and only lost his speech for the crime of having corrupted the faith of Eve, certainly Moses would have been far from passing over in silence this sort of punishment, and only mentioning the curse of licking the dust. Besides this, will you have the particular species of serpents, or all the beasts in paradise, to have been imbued with the faculty of speaking, like the trees in Dodona's grove? If you say all, pray what offense had the rest been guilty of, that they also should lose the use of their tongues? If only the serpent enjoyed this privilege, how came it about that so vile an animal, by nature the most reverse and remote from man, should, before all his other fellow brutes, deserve to be master of so great a favor and benefit as that of speech? Lastly, since all discoursing and arguing includes the use of reason, by this very thing you make the serpent a rational creature. But I imagine you will solve this difficulty another way, for, say the sticklers for a literal interpretation, under the disguise of a serpent was hid the devil, or an evil spirit, who, using the mouth and organs of this animal, spoke to the woman as though it were a human voice. But what testimony or what authority have they for this? The most literal reading of Moses, which they so closely adhere to, does not express anything of it. For what else does he seem to say, but that he attributes the seducing of Eve to the natural craftiness of the serpent, and nothing else? For these are Moses's words. Now the serpent was more cunning than any beast of the field that the Lord God had made. Afterwards, continues he, the serpent said to the woman, Yea, hath God said, etc. But besides, had Eve heard an animal, by nature dumb, speak through the means of some evil spirit, she would instantly have fled with horror from the monster, when, on the contrary, she very familiarly received it. They argued very amicably together, as though nothing new or astonishing had taken place. Again, if you say that all this proceeded from the ignorance or weakness of a woman, it would on the other side have been but just that some good angels should have succored a poor, ignorant, weak woman. Those just guardians of human affairs would not have permitted so unequal a conflict. For what if an evil spirit, crafty and knowing in business, had by his subtlety overreached a poor, weak, and silly woman, who had not as yet either seen the sun rise or set, who was but newly born, and thoroughly inexperienced? Certainly a person who had so great a price set upon her head as the salvation of all mankind might well have deserved a guard of angels. Aye, but perhaps you will say, the woman ought to have taken care not to violate a law established on pain of death. The day you eat of it you shall surely die, both you and yours. This was the law. Die. What does this mean, says the poor innocent virgin, who as yet had not seen anything dead, no, not so much as a flower, nor had yet with her eyes or mind perceived the image of death, viz., sleep or night? But what you add concerning his posterity and their punishment, that is not all expressed in the law. Now, no laws are ever to be so distorted, especially those that are penal. The punishment of the serpent will also afford no inconsiderable question, if the devil transacted the whole thing under the form of a serpent, or if he compelled the serpent to do or to suffer things. Why did he, the serpent, pay for a crime committed by the devil? Moreover, as to the manner and form of the punishment inflicted on the serpent, that from that time he should go creeping on his belly, it is not to be explained what that meant. Hardly any one will say that prior to his catastrophe the serpent walked upright, like four-footed beasts, and if from the beginning he crept on his belly like other snakes, it may seem ridiculous to impose on this creature as a punishment for one single crime, a thing which, by nature, he ever had before. But let this suffice for the woman and the serpent. Let us now go on to the trees. I here understand those two trees which stood in the middle of the garden, the tree of life and the tree of good and evil. The former so called, that it would give men a very long life, although by what follows we find our forefathers prior to the flood lived to very great ages, independent of the tree of life. Besides, if the longevity or immortality of man had depended only upon one tree or its fruit, what if Adam had not sinned? How could his posterity, diffused throughout the whole earth, have been able to come and gather fruit out of this garden or from this tree? Or how could the product of one tree have been sufficient for all mankind? Such is a condensed abstract of Dr. Burnett's 7th chapter of Archaeologia. The 8th chapter equals the above in boldness, but far exceeds it in breadth of logic and critical acumen, without, however, appearing so iconoclastic or so vulgar. The next chapter abounds in classical quotations. The creation of the world and the deluge is the theme on which so much is advanced, at a time when such language was greeted with the stake and the prison. We cannot calculate the effect of Burnett's work on the clerical mind, but this we do know, that since his day there has progressed an internal revolution in the tenets of the church, which in the last generation gave birth to the neology, now so destructive of the internal peace of the churches. Neology has not come from deism, for this power assails the outworks of Christianity, while the school of criticism is but a severe pruning knife of internal verbiage. Although the language quoted is harsh, the arguments commonplace, which, although true, are now discarded by the educated freethinker, yet, if for no stronger language than this, men were imprisoned only 10 years ago, what must we say to the moral courage which could publish them 150 years ago? There must surely have been greater risks than in our day, and when a man dare hazard the highest power of the church for the duty of publishing unpopular sentiments, it is clearly our duty to enshrine him as one of the guardians of that liberty of thought and speech, which have won for us a freedom we cherish and protect. Let the earth then lie lightly over the priest freethinker, Thomas Burnet. End of chapter 18. Read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina. If you'd like, you may follow me on Twitter at ThatDarnTed. Chapter 19 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh. Chapter 19. Thomas Paine. The wise, by some centuries before the crowd, must, by their novel systems, though correct, of course offend the wicked, weak, and proud, must meet with hatred, calumny, neglect. Thomas Paine, the sturdy champion of political and religious liberty, was born at Thetford in the country of Norfolk, England, 29th of January, 1737. Born of religious parents, his father being a Quaker and his mother a member of the Church of England, Paine received a religious education at Thetford Grammar School, under the Reverend William Knowles. At an early age he gave indications of his great talent, and found pleasure when a boy in studying poetical authors. His parents, however, endeavored to check his taste for poetry, his father probably thinking it would unfit him for the denomination to which he belonged. But Paine did not lose much time before experimenting in poetry himself. Hence we find him, when 8 years of age, composing the following epitaph upon a fly being caught in a spider's web: Here lies the body of John Crow, who once was high, but now is low. Ye brother crows, take warning all, for as you rise, so must you fall." At the age of 13, after receiving a moderate education in reading, writing, and arithmetic, Paine left school to follow his father's trade, stay making. Although disliking the business, he pursued this avocation for nearly 5 years. When about 20 years of age, however, he felt, as most enterprising young men do feel, a desire to visit London, and enter into the competition and chances of a metropolitan life. His natural dislike to his father's business led him to abandon for a period his original occupation, and after working some time with Mr. Morris, a noted staymaker in Long Acre, he resolved upon a seafaring adventure, of which he thus speaks: "At an early age, raw, adventurous, and heated with the false heroism of a master, Reverend Mr. Knowles, master of the grammar school at Thetford, who had served in a man of war, I began my fortune, and entered on board the terrible Captain Death. From this adventure I was happily prevented by the affectionate and moral remonstrances of a good father, who, from the habits of his life, being of the Quaker profession, looked on me as lost. But the impression, much as it affected me at the time, wore away, and I entered afterwards in the King of Prussia privateer, Captain Mender, and went with her to sea." Sea life did not, as may be supposed, long satisfy a mind like Paine's. In April, 1759, after working nearly 12 months at Dover, we find him settled as master staymaker at Sandwich, marrying on September 27th Mary Lambert, daughter of an exciseman of that place. But this matrimonial happiness was of short duration, his wife dying the following year. Disgusted with the toil and inconvenience of his late occupation, Paine now renounced it forever, to apply himself to the profession of exciseman. After 14 months' study, he obtained the appointment of supernumerary in the excise, which he held with intervals till 1768, when he settled as exciseman at Levis, in Sussex, and married 1771 Elizabeth Olive, daughter of a tobacconist, whose business he succeeded to. About this time Paine wrote several little pieces, in prose and verse, among which was the celebrated song on the death of General Wolfe, and the trial of Farmer Carter's dog Porter. The latter is a composition of exquisite wit and humor. In 1772, the excise officers throughout the kingdom were dissatisfied with their salaries, and formed a plan to apply to Parliament for an increase. Paine, being distinguished among them as a man of great talent, was solicited to draw up and state their case, which he did in a pamphlet entitled, "The Case of the Salary of the Officers of Excise, and Thoughts on the Corruption arising from the Poverty of Excise Officers." 4,000 copies of this pamphlet were printed and circulated. Some time after this publication, Paine, being in the grocery business, was suspected of unfair practices, and was dismissed by the excise, after being in it 12 years. This suspicion, however, was never shown to be just. But to show how very vigorous the authorities were in suppressing smuggling, we will quote the following letter from Clio Rickman to the editor of the Independent Whig, in October, 1807. "Sir, if there are any characters more to be abhorred than others, it is those who inflict severe punishments against offenders, and yet themselves commit the same crimes. If any characters more than others deserve execration, exposure, and to be driven from among mankind, it is those governors of the people who break the laws they themselves make, and punish others for breaking. Suffer me, Mr. Editor, thus to preface the following fact. Fact, I say, because I stand ready to prove it so. When Admiral Duncan rendezvoused in the Downs with his fleet on the 8th of January, 1806, the spider lugger Daniel Fallara, master, was sent to Guernsey to smuggle articles for the fleet, such as wine, spirits, hair powder, playing cards, tobacco, etc., for the supply of the different ships. At her arrival in the Downs, the ship's boats flocked round her to unload her and her contraband cargo. a custom-house extra boat, commanded by William Wallace, seeing the lugger, followed and took her, in doing which he did his duty. On his inspecting the smuggled articles with which she was laden, he found a number of cases directed to Admiral Duncan, the Right Honorable William Pitt, the heaven-born minister of England, and to the Right Honorable Henry Dundas, Walmer Castle. In a few days, Wallace, the master of the custom-house cutter, received orders from government to give the lugger and her smuggled cargo up, on penalty of being dismissed the service, and these cases of smuggled goods were afterwards delivered at the Prime Minister's, Mr. Pitt, at Walmer Castle. Mr. Editor, read what follows, and repress your indignation if you can. There are now in Deal jail 14 persons for trifling acts of smuggling, compared to the above of the Right Honorable William Pitt and the now Right Honorable Lord Melville. The former were poor, and knew not how to live. The latter were most affluently and splendidly supported by the people, that is, they were paupers upon the generous public, towards whom they thus scandalously and infamously conducted themselves. I am, sir, your humble servant, Cleo Rickman. To those opponents of Thomas Paine who attach any weight to his dismissal from the excise on suspicion of smuggling, we would mention the fact that during Paine's service at Levis, Mr. Jenner, the principal clerk in the Excise Office, London, wrote several letters from the Board of Excise, thanking Mr. Paine for his assiduity in his profession, and for his information and calculations forwarded to the office. Shortly after his dismissal, Mr. Paine and his wife, by mutual agreement, separated. Many tales have been put in circulation respecting the separation. Cleo Rickman, in his Life of Paine, has the following passage: "That he did not cohabit with her from the moment they left the altar till the day of their separation, a space of 3 years, although they lived in the same house together, is an indisputable truth. It is also true that no physical defect on the part of Mr. Paine can be adduced as a reason for such conduct. Mr. Paine's answer, upon my once referring to this subject, was, 'It is nobody's business but my own. I had cause for it, but I will name it to no one.' This I can assert, that Mr. Paine always spoke tenderly and respectfully of his wife, and sent her several times pecuniary aid, without her knowing even whence it came." In 1774, Paine left England and arrived at Philadelphia a few months before the Battle of Lexington. He made his appearance in the New World as editor of the Pennsylvanian Magazine, and it would appear that he then had in view the coming struggle, in which he took so prominent a part, for in his introduction to the first number of the above magazine he states, "Thus encompassed with difficulties, this first number of the Pennsylvanian Magazine entreats a favorable reception, of which we shall only say that, like the early snowdrop, it comes forth in a barren season, and contents itself with foretelling the reader that choicer flowers are preparing to appear." Upon the foreign study of gunpowder being prohibited, he proposed a plan in the Pennsylvanian Journal of a saltpetre association for the voluntary supply of that article of destruction. On the 10th of January, 1776, Common Sense was published, its circulation soon reaching 100,000 copies. The effect this remarkable pamphlet produced upon the minds of the American people, and the share it had in bringing to a successful issue the then pending struggle, may be gathered even from Paine's bitterest enemies. Mr. Cheetham, in his Life of Paine, while endeavoring to damage the author of Common Sense, admits the value of this pamphlet. He says, "This pamphlet of 40 octavo pages, holding out relief by proposing independence to an oppressed and despairing people, was published in January, 1776, speaking a language which the colonists had felt but not thought of. Its popularity, terrible in its consequences to the parent country, was unexampled in the history of the press. At first involving the colonists in the crime of rebellion, and pointing to a road leading inevitably to ruin, it was read with indignation and alarm. But when the reader, and every one read it, recovering from the first shock, reperused it, its arguments nourishing his feelings and appealing to his pride, reanimated his hopes, and satisfied his understanding that common sense, backed by the resources and force of the colonies, poor and feeble as they were, could alone rescue them from the unqualified oppression with which they were threatened. The unknown author, in the moments of enthusiasm which succeeded, was an angel sent from heaven to save from all the horrors of slavery by his timely, powerful, and unerring counsels, a faithful but abused, a brave but misrepresented people. Another of Paine's enemies and slanderers, Elkanah Watson, in a volume recently published entitled Men and Times of the Revolution, after speaking in very disparaging terms of Paine's appearance, habits, and disposition, which is proved false by the best of testimony, admits the service rendered to America by common sense. He says, "Yet I could not repress the deepest emotions of gratitude toward him, as the instrument of Providence in accelerating the declaration of our independence. He certainly was a prominent agent in preparing the public sentiment of America for that glorious event. The idea of independence had not occupied the popular mind, and when guardedly approached on the topic, it shrunk from the conception, as fraught with doubt, with peril, and with suffering. In 1776 I was present at Providence, Rhode Island, in a social assembly of most of the prominent leaders of the state. I recollect that the subject of independence was cautiously introduced by an ardent Whig, and the thought seemed to excite the abhorrence of the whole circle. A few weeks after, Paine's Common Sense appeared, and passed through the continent like an electric spark. It everywhere flashed conviction, and aroused a determined spirit, which resulted in the Declaration of Independence upon the 4th of July ensuing. The name of Paine was precious to every Whig heart, and had resounded throughout Europe." Other testimony could be given to Paine's influence in the American struggle for independence, but after the two already mentioned from his opponents, it is unnecessary to give further proof. In the same year that Common Sense appeared, Paine accompanied General Washington and his army, being with him in his retreat from the Hudson River to the Delaware. Although great terror prevailed, Paine stood brave and undismayed, conscious he was advocating a just cause, and determined to bring it to a successful issue. He occupied himself in inspiring hope in the Americans, showing them their strength and their weakness. This object drew from his pen The Crisis, a continuation of the Common Sense, which was issued at intervals till the cessation of hostilities. In 1777, Paine was unanimously and unknown to himself appointed secretary in the Foreign Department, where he formed a close friendship with Dr. Franklin. He did not retain his office, however, long, as he refused to become a party to the fraudulent demands of a Mr. Silas Deane, one of the American commissioners then in Europe, and he resigned the office. In 1780 he was chosen member of the American Philosophical Society, having previously received the degree of Master of Arts from the University of Philadelphia. When the independence of America was attained, and when oppression had received a severe and lasting check in that rising country, we find that Paine, so far from being satisfied with his success in the New World, began to look for a fresh field where he might render good service to the cause of right and freedom. Accordingly, in 1787, he visited Paris, his famous services to America giving him a welcome by those who knew the benefit arising from the establishment of human rights. His stay in Paris at this time was of short duration, as he returned to England after an absence of 13 years on September 3rd. After visiting his mother, and settling an allowance of 9 shillings per week for her support, he resided for a short time at Rotherham, in Yorkshire, where an iron bridge was cast and erected upon a model of his invention, which obtained him great reputation for his mathematical skill. The publication of Mr. Burke's Reflections on the French Revolution called from Paine his Rights of Man, a book that created great attraction and sold nearly 1.5 million copies. In politics, Paine was clear and decided, and from his moderation what is called sound. For the perusal of those who may not have read it, we give the following quotations to show the principles upon which it is based. Mr. Burke talks about what he calls an hereditary crown, as if it were some production of nature, or as if, like time, it had a power to operate not only independently, but in spite of man, or as if it were a thing or a subject universally consented to. Alas, it has none of those properties, but is the reverse of them all. It is a thing in imagination, the property of which is more than doubted, and the legality of which in a few years will be denied. But to arrange this matter in a clearer view than what general expressions can convey, it will be necessary to state the distinct heads under which what is called an hereditary crown, or, more properly speaking, an hereditary succession to the government of a nation, can be considered, which are, first, the right of a particular family to establish itself; secondly, the right of a nation to establish a particular family. With respect to the first of these heads, that of a family establishing itself with hereditary powers on its own authority, and independent of the consent of a nation, all men will concur in calling it despotism, and it would be trespassing on their understanding to attempt to prove it. But the second head, that of a nation establishing a particular family with hereditary powers, does not present itself as despotism on the first reflection. But if men will permit a second reflection to take place, and carry that reflection forward but one remove out of their own persons to that of their offspring, they will then see that hereditary succession becomes in its consequences the same despotism to others which they reprobated for themselves. It operates to preclude the consent of the succeeding generations, and the preclusion of consent is despotism. When the person who at any time shall be in possession of a government, or those who stand in succession to him, shall say to a nation, I hold this power in contempt of you, it signifies not on what authority he pretends to say it. It is no relief, but an aggravation to a person in slavery, to reflect that he was sold by his parent; and as that which heightens the criminality of an act cannot be produced to prove the legality of it, hereditary succession cannot be established as a legal thing. Notwithstanding the taxes of England amount to almost 17 millions a year, said to be for the expenses of government, it is still evident that the sense of the nation is left to govern itself by magistrates and jurors, almost at its own charge, on republican principles, exclusive of the expense of taxes. The salaries of the judges are almost the only charge that is paid out of the revenue. Considering that all the internal government is executed by the people, the taxes of England ought to be the lightest of any nation in Europe, instead of which they are the contrary. As this cannot be accounted for on the score of civil government, the subject necessarily extends itself to the monarchical part. If a law be bad, it is one thing to oppose the practice of it, but it is quite a different thing to expose its errors, to reason on its defects, and show cause why it should be repealed, or why another ought to be substituted in its place. I have always held it an opinion, making it also my practice, that it is better to obey a bad law, making use at the same time of every argument to show its errors and procure its repeal, than forcibly to violate it, because the precedent of breaking a bad law might weaken the force, and lead to a discretionary violation of those which are good. As may be supposed, such a work as The Rights of Man, aiming directly at all oppression, regardless of party, could not be allowed to escape the Attorney General's answer. Accordingly, we find a prosecution instituted against it. But instead of prosecuting the author, the publishers were selected. This drew from Paine a long letter to the Attorney General suggesting the justice of his answering for the book he wrote. On the trial, Mr. (afterwards Lord) Erskine thus spoke of the author of The Rights of Man: "The defendant's whole deportment previous to the publication has been wholly unexceptionable. He properly desired to be given up as the author of the book, if any inquiry should take place concerning it, and he is not affected in evidence, directly or indirectly, with any legal or suspicious conduct, not even with uttering an indiscreet or taunting expression, nor with any one matter or thing inconsistent with the best subject in England." On the 12th of September, 1792, Mr. Achilles Audibert came expressly to England from the French Convention, to solicit Paine to attend and aid them by his advice on their deliberations. On his arrival at Calais, a public dinner was provided, a royal salute was fired from the battery, the troops were drawn out, and there was a general rejoicing throughout the town. Paine was escorted to the house of his friend Mr. Audibert, the chief magistrate of the place, where he was visited by the commandant and all the municipal officers in forms, who afterwards gave him a sumptuous entertainment in the town hall. The same honor was also paid him on his departure for Paris. Upon his arrival in Paris all was confusion. There were the king's friends mortified and subdued, the Jacobins split up into cavilling faction, some wishing a federative government, some desiring the king's death, and the death of all the nobility, while a portion were more discreet, wishing liberty without licentiousness, and having a desire to redress wrongs without revenge. These few accepted Paine as their leader, and renounced all connection with the Jacobin Club. Paine on all occasions advocated the preservation of the king's life, but his efforts were thwarted by the appointment by Robespierre of Barrère to the office. So anxiously was Paine sought after, that both Calais and Versailles returned him as deputy. To show how the author of The Rights of Man opposed all physical force where reason may be used, it is only necessary to state that when the letter of Dumouriez reached Paris, with the threat of restoring the king, Paine wrote a letter to the convention stating a plan for readjustment, and was taking it personally when he was informed that a decree had just been passed offering 100,000 crowns for Dumouriez's head, and another making it high treason to propose anything in his favor. Whilst deputy for Calais, Paine was sought and admired by all classes. He dined every Friday for a long period with the Earl of Lauderdale and Dr. Moore, and so frequent were his visitors that he set apart 2 mornings a week for his levee days. He soon, however, changed his residence, preferring less formality and a more select circle. His History of the French Revolution we are deprived of by his imprisonment, which Gibbon thought would prove a great loss. The historian often applied for the manuscript, believing it to be of great worth. The opinion Paine held of the Revolution may be gathered from the following: "With respect to the Revolution, it was begun by good men, on good principles, and I have ever believed it would have gone on so, had not the provocative interference of foreign powers distracted it into madness, and sown jealousies among the leaders. The people of England have now 2 revolutions, the American and the French, before them. Their own wisdom will direct them what to choose and what to avoid, and in everything which relates to their happiness, combined with the common good of mankind, I wish them honor and success." His speech against the death of the king shows how far he was removed from party spirit or any feeling of revenge. Whilst he protested against the king being re-enthroned, he equally protested against his death, wishing him removed from the seat of his corruption and placed in a more elevating atmosphere. Entreating for the king's safety, he says, "Let then the United States be the safeguard and the asylum of Louis Capet. There, hereafter far removed from the miseries and crimes of royalty, he may learn, from the constant aspect of public prosperity, that the true system of government consists in fair, equal, and honorable representation. In relating this circumstance, and in submitting this proposition, I consider myself as a citizen of both countries." The policy pursued by Paine was not consonant with the views of Robespierre. Consequently, he was seized in the night and imprisoned in the Luxembourg 11 months, without any reason being assigned. The readers are doubtless aware of the many providential escapes he had from the death for which he was seized. While in prison, he wrote part of his Age of Reason, having commenced it just previous to his arrest. Not knowing 1 hour but he might be executed, and once being on the verge of death from fever. He knew the prejudice the Age of Reason would create, so he left its production to the latter part of his life, not wishing to make that an impediment to the good he sought to accomplish in the political world. After toiling in France to bring the Revolution to a just termination, and finding his efforts rendered abortive by that feeling which former oppression had created, he resolved to return to America, a country he saw thriving by a policy he wished to institute in France. In 1802, Jefferson, then President of America, knowing his wish to return, wrote him the following letter: "You express a wish in your letter to return to America by a national ship. Mr. Dawson, who brings over the treaty, and who will present you with this letter, is charged with orders to the captain of the Maryland to receive and accommodate you back if you can be ready to return at such a short warning. You will in general find us returned to sentiments worthy of former times. In these it will be your glory to have steadily labored, and with as much effect as any man living. That you may live long to continue your useful labors, and reap the reward in the thankfulness of nations, is my sincere prayer. Accept the assurance of my high esteem and affectionate attachment. Thomas Jefferson." But circumstances prevented Paine going by the Maryland. He sailed, however, on the 1st of September, 1802, in the London paquet. He had often previously arranged to return to America, but luckily Providence prevented him. One ship that he intended to sail by was searched by English frigates for Thomas Paine, and another sunk at sea, whilst at other times British frigates were cruising off the ports from which he was to sail, knowing him to be there. So much religious misrepresentation has been circulated about Paine's life and death, that it becomes a duty to restate the facts. The manner of life Paine pursued may be gathered from the reliable testimony of Clio Rickman. He says, "Mr. Paine's life in London was a quiet round of philosophical leisure and enjoyment. It was occupied in writing, in a small epistolary correspondence, in walking about with me to visit different friends, occasionally lounging at coffee houses and public places, or being visited by a select few. Lord Edward Fitzgerald, the French and American ambassadors, Mr. Sharp, the engraver, Romney, the painter, Mrs. Wollstonecraft, Joel Barlow, Mr. Hull, Mr. Christie, Dr. Priestley, Dr. Towers, Colonel Oswald, the walking Stewart, Captain Sampson Perry, Mr. Tuffin, Mr. William Chopin, Captain de Stark, Mr. Hometook, etc., were among the number of his friends and acquaintances." His manner of living in France and America has already been noticed. The perverted tales of Carver and Cheatham may be utterly disproved by referring to Clio Rickman's Life of Paine. As his life, so was his death. When he became feeble and infirm in January, 1809, he was often visited by those good people who so often intrude upon the domestic quiet of the afflicted. After the visit of an old woman, come from the Almighty, whom Paine soon sent back again, he was troubled with the Reverend Milledollar and the Reverend Mr. Cunningham. The latter reverend said, "Mr. Paine, we visit you as friends and neighbors. You have now a full view of death. You cannot live long, and whoever does not believe in Jesus Christ will assuredly be damned." "Let me," said Paine, "have none of your popish stuff. Get away with you. Good morning. Good morning." Another visitor was the Reverend Mr. Hargrove, with this statement: "My name is Hargrove, sir. I am minister of the New Jerusalem Church. We, sir, explain the Scripture in its true meaning. The key has been lost these 4,000 years, and we have found it." "Then," said Paine, in his own neat way, "it must have been very rusty." Shortly before his death, he stated to Mr. Hicks, to whom he had sent to arrange his burial, that his sentiments in reference to the Christian religion were precisely the same as when he wrote the Age of Reason. On the 8th of June, in the words of Clio Rickman, 1809, about 9 in the morning, he placidly and almost without a struggle died as he had lived, a deist, aged 72 years and 5 months. He was interred at New Rochelle upon his own farm, a handsome monument being now erected where he was buried. It has been the object in the present sketch rather to give, in a brief manner, an account of Paine's life and services than an elucidation of his writings. His works are well known, and they will speak for themselves, but much wrong is done to his memory by the perversions and misrepresentations of the religious publications. No doubt, had his views been different on religious subjects, he would have been held up as a model of genius, perseverance, courage, disinterestedness of purpose, and purity of life, by the men who now find him no better name than the blasphemer. We hope that those not previously acquainted with the facts of his life will find in the present sketch sufficient reason to think and speak otherwise of a man who made the world his country, and the doing good his religion. As Euclid near his various writings shown, his pen inspired by glorious truth alone, o'er all the earth diffusing light and life, subduing error, ignorance, and strife, raised man to just pursuits, to thinking right, and yet will free the world from woe and falsehood's night. To this immortal man, to Paine 'twas given, to metamorphose earth from hell to heaven. End of chapter 19 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. Recorded for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Chapter 20 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh. Chapter 20, Baptiste de Mirabeau. Jean-Baptiste de Mirabeau was born at Paris in the year 1675. Of his early life we can glean but very scanty information. He appears first to have embraced the military profession, but it not being consonant with his general character, he soon quitted the army and devoted himself to literature. He was, however, nearly 49 years of age before he became known in the literary world. He then published a French translation of Tasso's Jerusalem, which brought him much fame, and many of the contributors to the French Encyclopedia appear to have associated with him and courted his friendship. He was afterwards elected a member of the French Academy, of which he became the secretary in 1742. Mirabeau was a constant visitor at the house of his friend the Baron d'Holbach, down to the period of his death. He wrote The World, Its Origin and Its Antiquity, Opinions of the Ancients upon the Jews, Sentiments of the Philosophers upon the Nature of the Soul, and other minor works. The System of Nature was also for many years attributed to Mirabeau, but it appears now to be extremely doubtful whether he ever wrote a single line of the work. The Abbé Galliani was one of the first who pointed out D'Holbach as the author. In the Memoirs of M. Suard, edited by M. Garat, the same hypothesis is supported with additional firmness. Dugald Stewart seems to put much faith in the latter authority as fixing the authorship of the System of Nature upon D'Holbach. Voltaire attributes the work to Damilaville in a somewhat positive manner, for which he is sharply criticized in the Biographie Universelle, published in 1817. The System of Nature is a book of which Dugald Stewart speaks as the boldest, if not the ablest work of the Parisian atheists, and it has undoubtedly obtained great popularity. Voltaire, who has written against the System of Nature in a tone of bitter sarcasm, and who complains of its general dullness and prolixity, yet admits that it is often humorous, sometimes eloquent. It certainly is not written in that lively but rather superficial style which has characterized many of the French writers, but it speaks in plain yet powerful language, evincing an extensive acquaintance with the works of previous philosophers, and much thought in relation to the subjects treated upon. Some of its pages, exhibiting more vivacity than the rest of the book, have been attributed to Diderot, who, it is alleged by Marmontel and others, aided by his pen and counsel many of the free-thinking works issued during his life. The System of Nature was not published during the lifetime of Mirabeau, and it is therefore impossible to use any argument which might have been based upon Mirabeau's conduct in relation to it. Mirabeau died in Paris in 1760, at the advanced age of nearly 86 years. Contemporary with him were D'Alembert, D'Holbach, Voltaire, Diderot, Helvetius, Condorcet, Buffon, Rousseau, Frederick II of Prussia, Montesquieu, Grimm, Sir William Tempte, Toland, Tyndall, Edmund Halley, Hume, Gibbon, Adam Smith, Franklin, and Darwin, forming a roll of names whose fame will be handed down to posterity for centuries to come, as workers in the cause of man's redemption from mental slavery. If, as it appears very probably, it be the fact that Mirabeau had but little part in the authorship of La Système de la Nature, D'Holbach, in using the name of his deceased friend, only associated him with a work which, judging from his other writings, the tenor of his life, and the noble character of his associates, Mirabeau would have issued with pride himself, had the book been really written by him. End chapter 20. Read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Chapter 21 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh. Chapter 21, Baron D'Holbach. Paul Therry, Baron D'Holbach, was born at Heidesheim in the Palatinate in the month of January 1723. His father appears to have been a very wealthy man, and brought his son to Paris for the purpose of superintending his education, but died while he was still a child. In his youth, D'Holbach appears to have been noted for his studious habits and retentive faculties, and ultimately attained to some eminence in chemistry and mineralogy. He married when very young, and he had not been married 1 year when his wife died. He afterwards obtained a dispensation from the Pope, and married his deceased wife's sister, by whom he had 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. D'Holbach appeared to have spent the greater part of his life in Paris, and for 40 years he assembled around his table every Sunday the elite of the literary world, including nearly the whole of those who took part in the first encyclopedia. If that table were only in the hands of some of our spirit friends of the present day, what brilliant anecdotes might it not rap out! The sparkling wit of Diderot, the good humor of our host, the hospitable and generous D'Holbach, the occasional bitterness of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the cautious expression of opinion by D'Alembert, the agreeable variety of Montesquieu, and the bold enthusiasm of the youthful but hard-working Naigeon. If ever a table were inclined to turn, this table should have been. But perhaps it may be that tables never turn when reason is the ruler of those who sit around. It seems more than probable that D'Holbach at first held opinions differing widely from those entertained by him during the later periods of his life, and it is asserted that Diderot contributed much to this change of opinion. D'Holbach was an amiable man of the world, fond of amusement, and without pretension. He was, notwithstanding, well versed in Roman and Grecian literature, mathematics, chemistry, botany, and modern languages. He was generous to everyone. "I content myself," he said, "with performing the disagreeable character of benefactor, when I am forced to do it. I do not wish to be repaid by money, but I am pleased when I meet with some little gratitude, if it be only as proving that the persons I have assisted were such sort of men as I desired." Although about 45 works are now ascribed to D'Holbach, not one of them was published during his lifetime in his own name. The manuscripts were taken to Amsterdam by Naigeon, and there printed by Michael Ray. D'Holbach never talked publicly of his literary productions himself, and his secrets seem to have been well kept by his friends. Several of the works were condemned and suppressed by the government, but D'Holbach lived unsuspected and unmolested. The expression used by the avocat, General Séguier, in his Requistoire against the system of nature, is worthy of notice. The avocat general said, "The restless spirit of infidelity, inimical to all dependence, endeavors to overthrow all political constitutions. Its wishes will not be satisfied until it has destroyed the necessary inequality of rank and condition, and until it has degraded the majesty of kings, and rendered their authority subordinate to the caprices of the mob." Note the 3 words we have italicized. For the first, read unnecessary; for the second, voice; for the third, peoples. We trust that free thought never will be satisfied until it has destroyed the unnecessary inequalities of rank and condition, and rendered it impossible for the authority of kings to be enforced in opposition to the voice of the people. The following description of D'Holbach is given in a little sketch, published by Mr. Watson in 1834, as taken from Grimm's Correspondence. D'Holbach's features were, taken separately, regular, and even handsome, yet he was not a handsome man. His forehead, large and open, like that of Diderot, indicated a vast and capacious mind, but his forehead having fewer sinuosities, less roundness than Diderot's, announced less warmth, less energy, and less fecundity of ideas. A craniologist would say that in both D'Holbach and Diderot, the philosophical organs were largely developed, but that Diderot excelled in ideality. D'Holbach's countenance only indicated mildness, and the habitual sincerity of his mind. He was incapable of personal hatred. Though he detested priests and Jesuits, and all other supporters of despotism and superstition, and though when speaking of such people, his mildness and good temper were sometimes transformed into bitterness and irritability, yet it affirmed that when the Jesuits were expelled from France, D'Holbach regarded them as objects of commiseration and of pity, and afforded them pecuniary assistance. The titles of D'Holbach's works may be found in Barbier's Dictionary of Anonymous Works, and in St. Cyran's article of the Biographie Universelle. So, in the little tract before mentioned as published by J. Watson, D'Holbach contributed largely to the first French encyclopedia, and other works of a like character. On the system of nature we have already spoken, and shall rather leave our readers to the work itself than take up more space in discussing its authorship. After having lived a life of comfort, in affluent circumstances, and always surrounded by a large circle of the best men of the day, D'Holbach died on January the 21st, 1789, being then 66 years of age. The priests have never pictured to us any scene of horror in relation to his dying moments. The good old man died cheered and supported in his last struggle by those men whom he had many times assisted in the hard fighting of the battle of life. J. A. Naigeon, who had been his friend for 30 years, paid an eloquent tribute to D'Holbach's memory in an article which appeared in the Journal de Paris of February the 9th, 1789. And we are not aware that any man has ever written anything against D'Holbach's personal character. Extracts from the System of Nature. Although we may not attempt to express a decided opinion as to the authorship of Le Système de la Nature, we feel it our duty to present some of its principal arguments to the consideration of our readers. The author opens his work with this passage: "Man always deceives himself when he abandons experience to follow imaginary systems. He is the work of nature. He exists in nature. He is submitted to her laws. He cannot deliver himself from them. He cannot step beyond them, even in thought. It is in vain his mind would spring forward beyond the visible world. An imperious necessity ever compels his return, for a being formed by nature, who is circumscribed by her laws, there exists nothing beyond the great whole of which he forms a part, of which he experiences the influence. The beings his imagination pictures as above nature, or distinguished from her, are always chimeras formed after that which he has already seen, but of which it is utterly impossible he should ever form any correct idea, either as to the place they occupy, or their manner of acting. For him there is not, there can be nothing out of that nature which includes all beings. Instead, therefore, of seeking out of the world he inhabits for beings who can procure him a happiness denied by nature, let him study this nature, learn her laws, contemplate her energies, observe the immutable rules by which she acts." Speaking of the theological delusions under which many men labor, and of the mode in which man has been surrounded by those delusions, he says: "His ignorance has made him credulous. His curiosity made him swallow large draughts of the marvelous. Time confirmed him in his opinions, and he passed his conjectures from race to race. For realities, a tyrannical power maintained him in his motions, because by those alone could society be enslaved. It was in vain that some faint glimmerings of nature occasionally attempted the recall of his reason, that slight coruscations of experience sometimes threw his darkness into light. The interest of the few was bottomed on his enthusiasm. Their preeminence depended on his love of the wonderful. Their very existence rested on the solidity of his ignorance. They consequently suffered no opportunity to escape, of smothering even the lambent flame. The many were thus first deceived into credulity, then coerced into submission. At length the whole science of man became a confused mass of darkness, falsehood, and contradictions, with here and there a feeble ray of truth, furnished by that nature of which he can never entirely divest himself, because, without his knowledge, his necessities are continually bringing him back to her resources. Having stated that by nature he means the great whole, our author complains of those who assert that matter is senseless, inanimate, unintelligent, etc., and says, "Experience proves to us that the matter which we regard as inert or dead assumes action, intelligence, and life, when it is combined in a certain way. If flour be wetted with water, and the mixture closed up, it will be found, after some little lapse of time, by the aid of a microscope, to have produced organized beings that enjoy life, of which the water and the flour were believed incapable. It is thus that inanimate matter can pass into life, or animate matter, which is in itself only an assemblage of motion. Reasoning from analogy, which the philosophers of the present day hold perfectly compatible, the production of a man, independent of the ordinary means, would not be more marvelous than that of an insect with flour and water. Fermentation and putrefaction evidently produce living animals. We have here the principle. With proper materials, principles can always be brought into action. That generation which is styled equivocal is only so for those who do not reflect, or who do not permit themselves attentively to observe the operations of nature." This passage is much ridiculed by Voltaire, who asserts that it is founded on some experiments made by one Needham, who placed some rye meal in well corked bottles, and some boiled mutton gravy in other bottles, and found that eels were produced in each. We do not know sufficient of the history of Needham's experiments, either to affirm or deny their authenticity, but we feel bound to remind our readers of the much decried experiments conducted by Mr. Cross, and which were afterwards verified by Mr. Weeks of Sandwich. In these cases, insects were produced by the action of a powerful voltaic battery upon a saturated solution of silicate of potash, and upon ferrocyanuret of potassium. The insects were a species of acarus, minute and semi-transparent, and furnished with long bristles, which could only be seen by the aid of the microscope. The 6th chapter treats of man, and the author thus answers the question, "What is man?" We say he is a material being, organized after a peculiar manner, conformed to a certain mode of thinking, of feeling, capable of modification in certain modes peculiar to himself, to his organization, to that particular combination of matter which is found assembled in him. If again it be asked what origin we give to beings of the human species, we reply that, like all other beings, man is a production of nature, who resembles them in some respects, and finds himself submitted to the same laws, who differs from them in other respects, and follows particular laws determined by the diversity of his conformation. If then it be demanded whence came man, we answer, our experience on this head does not capacitate us to resolve the question, but that it cannot interest us, as it suffices for us to know that man exists, that he is so constituted as to be competent to the effects we witness. In the 7th chapter, the author, treating of the soul and spirit, says, "The doctrine of spirituality, such as it now exists, offers nothing but vague ideas, or rather is the absence of all ideas. What does it present to the mind but a substance which possesses nothing of which our senses enable us to have a knowledge? Can it be truth that man is able to figure to himself a being not material, having neither extent nor parts? which nevertheless acts upon matter without having any point of contact, any kind of analogy with it, and which itself receives the impulse of matter by means of material organs, which announce to it the presence of other beings? Is it possible to conceive the union of the soul with the body? To comprehend how this material body can bind, enclose, constrain, determine a fugitive being which escapes all our senses? Is it honest, is it plain dealing, to solve these difficulties by saying there is a mystery in them, that they are the effects of a power more inconceivable than the human soul, that its mode of acting, however concealed from our view? When to resolve these problems, man is obliged to have recourse to miracles, to make the divinity interfere, does he not avow his own ignorance? When, notwithstanding the ignorance he is thus obliged to avow by availing himself of the divine agency, he tells us this immaterial substance, this soul, shall experience the action of the element of fire, which he allows to be material. When he confidently says, this soul shall be burnt, shall suffer in purgatory, have we not a right to believe that either he has a design to deceive us, or else that he does not himself understand that which he is so anxious we shall take upon his word? The 9th chapter, after treating of the diversity of the intellectual faculties, proceeds: Man at his birth brings with him into the world nothing but the necessity of conserving himself, of rendering his existence happy. Instructions, examples, the custom of the world, present him with the means, either real or imaginary, of achieving it. Habit procures for him the facility of employing these means. In order that man may become virtuous, it is absolutely requisite that he should have an interest, that he should find advantages in practicing virtue. For this end, it is necessary that education should implant in him reasonable ideas, that public opinion should lean towards virtue as the most desirable good, that example should point it out as the object most worthy of esteem, that government should faithfully recompense, should regularly reward it, that honor should always accompany its practice, that vice should constantly be despised, that crime should invariably be punished. Is virtue in this situation amongst men? Does the education of man infuse into him just, faithful ideas of happiness, true notions of virtue, dispositions really favorable to the beings with whom he is to live? The examples spread before him, are they suitable to innocence of manners? Are they calculated to make him respect decency, to cause him to love probity, to practice honesty, to value good faith, to esteem equity, to revere conjugal fidelity, to observe exactitude in fulfilling his duties? Religion, which alone pretends to regulate his manners, does it render him sociable? Does it make him pacific? Does it teach him to be humane? The arbiters, the sovereigns of society, are they faithful in recompensing, punctual in rewarding those who have best served their country, in punishing those who have pillaged, who have robbed, who have plundered, who have divided, who have ruined it? Justice, does she hold her scales with a firm, with an even hand, between all the citizens of the state? The laws, do they never support the strong against the weak, favor the rich against the poor, uphold the happy against the miserable? In short, is it an uncommon spectacle to behold crime frequently justified, often applauded, sometimes crowned with success, insolently triumphing, arrogantly striding over that merit which it disdains, over that virtue which it outrages. Well, then, in societies thus constituted, virtue can only be heard by a very small number of peaceable citizens, a few generous souls, who know how to estimate its value, who enjoy it in secret. For the others it is only a disgusting object. They see in it nothing but the supposed enemy to their happiness, or the censor of their individual conduct. In the 10th chapter, which is upon the soul, the author says, "The diversity in the temperament of man is natural, the necessary source of the diversity of passions, of his taste, of his idea of happiness, of his opinions of every kind. Thus this same diversity will be the fatal source of his disputes, of his hatreds, of his injustice, every time he shall reason upon unknown objects, but to which he shall attach the greatest importance. He will never underestimate either himself or others, in speaking of a spiritual soul, or of immaterial substances distinguished from nature. He will from that moment cease to speak the same language, and he will never attach the same ideas to the same words. What then shall be the common standard that shall decide which is the man that thinks with the greatest justice? Propose to a man to change his religion for yours. He will believe you a madman. You will only excite his indignation, elicit his contempt. He will propose to you, in his turn, to adopt his own peculiar opinions. After much reasoning, you will treat each other as absurd beings, ridiculously opinionated, pertinaciously stubborn, and he will display the least folly who shall first yield. But if the adversaries become heated in the dispute, which always happens, when they suppose the matter important, or when they would defend the cause of their own self-love, from thence their passions sharpen, they grow angry, quarrels are provoked, they hate each other, and end by reciprocal injury. It is thus that for opinions which no man can demonstrate, we see the Brahman despised, the Mohammedan hated, the pagan held in contempt, that they oppress and disdain each with the most raucous animosity. The Christian burns the Jew at what is called an auto da fe, because he clings to the faith of his fathers. The Roman Catholic condemns the Protestant to the flames, and makes a conscience of massacring him in cold blood. This reacts in his turn, something the various sects of Christians league together against the incredulous Turk, and for a moment suspend their own bloody disputes, that they may chastise the enemies to the true faith. Then, having glutted their revenge, return with redoubled fury to wreak over again their infuriated vengeance on each other. The 13th chapter argues as follows against the doctrine of the immortality of the soul and a future state. In old age, man extinguishes entirely. His fibers become rigid, his nerves lose their elasticity, his senses are obtunded, his sight grows dim, his ears lose their quickness, his ideas become unconnected, his memory fails, his imagination cools. What then becomes of his soul? Alas, it sinks down with the body. It gets benumbed as it loses its feeling, becomes sluggish as this decays in activity. Like it, when enfeebled by years, it fulfills its functions with pain. This substance which is deemed spiritual, which is considered immaterial, which it is endeavored to distinguish from matter, undergoes the same revolutions, experiences the same vicissitudes, submits to the same modifications as does the body itself. In despite of this proof of the materiality of the soul, of its identity with the body so convincing to the unprejudiced, some thinkers have supposed that although the latter is perishable, the former does not perish, that this portion of man enjoys the especial privilege of immortality, that it is exempt from dissolution, free from those changes of form all the beings in nature undergo. In consequence of this, man is persuaded himself that this privileged soul does not die. It will be asked, perhaps, by what road has man been conducted to form to himself gratuitous ideas of another world? I reply that it is a truth man has no idea of a future life. They are the ideas of the past and the present that furnish his imagination with the materials of which he constructs the edifice of the regions of futurity. Hobbes says we believe that that which is will always be, and that the same causes will have the same effects. Man, in his actual state, has two modes of feeling, one that he approves, another that he disapproves. Thus persuaded that these two modes of feeling must accompany him even beyond his present existence, he placed in the regions of eternity two distinguished abodes, one destined to felicity, the other to misery. The one must contain those who obey the calls of superstition, who believe in its dogmas. The other is a prison, destined to avenge the cause of heaven on all those who shall not faithfully believe the doctrines promulgated by the ministers of a vast variety of superstitions. Has sufficient attention been paid to the fact that results as a necessary consequence from this reasoning, which on examination will be found to have rendered the first place entirely useless, seeing that by the number and contradiction of these various systems, let man believe whichever he may, let him follow it in the most faithful manner, still he must be ranked as an infidel, as a rebel to the divinity, because he cannot believe in all, and those from which he dissents, by a consequence of their own creed, condemn him to the prison house. Such is the origin of the ideas upon a future life, so diffused among mankind. Everywhere may be seen an Elysium and a Tartarus, a paradise and a hell. In a word, two distinguished abodes, constructed according to the imagination of the enthusiasts who have invented them, who have accommodated them to their own peculiar prejudices, to the hopes, to the fears of the people who believe in them. The Indian figures the first of these abodes as one of inaction, of permanent repose, because, being the inhabitant of a hot climate, he has learned to contemplate rest as the extreme of felicity. The Mussulman promises himself corporeal pleasures, similar to those that actually constitute the object of his research in this life. Each figures to himself that on which he has learned to set the greatest value. As for the miserable abode of souls, the imagination of fanatics who were desirous of governing the people strove to assemble the most frightful images to render it still more terrible. Fire is of all things that which produces in man the most pungent sensation. Not finding anything more cruel, the enemies to the several dogmas were to be everlastingly punished with this torturing element. Fire, therefore, was the point at which their imagination was obliged to stop. The ministers of the various systems agreed pretty generally that fire would one day avenge their offended divinities. Thus they painted the victims to the anger of the gods, or rather those who questioned their own creeds, as confined in fiery dungeons, as perpetually rolling into a vortex of bituminous flames, as plunged in unfathomable gulfs of liquid sulphur, making the infernal caverns resound with their useless groanings, with their unavailing gnashing of teeth. But it will perhaps be inquired, how could man reconcile himself to the belief of an existence accompanied with eternal torments? above all, as many, according to their own superstitions, had reason to fear it for themselves. Many causes have concurred to make him adopt so revolting an opinion. In the first place, very few thinking men have ever believed such an absurdity. When they have deigned to make use of their reason, or when they have accredited it, this notion was always counterbalanced by the idea of the goodness, by a reliance on the mercy which they attributed to their respective divinities. In the second place, those who were blinded by their fears never rendered to themselves any account of these strange doctrines, which they either received with awe from their legislators, or which were transmitted to them by their fathers. In the third place, each sees the object of his terrors only at a favorable distance. Moreover, superstition promises him the means of escaping the tortures he believes he has merited. We conclude by quoting the following eloquent passage. O Nature, sovereign of all beings, and ye her adorable daughters, virtue, reason, and truth, remain forever our reverend protectors. It is to you that belong the praises of the human race. To you appertains the homage of the earth. Show us then, O Nature, that which man ought to do, in order to obtain the happiness which thou makest him desire. Virtue, animate him with thy beneficent fire. Reason, conduct his uncertain steps through the paths of life. Truth, let thy torch illumine his intellect, dissipate the darkness of his road. Banish error from our mind, wickedness from our hearts, confusion from our footsteps. Cause knowledge to extend its salubrious reign, goodness to occupy our souls, serenity to dwell in our bosoms. Let our eyes, so long either dazzled or blindfolded, be at length fixed upon those objects we ought to seek. Dispel forever those mists of ignorance, those hideous phantoms, together with those seducing chimeras, which only serve to lead us astray. Extricate us from that dark abyss into which we are plunged by superstition. Overthrow the fatal empire of delusion. Crumble the throne of falsehood. Wrest from their polluted hands the power they have usurped. End section 21 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. Read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Chapter 22 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh. Chapter 22. Robert Taylor. Many of the readers of this number will, from their own memories, be better able to do justice to him, whom Henry Hunt named the Devil's Chaplain, than we shall in our limited space. Robert Taylor was born at Edmonton in the county of Middlesex on the 18th of August, 1784. His family was highly respectable, and his parents were in affluent circumstances. But, being a younger son in a family of 11 children, it was necessary that Robert Taylor should follow some profession. His father died when he was about 7 years old, leaving him under the guardianship of a paternal uncle. When 17 years of age, he was apprenticed to a surgeon at Birmingham, and studied medicine afterward under Sir Astley Cooper and Mr. Clive, passing the College of Surgeons with considerable eclat. When about 23, he became acquainted with the Reverend Thomas Cotterell, a clergyman of the Established Church, of high evangelical principles, who induced him to quit physics for metaphysics, and in 1809 Robert Taylor entered St. John's College, Cambridge, and in 1813 took his degree of Bachelor of Arts. He was publicly complimented by the master of the college as a singular honor to the university in his scholarship, and was ordained on the 14th of March, 1813, by the Bishop of Chichester. From that time until 1818, Taylor officiated as curate at Midhurst. Here he became acquainted with a person named Ayling, who held deistical opinions, and who induced Taylor to read various free-thinking works. This soon resulted in an avowal of deism on the part of Taylor, who tendered his resignation to his bishop. His friends and family were much alarmed, and much pressure was brought to bear upon him, and we regret to state that it had the effect of producing a temporary recantation. This, however, brought Taylor no relief. He found himself in distress, and shunned by his family. Through the kindness of an old friend, he obtained the curacy of Yardley, near Birmingham, but his previous apostasy having reached the ears of the bishop, the necessary license was refused, and the rector received a peremptory notice to dismiss Taylor. This harsh treatment caused a reaction, and while the rector sought another curate, Taylor preached a series of sermons, by means of which he shook the faith of nearly the whole of his congregation. The following is an abstract of his last sermon at Yardley. The text was, "For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth." Matthew 12:40. He began. Then this glorious miracle of the man having been swallowed alive by a fish, and remaining alive for 72 hours, undigested and unhurt, in the fish's bowels, and being vomited up unhurt and safe upon the dry land, was as true as the gospel. And consequently the gospel was as true, but not more true than this seasick miracle. He inferred that no person could have a right to pretend to believe in the death and resurrection of Christ, who had the least doubt as to the reality of the deglutition and evomition of the prophet Jonah. As to the natural improbabilities and physical impossibilities of this very wonderful Bible miracle, these were nothing in the way of a true and lively faith. Where miracles of any sort were concerned, there could be no distinction into the greater and the less, since infinite power was as necessary to the reality of the least as to the greatest. We should never forget that it was the Lord who prepared the fish, and prepared him for the express purpose of swallowing the man, and probably gave him a little opening physic to cleanse the apartment for the accommodation of its intended tenant. And had the purpose been that the whole ship and all the crew should have been swallowed as well as he, there's no doubt that they could have been equally well accommodated. But as to what some wicked infidels objected about the swallow of the whale being too narrow to admit the passage of the man, it only required a little stretching, and even a herring or a sprat might have gulped him. He enlarged most copiously on the circumstance of the Lord speaking to the fish, in order to cause him to vomit, and insisted on the natural efficacy of the Lord, which was quite enough to make anybody sick. He pointed out the many interesting examples of faith and obedience which had been set by the scaly race, who were not only at all times easy to be caught in the gospel net, when thrown over them by the preaching of the word, but were always ready to surrender their existence to the Almighty whenever he pleased to drop 'em a line. That as the first preachers of the gospel were fishermen, so the preachers of the gospel to this day might truly be said to be looking after the loaves and fishes, and they who, as the scripture says, are wise to catch souls, S-O-L-E-S, speak to them for no other purpose than that for which the Lord spake unto the whale, that is, to ascertain how much they can swallow. The moral of this pungent persiflage, aimed to admonish the proud and uncharitable believer, who expected his acceptance with the Deity on the score of his credulity, that when his credulity was fairly put to trial, it might be found that he was in reality as far from believing what he did not take to be true as the most honest and avowed infidel. Thou then who wouldst put a trick upon infinite wisdom, and preferrest the imagined merit of a weak understanding to the real utility of an honest heart, thou who wouldst compound for sins thou art inclined to, by damning those hast no mind to. Hast thou no fears for thy presumptuous self? Thou believest only that which seemeth to thee to be true, and what does the atheist less? And that which appeareth to be a lie thou rejectest. What does the atheist more? Can we think that God has given us reason only to betray us, and made us so much superior to the brute creation only to deal with us so much worse than they, to punish us for making the best use we could of the faculties he has given us, and to make the very excellence of our nature the cause of our damnation? This concluded his connection with the Church of England, and his brother having consented to make him an allowance of £1 per week if he would quit England, he retired to the Isle of Man. After 9 weeks his brother ceased to remit, and to support himself, Taylor wrote for the 2 newspapers, then published in the island. But his articles attracting attention, he was summoned before the bishop, and compelled to quit the island under a threat of imprisonment. In deep distress, he went to Dublin, where he lectured on deism until 1824, when he came to London and founded the Christian Evidence Society. Many of the disclosures delivered by him were printed in The Lion, which was first published in 1828. In 1827, Mr. Taylor was tried at Guildhall for blasphemy, and was sentenced to imprisonment in Oakham jail for 1 year. In Oakham he wrote the Diegesis and the Syntagma. After his release from prison in 1829, he, together with Richard Carlile, made a tour through England on an infidel mission, commencing with a challenge to the Cambridge University. In 1830 and 1831 he delivered a series of discourses which are printed together under the title of The Devil's Pulpit. On the 4th of July, 1831, he was again tried for blasphemy and sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment. In 1833 he delivered a number of discourses which were printed in the Philalethean. He was the friend and companion of Richard Carlile for several years. It is difficult to quote from Robert Taylor's works, unless at the risk of doing him great injustice, and we must therefore refer our readers to the works we have named. The following is from The Devil's Pulpit. The gentlemen who distribute religious tracts, the general body of dissenting preachers, and almost all persons engaged in the trade of religion, imagine themselves to have a mighty advantage against infidels, upon the strength of that last and reckless argument, that whether the Christian religion be true or false, there can be no harm in believing, and that belief is, at any rate, the safe side. Now, to say nothing of this old popish argument, which a sensible man must see is the very essence of popery, and would oblige us to believe all the absurdities and nonsense in the world, inasmuch as if there be no harm in believing, and there be some harm and danger in not believing, the more we believe the better, and all the argument necessary for any religion whatever would be, that it should frighten us out of our wits. The more terrible, the more true, and it would be our duty to become the converts of that religion, whatever it might be, whose priests could swear the loudest, and damn and curse the fiercest. But I am here to grapple with this popery in disguise, this wolfish argument in sheepish clothing, upon scriptural ground, and on scriptural ground only, taking the scriptures of the Old and New Testament for this argument's sake to be divine authority. The question proposed is, whether is the believer or the unbeliever the more likely to be saved, taking the scriptures to be of divine authority? And I stand here on this divine authority to prove that the unbeliever is the more likely to be saved, that unbelief and not belief is the safe side, and that a man is more likely to be damned for believing the gospel, and because of his having believed it, than for rejecting and despising it as I do. But if a patient hearing be more than good Christians be minded to give us, when thus advanced to meet them on their own ground, their impatience and intolerance itself will supply the evidence and demonstration of the fact that, after all, they dare not stand to the text of their own book, that it is not the Bible that they go by, nor God whom they regard, but that they want to be God Almighty's themselves, and would have us take their words for God's words. You must read it as they read it, and understand it as they understand it. You must skip and go on just where a hard word comes in the way of the sense they choose to put upon it. You must believe what the book contains, what you see with your own eyes that it does not contain. You must shut your eyes and not see what it does contain, or you'll be none the nearer the mark of their liking. Taking the authority of Scripture for this argument's sake to be decisive, I address the believer who would give himself airs of superiority, would chuckle in an imaginary safety in believing, and presume to threaten the unbeliever as being in a worse case, or more dangerous plight than he. Hast thou no fears for thy presumptuous self, when on the showing of thine own book, the safety, if safety there be, is all on the unbelieving side? When for any one text that can be produced, seeming to hold out any advantage or safety in believing, we can produce two in which the better hope is held out to the unbeliever. For any one apparent exhortation to believe, we can produce two forbiddances to believe, and many threatenings of God's vengeance to, and for the crime and folly of, believing. To this proof I proceed by showing you first what the denunciations of God's vengeance are, with no comment of mine, but in the words of the text itself. Second, that these dreadful denunciations are threatened to believers, and that they are not threatened to unbelievers. And third, that all possible advantages and safety which believing could confer on any man are likely, and more likely, to be confirmed on the unbeliever than on the believer. That the danger of the believer is so extreme that no greater danger can possibly be. First, what are the denunciations of God's vengeance? There are, says the Holy Revelation, 14:10, who shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation, and shall be tormented with fire and brimstone, and the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night. There's glad tidings of great joy for you. The Christian may get over the terror of this denunciation by the selfish and ungenerous chuckle of his, well, these were very wicked people, and must have deserved their doom. It need not alarm us. It doesn't apply to us. But good-hearted men would rather say it does apply. We cannot be indifferent to the misery of our fellow creatures. The self-same heaven that frowns on them looks lowering upon us. And who were they? And what was their offense? Was it atheism? Was it deism? Was it infidelity? No! It was for church and chapel going. It was for adoring, believing, and worshipping. They worshipped the beast. I know not what beast they worship, but I know that if you go into any of our churches and chapels at this day, you will find them worshipping the Lamb. And if worshipping a lamb be not most suspiciously like worshipping a beast, you may keep the color in your cheeks, while mine are blanched with fear. The unbeliever only can be absolutely safe from this danger. He only who has no religion at all is sure not to be of the wrong religion. He who worships neither God nor devil is sure not to mistake one of those gentlemen for the other. But will it be pretended that these are only metaphors of speech, that the thing said is not the thing that's meant? Why, then, they are very ugly metaphors. And what is saying that which you don't mean, and meaning the contrary to what you say, but lying? And what worse can become of the infidel, who makes it the rule of his life to hear and speak the plain and simple truth, than of the Christian, whose religion itself is a system of metaphors and allegories, of double meanings, of quirk and quiddities, in dread defiance of the text that warns him that all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone? Revelation 21:8. Is it a parable that man may merely entertain his imagination withal, and think no more on't? Though not a word be hinted about a parabolical signification, and the text stands in the mouth of him who, we are told, was the truth itself. And he it is who brought life and immortality to light, that hath described in the 16th of Luke such an immortality as that of one who was a sincere believer, a son of Abraham, who took the Bible for the rule of his life, and was anxious to promote the salvation of his brethren, yet found for himself no Savior, no salvation. But in hell he lifteth up his eyes, being in torment, and saith, Father Abraham, have mercy on me, and send Lazarus, that he may dip the tip of his finger in water, and cool my tongue, for I am tormented in this flame. But that request was refused. Then he said, I pray thee, therefore, Father, that thou wouldst send him to my father's house, for I have 5 brethren, that he may testify unto them, lest they also come to this place of torment. But that request was refused. There's glad tidings of great joy for you, that the believer's danger of coming or going into that place of torment is so great, that greater cannot possibly be, and that his belief will stand him in no stead at all, but make his plight 1,000 times worse than if he had not been a believer, and that unbelief is the safer side, Christ himself being judge. I quote no words but his to prove. Is the believer concerned to save his soul? Then shall he most assuredly be damned for being so concerned. For Christ hath said, Whosoever will save his soul shall lose it. Matthew 16:25. Is the believer a complete beggar? If he be not so, if he hath a rag that he doth call his own, he will be damned to all eternity. For Christ hath said, Whosoever he be of you who forsaketh not all that he hath, he cannot be my disciple. Luke 14:33. Is the believer a rich man, and dreams he of going to heaven? It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. Matthew 19:24. Is he a man at all? Then he cannot be saved. For Christ hath said, Thou believest that there is one God, saith St. James. Thou dost well, the devils also believe and tremble. 2 James 19. And so much good and no more than comes to damned spirits in the flames of hell is all the good that ever did and can come of believing. For though thou hadst all faith, so that thou couldst remove mountains, saith St. Paul, it should profit thee nothing. 1 Corinthians 13:2. Well then, let the good Christian try what saving his prayers will do for him. This is the good that they'll do for him, and he hath Christ's own word to comfort him in it. He shall receive the greater damnation. Luke 20:47. Well then, since believing will not save him, since faith will not save him, since prayer will not save him, but all so positively make things all the worse and none the better, there's one other chance for him. Let him go and receive the sacrament, the most comfortable sacrament, you know, of the body and blood of Christ, remembering, as all good communicants should, that he is not worthy so much as to gather up the crumbs that fall from that table. Truth, Lord, but dogs eat of the crumbs that fall from their master's table. Oh, what happy dogs! But let those dogs remember that it is also truth, that he that eateth and drinketh unworthily eateth and drinketh damnation to himself. 1 Corinthians 16:29. Oh, what precious eating and drinking! My God, is this thy table spread, and doth thy cup with love o'erflow? Thither be all the children led, and let them all thy sweetness know. That table is a snare, that cup is deadly poison, that bread shall send thy soul to hell. Well then, try again, believer. Perhaps you had better join the missionary society, and subscribe to send these glad tidings of these blessed privileges, and this jolly eating and drinking to the heathen. Why, then, you have Christ's own assurance, that when you shall have made one proselyte, you shall just have done him the kindness of making him twofold more the child of hell than yourself. Matthew 23:15. Is the believer liable to the ordinary gusts of passion, and in a passion shall he drop the hasty word, "Thou fool"? For that one word he shall be in danger of hell fire. Matthew 5:22. Nay, sirs, this isn't the worst of the believer's danger. Would he but keep his legs and arms together, and spare his own eyes and limbs, he doth by that very mercy to himself damn his eyes and limbs, and hath Christ's assurance that it would have been profitable for him rather to have plucked out his eyes, and chopped off his limbs, and so to have wriggled and groped his way through the strait gate and the narrow way that leadeth unto life, than having 2 eyes and 2 arms, or 2 legs, to be cast into hell, into the fire that never shall be quenched, where their worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. Mark 9:43. Well, then, will the believer say, what were all the miracles and prophecies of both the Old and New Testament for those unquestionable miracles, and clearly accomplished prophecies, if it were not that men should believe? Why, absolutely. They were the very arguments appointed by God himself to show us that men should not believe, but that damnation should be their punishment if they did believe. To the law and the testimony, sir, these are the very words of miracles, saith God's words. They are the spirits of devils that work miracles. Revelations 16:14. And it is the devil who deceiveth them which dwell on the earth, by means of those miracles which he hath power to do, Revelations 13:14. So much for miracles. Is it on the score of prophets and of prophecies, then, that you will take believing to be the safe side? Then thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the prophets prophesy falsely, and the priests bear rule by their means. Jeremiah 5:31. The prophet is a fool, the spiritual man is mad. Hosea 1:7. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, hearken not unto the prophets. Jeremiah 23:15. O Israel, thy prophets are like the foxes of the desert. Ezekiel 13:4. They lie unto thee. Jeremiah 14:14. And they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. Revelations 20:10. And the punishment of the prophet shall be even as the punishment of him that seeketh unto him. Ezekiel 14:10. Nay, more than it is when God hath determined to damn men, that he in every instance causeth them to become believers, and to have faith in divine revelation, in order that they may be damned. Believers and none but believers becoming liable to damnation, believers and none but believers being capable of committing that unpardonable sin against the Holy Ghost, which hath never forgiveness, neither in this world nor in that which is to come. Whereas all other kinds of blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, and all sorts of blasphemy wherewith soever they shall blaspheme, but there is no forgiveness for believers. Mark 3:28. For it is written, for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned. 2 Thessalonians 2:11. So when it was determined by God that the wicked Ahab should perish, the means to bring him to destruction, both of body and soul, was to make him become a believer. I offer no comment of my own on words so sacred, but these are the words. Hear thou, therefore, the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting upon his throne, and all the hosts of heaven standing by him on his right hand and on his left. And the Lord said, who shall persuade Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? And one said on this manner, and another said on that manner. And there stood forth a spirit, and stood before the Lord, and said, I will persuade him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, thou shalt persuade him, and prevail also. Go forth, and do so. Now, therefore, behold, the Lord hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of all thy prophets. 1 Kings 22:22. There were 400 of them. They were the goodly fellowship of the prophets for you. All of them inspired by the Spirit from on high, and all of them lying as fast as they could lie. So much for getting on the safe side by believing. Had Ahab been an infidel, he would have saved his soul alive. As it was, we may address him in the words of St. Paul to just such another fool. King Ahab, believest thou the prophets? I know that thou believest, but no better than I know that for that very belief fell slaughter on thy soul, and where thou soughtest to be saved by believing, it was by believing thou wert damned. So when Elijah had succeeded in converting the 450 worshippers of Baal, who had been safe enough while they were infidels, and they began crying, the Lord, he is God, the Lord, he is God. The moment they got into the right faith, they found themselves in the wrong box, and the prophet, by the command of God, put a stop to their Lord Godding by cutting their throats for 'em. Elijah brought them down to the brook of Kishon and slew them there. 1 Kings 18:40. Oh, what a blessed thing, you see, to be converted to the true faith. Thus all the sins and crimes that have been committed in the world, and all God's judgments upon sin and sinners, have been the consequence of religion and faith and believing. What was the first sin committed in the world? It was believing. Had our great mother Eve not been a believing, credulous fool, she would not have been in the transgression. Who was the first reverend divine that began preaching about God and immortality? It was the devil. What was the first lie that was ever told? The very damning and damnable lie. It was the lie told to make folks believe that they would not be dead when they were dead, that they should not surely die, that they should be as gods and live in a future state of existence, when God himself hath declared that there is no future state of existence, that dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. Who is it, then, that prefers believing in the devil rather than in God, but the believer? And from whom is the hope of a future state derived, but from the father of lies, the devil? But if, in defiance of so positive a declaration of Almighty God, men will have it that there is a future state of existence after death, who are they who shall sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven, but unbelievers? Let them come from the north, from the south, from the east, or from the west. And who are they that shall be cast out, but believers, the children of the kingdom? As St. Peter very charitably calls them, cursed children. 2 Peter 2:14. That is, I suppose, children with beards, children that never grew to sense enough to put away childish things, but did in gawky manhood, like newborn babes, desire the pure milk and lollipop of the gospel. For of such is the kingdom of heaven. And who are they whom Christ will set upon his right hand, and to whom he will say, Come, ye blessed of my Father? But unbelievers, who never troubled their minds about religion, and never darkened the doors of a gospel shop. But who are they to whom he will say, Depart, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels? But believers, every one of them believers, chapel-going folks, Christ's blood men, and incorrigible bigots, that had been bothering him all their days with their Lord, Lord, to come off at last with no better reward of their faith than that he will protest unto them, I never knew ye. One text there is, and only one, against 10,000 of a contrary significancy, which, being garbled and torn from its context, seems for a moment to give the advantage to the believer. The celebrated 19th chapter of Mark 5:16. He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned. But little will this serve the deceitful hope of the Christian, for it is immediately added, and these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name shall they cast out devils, they shall speak with new tongues, they shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. Can the Christian show these signs, or any of them? Will he dare to take up a serpent, or drink prussic acid? If he hesitate, he is not a believer, and his profession of belief is a falsehood. Let belief confer what privilege it may, he hath no part nor lot in the matter. The threat which he denounces against infidels hangs over himself, and he hath no sign of salvation to show. Believing the gospel, then, or rather I should say professing to believe it, for I need not tell you that there's a great deal more professing to believe than believing. Instead of making a man the more likely to be saved, doubles his danger of damnation, inasmuch as Christ hath said that the last state of that man shall be worse than the first. Luke 11:26. And his holy apostle Peter addeth, it would have been better for them not to have known the way. 2 Peter 2:21 of righteousness. The sin of believing makes all other sins that a man can commit so much the more heinous and offensive in the sight of God, inasmuch as they are sins against light and knowledge. And the servant who knew his Lord's will and did it not, he shall be beaten with many stripes. Luke 12:47. While unbelief is not only innocent in itself, but so highly pleasing to Almighty God, that it is represented as the cause of his forgiveness of things which otherwise would not be forgiven. Thus St. Paul, who had been a blasphemer, a prosecutor, and injurious, assures us that it was for this cause he obtained mercy, because he did it ignorantly in unbelief. 1 Timothy 1:13. Had he been a believer, he would as surely have been damned as his name was Paul. And 'tis the gist of his whole argument, and the express words of the 11th of the Epistle to the Romans, that God included them all in unbelief, that he might have mercy upon all. Unbelief being the essential qualification and recommendation to God's mercy. Not without good reason was it that the pious father of the boy that had the devil in him, when he had need of Christ's mercy, and knew that unbelief would be the best title to it, cried out and said with tears, Lord, I believe, help thou mine unbelief. Mark 9:24. While the apostles themselves, who were most immediately near and dear to Christ, no more believed the gospel than I do, and for all they have said and preached about it, they never believed it themselves, as Christ told them that they hadn't so much faith as a grain of mustard seed. And the evangelist John bears them record, to their immortal honor, that though Christ had done so many miracles among them, yet believed they not. John 12:37. And the same divine authority assures us that neither did his brethren believe in him. John 7:5. Which then is the safe side, sirs, on the showing of the record itself? On the unbelieving side, the infidel stands in the glorious company of the apostles, in the immediate family of Christ, and hath no fear, while the believer doth as well, and no better than the devils in hell, who believe and tremble. End section 22 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. Read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Chapter 23 of Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers by Charles Bradlaugh. Chapter 23, Joseph Barker. In any work purporting to be a true record of freethinkers, the name of Joseph Barker cannot be omitted. We find in him, from the commencement of his public life till the present time, an ardent desire for, and a determination to achieve, freedom of thought and expression on all subjects appertaining to theology, politics, and sociology. Possessing a vigorous intellect, a constitution naturally strong, great oratorical ability, and an unrivaled command of the Saxon language, he has made himself a power among each party with whom the transitory state of his mind has brought him in contact. It is seldom we find men with equal boldness, when once connected with Wesleyan Methodism, rising superior in thought to its narrow, selfish, dogmatic, unnatural, and humiliating views, and claiming for human nature a more dignified and exalted position, gradually advancing to Unitarianism, ultimately to land safely on the shore of materialism. Joseph Barker has passed, amid persecution and privation, through these different phases of theology, to arrive at infidelity, to be, he states, a better, wiser, and happier man. In his autobiography, we read that he was born in Bramley, an old country town in the West Riding of Yorkshire, in 1806, the day of his birth being forgotten. His parents and his ancestors, so far as is known of them, were of humble means. His grandfather was addicted to drinking freely of those beverages which meet with so much opposition from Mr. Barker himself. His aunt also was unfortunate, having married a man who was a minister, a drunkard, and a cockfighter. His parents appear to have been uneducated and pious, belonging to the old school of Methodists, those who look on this life merely as a state of trial and probation, always looking forward to enjoy their mansion in the skies, the house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens, thinking nothing worth a thought beneath, but how they may escape the death that never, never dies. Although living in this world, they were not of it. It was to them all vanity and vexation of spirit. They attended their chapel, their love feasts, their class meetings, their prayer meetings, and their revival meetings, where they would lament over the wickedness and depravity of human nature, where they would speak their experience, tell of their temptations, pray for the conversion of the world, and sing their hymns, such as the following, which was a favorite with Mr. Barker's family: Refining fire, go through my heart, illuminate my soul, scatter my life through every part, and sanctify the whole. Such being the character of Mr. Barker's parents, it is no wonder that he was brought up under the same influence, with the same false notions of life, of humanity, and of the world. And we cannot prize too highly the man who had the industry to investigate, the ability to discern, and the courage to expose the falsity of such doctrines, and the disastrous effects of such teaching. In the extracts we shall give from Mr. Barker's works will be found that simplicity of style and force of argument peculiar to himself. The first extract we take shows the falsity of the orthodox doctrine of the total depravity of human nature. On looking back on the earlier periods of my life, I first see proofs that the orthodox doctrine of original sin, or of natural total depravity, is a falsehood. I was not born totally depraved. I never recollect the time since I began to think and feel at all when I had not good thoughts and good feelings. I never recollect the time since I began to think and feel at all when I had not many good thoughts and strong inclinations to goodness. So far was my heart from being utterly depraved or hardened, that I sympathized even in my childhood with the humblest of God's creatures, and was filled to overflowing with sorrow at the sight of distress. I recollect one Sunday, while I was searching about for something in one of the windows upstairs, I found a butterfly that had been starved to death, as I supposed. When I laid hold of it, it crumbled to pieces. My feelings were such at the thought of the poor butterfly's sufferings that I wept, and for all that day I could scarcely open my lips to say a word to anyone without bursting into tears. And I recollect well what a struggle I had when I first told a lie. A school in the neighborhood had a feast. Ours had not. So I played the truant, after a serious struggle, to have an opportunity of seeing their scholars walk. I had a miserable afternoon, for I felt that I was doing wrong, and I was afraid lest my mother should find me out. My sister found me out, and told my mother, but my mother was loath to believe her, till she had asked me myself. When I went home, my mother asked me if I had been to school, and I said yes. And my mother, as she had never found me out in a lie before, believed me. But I was sadly distressed afterwards when I thought of what I had done. That lie caused me days of remorse, and my sufferings were all the severer in consequence of my mother having so readily believed what I had said. The unhappy and unnatural effects of theology on the minds of earnest, truth-seeking men, the total prostration of manly dignity, the perversion of the mental faculties, and the debasement of human nature, is truly stated by Mr. Barker in the following extract. I also recollect being very much troubled with dreadful and indescribably awful dreams, and for several months during certain parts of the year I was accustomed to rise during my sleep and walk about the house in a state of sleep for hours together. I say in a state of sleep, but I cannot exactly describe the state in which I was. It was not perfect sleep, and yet I was not properly awake. My eyes were open, and I saw, as far as I can remember, the things around me, and I could hear what was said to me. But neither what I saw nor what I heard seemed to have power to penetrate far enough into my soul to awake me properly. During those occasions I was frequently very unhappy, dreadfully unhappy, most horribly miserable. Sometimes I fancied I had been doing something wrong, and my fancied offense seemed horrible beyond all expression, and alarmed and overwhelmed me with unutterable terrors and distress. On one occasion, I fancied that both I and my father had both been doing something wrong, and this seemed most horrible and distressing of all, and as I wandered about in my mysterious state, I howled most piteously, and cried and wept as if my heart would break. I never recollect being roused from that dismal state while I was walking around the house except twice. Once, when I struck my shins violently against a large earthenware bowl, and hurt myself sadly. And another was when I was attempting to go up the chimney. I put my foot upon fire, and burnt myself, and that awoke me. I suffered in this way for several years. After I went to bed at night, I soon fell asleep, and slept perhaps an hour or nearly 2. I would then begin to cry, or moan, or howl, and at times to sing. One night I sang a whole hymn of 8 verses through, the hymn in Wesley's hymn book beginning, "With glorious clouds encompassed round, whom angels dimly see, will the unsearchable be found, or God appear to me." Few persons who have not attended the class meetings of the Wesleyan Methodists can form an adequate idea of the stereotyped phrases and absurd sayings indulged in by those who speak their experience, etc., at those meetings. Certain sentences are learned and uttered indiscriminately, without reference to time, place, or other conditions. Mr. Barker, after speaking of the recklessness of speech thus indulged in, says, "In many cases, this false way of speaking is the result of mere thoughtlessness, perhaps, or of ignorance, joined with the notion that it is their duty to pray or to say something in public. The parties have no intention to deceive, but being called on to speak or invited to pray, they begin and catch hold of such words as they can find, whether right or wrong, whether true or false, and their words are oftener foolish or false than wise or true. Their talk is at times most foolish and ridiculous. I will give an example or two. It is customary for people, when praying for preachers, to say, 'Lord, bless thy servants when they stand up to declare thy word. Be thou mouth matter and wisdom to them.' This has some meaning in it when offered in reference to a preacher, especially a preacher about to preach. In other cases it would be most foolish and ridiculous. Yet I once heard a person in a prayer meeting at Chester use this same form of expression in behalf of the sick and the dying. 'O Lord,' said he, 'bless the sick and the afflicted, and those that are in the article of death. Be thou mouth, matter, and wisdom to them.' At another prayer meeting at Chester on a Friday evening, one of the leaders gave out the following lines: 'Another 6 days' work is done, another Sabbath is begun,' etc. I once heard a woman say in class, 'I do thank God that he ever gave me a desire to see that death that never, never dies.'" Soon after Mr. Barker became religious and attended his class meetings, he awaited the usual call to preach the gospel. Accordingly, having received the call, he became a Methodist preacher, belonging to the old connection, the new connection, and then advancing to Unitarianism, ultimately arriving at the climax of Freethought, in which cause he is now so distinguished an advocate. While a Methodist preacher, he was induced by a neighbor, an atheist, to read Carlyle's Republican. We can readily understand why Christians are taught not to read infidel works. The effect the Republican produced on Mr. Barker's mind would be augmented, did those Christians investigate what they so often ignorantly denounce. In reference to the Republican, Mr. Barker says, "I was very much struck in reading some portions of the work (Carlyle's), and agitated and shaken by its arguments on some point. The object of many of its articles was to prove Christianity irrational and false. The principal doctrines which it assailed were such as the Trinity, the common notion about the fall of man and its effects upon the human race, the Calvinistic notions of eternal, universal, and absolute predestination, unconditional election and reprobation, the Calvinistic notion of God's sovereignty or partiality, the utter depravity of every human being born into the world, and yet the obligation of those utterly depraved beings to steer clear of all evil, and to do all that is right and good on pain of eternal damnation. The doctrine of satisfaction to justice was also assailed, and the doctrine of the immortality of the human soul, and the notion that because it is immaterial, it must, as a consequence, be immortal. The consequence was that my mind was thrown into a state of doubt and suspense. I cannot say that I doubted the truth of the Christian religion exactly, but still I doubted the truth of certain doctrines which I had been taught to regard as parts of that religion. I can briefly describe the doubts I had. I neither saw clearly that those doctrines to which he objected were no part of the Christian religion, nor could I see any way by which these doctrines could be defended, and proved to be rational and true. One thing began to seem almost certain, either that Christianity was not true, or that those doctrines, as generally laid down, were no parts of the Christian religion. This led to investigation. I was wishful to ascertain whether those doctrines which were assailed as irrational were parts of Christianity or not. I began to converse on the subject with one of my religious companions, and I began to read on the subject as I had opportunity. My companion was rather troubled and alarmed at the doubts I expressed with respect to the correctness of some of the common doctrines of what was considered orthodoxy. Still, what I had said had some influence on his mind, for he told me shortly after that he wished he had never heard my doubts, for what I had said had spoiled some of his best sermons. He would never be able to preach them with comfort more. During my residence in that Newcastle circuit, my views on many subjects became anti-methodistical to a very great extent indeed. I now no longer held the prevailing views with respect to the nature of justifying faith, the witness of the Spirit, regeneration, sanctification, and the like. In reading Wesley's works, I was astonished at the great number of unmeaning and inconsistent passages which I met with. In many of his views I perfectly agreed with him, but with a vast amount of what he said on other subjects, I could not help but disagree. About this time, finding that there was little likelihood that I should be tolerated in the new connexion unless I could allow my mind to be enslaved, and feeling that I should be obliged sooner or later to break loose from methodistical restraint, and speak and act with freedom, I thought of visiting Mr. Turner, the Unitarian minister of Newcastle, and seeking an interview with him. I had heard something to the effect that Unitarians were great lovers of freedom, that they did not bind their ministers and members by any human creeds, but left them at liberty to investigate the whole system of Christianity thoroughly, and to judge as to what were its doctrines and duties for themselves, and to preach what they believed to be true without restraint and persecution. And I thought if this was the case, they must be a very happy people. But from other things which I had heard respecting them, I was led to regard them with something of horror, to look on them as persons who trifled with Scripture authority, as persons who had rushed from the extremes of false orthodoxy into the extremes of infidelity. I was in consequence prevented from visiting Mr. Turner, and I remained in comparative ignorance of the Unitarian body, in ignorance both of their principles and of their character, still shut up in the dungeons of orthodox slavery. The dungeons of orthodox slavery did not long contain Mr. Barker, for he afterwards became better acquainted with the Unitarians, and formed one of their most energetic preachers. But Unitarianism, appearing to him at first true in its doctrine and free in its advocacy, shortly became insufficient for the cravings of his mind, and at length he found himself outside all the churches. The Bible, which at one period of his life seemed to him a perfect revelation from God, now appeared only the production of erring and half-informed men, and having a thorough knowledge of its contents, he resolved to employ the remainder of his life in confuting the false notions of its divine authority. America presenting a congenial residence, he resolved to visit that country and purchase some land, upon which he might occupy his leisure from lecturing and writing. Having settled in the country, he considered something should be said on the Bible. Accordingly, in November 1852, a Bible convention was held at Salem, Ohio. Mr. Barker being appointed president, he extracted the following from his speech, as illustrating the uncertainty of the Bible translations, the character of the translators, and the nature of the manuscripts from which the translations are made. We say that the Bible bears on its very face the marks of human imperfection and error. This is true of every Bible in existence. We will begin with the Bible in common use, and what do we find? The title page tells us it is a translation from the original tongues, by the special command of one of the kings of England. Does any one pretend that the translators were infallible, men above the possibility of error? Nothing of the kind. Even those who contend that the original writers of the Bible were infallible, do not pretend that the king's translators were so. The sects and priesthoods themselves show that they regard the common translation as imperfect. They all take the liberty to alter it. They alter it in thousands and tens of thousands of places. Nothing is more common than for theological disputants to appeal from the common translation of the Bible to what they call the original Greek and Hebrew. Every commentator takes the same liberty. The leaders of the sects and priesthoods of the day have testified their belief that the Bibles in common use are imperfect and erroneous by making new translations. There is scarcely an English sect or priesthood of any note in existence that has not produced a new translation of the Scriptures. John Wesley translated both the Old and New Testament. His translation of the New Testament continues to be used in the Methodist body to this day. Adam Clarke, in his commentary, translates afresh almost every important passage in the book. Many passages he translates in such a way as to give them meanings quite contrary to the meaning given them in the common Bible. Richard Watson, a Methodist preacher, commenced a new translation of the Bible. Dr. Boothroyd, a Congregationalist minister of England, published another translation. Dr. Conquest, a layman of the same denomination, published another, in which he says he made 20,000 emendations or improvements. He must therefore have thought the common Bible had 20,000 imperfections or errors. Mr. Belsham, other English Unitarians, published a new translation of the New Testament. Mr. Wellbeloved, a Unitarian minister, published a new translation of a great part of the Old Testament, intending to publish a new translation of the whole Bible. Even ministers of the established church have spoken strongly against the common translation, and some of them have gone so far as to publish new translations of portions of the Bible. Alexander Campbell, the founder of the denomination which bears his name, has published a new translation of the New Testament. A Mr. Taylor published a new translation of the New Testament from Griesbach's Greek New Testament. A Mr. Sharp published another translation from Griesbach's Greek text. The Baptists have published a new translation of the Bible, I am told. We are not alone, therefore, in believing that the Bibles in common use bear marks of human imperfection and error. The leading men in all the religious sects and priesthoods of Great Britain and America believe the same. We add, if the translators of the Bible had been the best and wisest men that ever lived, their work would not have been perfect. A translation from Greek and Hebrew cannot be perfect. But the translators employed by King James were not the best or wisest men that ever lived. They were, in some respects, exceedingly ignorant, prejudiced, and immoral. They were liars and false swearers. These dignitaries of the Church of England knew, as well as you know, that kings and queens are often vicious, profligate, and godless. They knew that among the kings and queens of England there had been some of the most loathsome lumps of filthiness, some of the most adulterous and lecherous sensualists, some of the most heartless and cruel tyrants, some of the most inhuman and bloody wretches that ever cursed the earth. They knew, too, that English kings and queens generally were under strong temptations to be thus cruel and profligate, and that it was too much to expect any of them to be strictly religious and virtuous. Yet they bound themselves on oath to call their kings and queens, whatever their characters might be, most gracious and religious. They did call the monarch then living most gracious and religious, and they handed it down as a duty to their successors to give the same high titles to all their future monarchs, though they should be as filthy as that unwieldy waddling mass of lust and rottenness, King Henry VIII., or as false and treacherous as the perjured Charles I. These translators of the Bible also knew that many who were brought to them to be buried were godless, wicked men. They knew that some of them were drunkards, adulterers, false swearers, yet they bound themselves to call them all, as they lowered them into their graves, their beloved brethren, and to declare that they committed them to the dust in sure and certain hope of a resurrection to eternal life, though they believed in their hearts that they would rise to eternal damnation. They were the hirelings of the king and government. They regarded the king as the head of the church, and were sworn to obey him in all things. They were sworn to obey him in translating the Bible. The king gave them the rules by which they were to be guided in the work of translation, and they were sworn to follow these rules. These rules were intended to prevent them from putting anything into their translation of the Bible that was at variance with the established priesthoods, and to keep them from leaving out anything that was favorable to the established church and government. And they kept to their rules, and they were influenced by their interests, their situation, and their prejudices. It would be foolish to think otherwise. To make the Bible agree with their creed, they put into their translations things which were not in the Greek or Hebrew Bibles, and mistranslated vast multitudes of things which were in the Greek and Hebrew Bibles. I will give you an instance or two. Their creed taught that God once died or laid down his life. There was nothing in the Greek or Hebrew Bibles to uphold this doctrine. So in translating the Bible, they so altered a passage as to make it to teach the doctrine. You may find the passage in 1 John 3:16. It is as follows: "Hereby perceive we the love of God, because he laid down his life for us." Now the word God is not in the Greek. It was put into the passage by the translators. In one place in the Old Testament it is said that Elhanan slew Goliath the Gittite. The translators have altered the passage so as to make it say that it was the brother of Goliath that Elhanan slew. See 2 Samuel 21:19. Before a man can give a perfect translation of the Bible, he must have a perfect knowledge of both the Greek and the Hebrew Bible, and of the language into which he would translate it. But no man has that knowledge. The Greek and Hebrew languages from which the Bible has to be translated are dead languages, languages which are no longer spoken or written by any people, languages which exist only in ancient writings. The meaning of many of the words of those languages is in consequence lost. The writings of the Old Testament are the only books remaining in the Hebrew language. There are no Hebrew books to throw light on dark passages, or to settle the meaning of doubtful words and phrases. True, we have Greek and Hebrew dictionaries and grammars, But these dictionaries and grammars are the work of imperfect and erring men, who had no other means of understanding the meaning of the Greek and Hebrew languages than ourselves. These dictionaries and grammars differ from each other. None of them are perfect. The best abound with errors. We have better means of obtaining a knowledge of the Greek language than of the Hebrew, but the Greek of the New Testament is a peculiar dialect, not to be found in any other book. It is therefore as difficult to translate the New Testament as the Old. If, herefore, we would find a Bible that does not bear the marks of human imperfection and error, we must look for it in what are called the original Greek and Hebrew. But there is no such Bible. The Greek and Hebrew Bibles are as really imperfect as the English translations. The Greek and Hebrew Bibles are as really the work of imperfect and erring men as the English translations are. Many people imagine that there is only one Greek and Hebrew Bible, and that one was written by Moses and the prophets, and by the evangelists and the apostles. But this is not the case. There are several Greek and Hebrew Bibles, and all of them are the compilations of fallible men. We have several Hebrew Old Testaments, and quite a number of Greek New Testaments, all compiled by different persons, but drawn to some extent from different sources. It should be understood that the oldest Greek and Hebrew Bibles are not printed books, but written ones. They were written before the art of printing was known among Jews or Christians. Those written or manuscript Bibles are far more numerous than the Greek and Hebrew printed Bibles. They are the work of different men in different countries and different ages, and no two of them are alike. They differ from each other almost endlessly. Some contain more, some less. Some have passages in one form, others have them in other forms. John Mills compared a number of those manuscripts of the New Testament, and found that they differed from each other in 30,000 places. He marked and collated 30,000 various readings. Other men have compared the Greek manuscripts of the New Testament, and discovered upwards of 100,000 various readings. 100,000 places or particulars in which they differ from each other. A similar diversity of readings is to be found in the Hebrew manuscripts of the Old Testaments. Now it is from these imperfect and discordant manuscripts that men have to make their Greek and Hebrew Bibles. They have nothing else from which to make them. And those Greek and Hebrew Bible makers have no means of knowing which of the various and contradictory manuscripts are the best. You must understand that the original writings from which the manuscripts now in existence originated have perished many ages ago. It is probable that the last of them perished more than 1,600 years ago. We have, therefore, no opportunity of comparing existing manuscripts with the original writings, in order to find out which are the true, the original readings. The discordant and contradictory manuscripts, therefore, can never be corrected. It is not only of the common English Bible, therefore, that the words of the resolution are true, but of every Bible known, whether printed or written, whether in Greek and Hebrew or in modern languages. Since Mr. Barker has resided in America, he has visited England, and lectured for the secular and freethought societies in England and Scotland. The total number of lectures he delivered during his visit amounted to 153. Besides engaging in several debates, the principal one being with the Reverend Bruin Grant at Halifax, during 10 nights, on the divine authority of the Bible, which is now published. The views now held by Mr. Barker on God and secularism may be seen from the following extract of a letter addressed to the editor of the Reasoner, written by Mr. Barker from America on February 22nd, 1853. I confess I know nothing of God, but as he is revealed in his works. With me, the word God stands for the unseen cause of all natural phenomena. I attribute to God no quality but what seems necessary to account for what I see in nature. My Jewish and Christian notions of God are all gone, except so far as they appear to be the utterances of nature. As to secularism, I think our business is with the seen, the worldly, the physical, the secular. Our whole duty seems to me to be truly and fully to unfold ourselves, and truly and fully to unfold others, to secure the greatest possible perfection of being and condition, and the largest possible share of life and enjoyment to all mankind in this present world. The machinery of sects and priesthoods for saving souls and fitting men for heaven, I regard as wasteful and injurious folly, except so far as it may tend to better men and improve their condition here. I have a hope of future life, but whatever is best for this life must be best for another life. Whatever is best for the present must be best for the eternal future. To reveal to men the laws of their own being, and to unfold to them the laws of nature generally, and to bring them into harmony with those laws, is therefore with me the whole business of man. If there be another world, as I hope, it will, I suppose, be governed by the same laws as this. If men live on forever, they will have all the better start in a future life for having got well on in this. As an art, therefore, I believe in secularism. Note by the American publisher. Soon after Mr. Barker's return from England, he resumed his lecturing in various towns and cities in the United States, giving great satisfaction by his able addresses to large and intelligent audiences. He still labors occasionally in the same pursuit, though at present he is residing on his farm at Omaha City, in the territory of Nebraska. Much might be said in praise of his efforts to promote liberalism in this country, but his greatest triumph, as we consider it, was his public debate with the Reverend Dr. Berg of Philadelphia. This took place on the 9th of January, 1854, and continued no less than 8 evenings. The question was on the origin, authority, and tendency of the Bible. Dr. Berg affirming, and Mr. Barker opposing. This famous discussion was attended by thousands, and was probably the greatest affair of the kind that ever occurred. The speeches on both sides were published, making a large pamphlet of 190 pages. Of course, each of the debaters was victorious in the opinion of his friends, but the trick played by the Christian party in the closing scene showed a determination on their part to claim the victory whether or no, for as soon as Dr. Berg, who made the last speech, had finished, one of his friends took the platform, and while the audience were separating, read some resolutions in favor of the doctor and the Bible. Less than 1/4 of the audience, says the Philadelphia Register, voted for them. The more serious part of the audience did not vote at all. The great majority seemed to take the thing as a farce. The result of the vote made a good many long faces on the stage and front seats. A short silence ensued, followed by a burst of obstreperous laughter, and cries of "The infidels have it!" And so ended the most remarkable debate ever held in America. The following correct and candid report of the above discussion appeared at the time in the columns of the Pennsylvania Freeman. The Bible Discussion, The discussion on the authority of the Bible at Concert Hall between Reverend J. F. Berg of this city and Joseph Barker of Ohio closed on Thursday evening last, after a continuance of 8 evenings. During the whole time, the vast hall was crowded with an eager multitude, numbering from 2,000 to 2,500 persons, each paying an admittance of 12½ cents every evening, and on some evenings it is said that hundreds went away, unable to approach the door, nor did the interest appear to flag among the hearers to the last. Of the merits of the question or the argument, it does not come within the scope of a strictly anti-slavery paper to speak, but we cannot forbear to notice the contrast in the manner and bearing of the two debaters, and the two parties among the audience. Mr. Barker uniformly bore himself as a gentleman, courteously and respectfully towards his opponent, and with the dignity becoming his position, and the solemnity and importance of the question. We regret that we cannot say the same of Dr. Berg, who at times seemed to forget the obligations of the gentleman in his zeal as a controversialist. He is an able and skillful debater, though less logical than Mr. Barker, but he wasted his time and strength too often on personalities and irrelevant matters. His personal innuendos and epithets, his coarse witticisms, and a bearing that seemed to us more arrogant than Christian, may have suited the vulgar and the intolerant among his party, but we believe these things won him no respect from the calm and thinking portion of the audience, while we know that they grieved and offended some intelligent and candid men who thoroughly agreed with his views. It is surely time that all Christians and clergymen had learned that men whom they regard as heretics and infidels have not forfeited their claims to the respect and courtesies of social life by their errors of opinion, and that insolence and arrogance, contemptuous sneers, and impeachment of motives and character towards such men are not effective means of grace for their enlightenment and conversion. Among the audience there was a large number of men who also lost their self-control in their dislike to Mr. Barker's views, and he was often interrupted, and sometimes checked in his argument by hisses, groans, sneers, vulgar cries, and clamor, though through all these annoyances and repeated provocations he maintained his wonted composure of manner and clearness of thought. On the other hand, Dr. Berg was heard with general quiet by his opponents, and greeted with clamorous applause by his friends, who seemed to constitute a large majority of the audience, and to feel that the triumph of their cause, like the capture of Jericho of old, depended upon the amount of noise made. Mr. Barker, in giving an account of the origin of the discussion, says, "In December, 1853, in compliance with a request from the Sunday Institute, I began a course of lectures in Philadelphia on the origin, authority, and influence of the Scriptures. The object of the lectures was to show that the Bible is of human origin, that its teachings are not of divine authority, and that the doctrine that the Bible is God's Word is injurious in its tendency. When I sent the Sunday Institute a program of my lectures, I authorized the secretary to announce through the papers that I was willing to meet any clergyman of good standing in any of the leading churches in public discussion on the Bible question. The Reverend Mr. McCalla, a Presbyterian clergyman, accepted the offer, and arrangements were made for a 6 nights' debate. But on the 5th evening, after trying to raise a mob, he withdrew from the contest. The clergy, or a portion of the clergy of Philadelphia, unwilling to leave their cause in this plight, demanded that I should discuss the question with Dr. Berg, a minister in whom they had fuller confidence. Being assured that Dr. Berg was a gentleman and a scholar, and that he was the ablest debater the clergy of Philadelphia could boast, I agreed to meet him, and the discussion was fixed for the 9th, 10th, 12th, 13th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th of January. Though the doctor did not prove himself so much of a gentleman as I had been encouraged to expect, I was sorry he declined to continue the discussion 4 nights longer, as we had not got more than half through the question when the 8th night closed. I wished for an opportunity of laying the whole subject before the public. Perhaps some other clergyman will take the matter in hand, one disposed and able to discuss the subject thoroughly. End of chapter 23, and end of book, Ancient and Modern Celebrated Freethinkers, by Charles Bradlaugh. Read for you by Ted DeLorme, in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Thank you for listening. If you like, you may follow me on Twitter at ThatDarnTed.